build an HR system completely AI first, what would that look like? It will likely be very, very different to the ones that we have today. IT service desk, right? You're logging in of tickets and managing your service desk in a place like T-Hub. You know, companies like ServiceNow have been doing this for like 50 years, but if you had to build it again, LLM and AI first, I think they look very different. CRM, you know, Salesforce, HubSpot have dominated this for ages, but they are reinventing themselves. Why couldn't, you know, a startup from India do it? Analytics and BI, similar. These are large markets, large opportunities, but what's happening over here is these are becoming fairly crowded already. There's a lot of companies trying to do AI first versions, and also these require a fair amount of capital to start. So can be done, but do remember that you'll need maybe 10, 15, $20 million even to get started because the playing field has become so competitive. Next slide. This, I think, is very exciting, and I think there is a lot of opportunity for a lot of companies to build exciting work, which is the idea of vertical apps. So vertical apps is you have a domain expertise in some sort of a domain. Could be, you know, the hospital healthcare management really well. Could be, you know, manufacturing really well. Could be, you know, retail systems very well. Think about all the problems in your vertical and how you could use LLMs and AI to really solve them end to end. If you had to ask me personally, I think for India startups, this is the land grab opportunity. This is an area which typically a lot of you know, developed economies tend to ignore because it's not cool. Like they want to work on the foundation model, tech, and, you know, go after Salesforce. But there are massive opportunities, high impact. I mean, imagine, right? Like I've been thinking about this forever that, you know, fraud detection in financial services and banks is such a large problem. If somebody who understands how these systems work very well, LLMs can do a beautiful job at solving it. But it requires you to be patient, work with the bank, understand the data systems, figure out where data storage will happen and so on, but large opportunities. Next slide. This, by the way, is very exciting. I think is a huge opportunities, but currently it's hard to see how you'll monetize them, and they'll take some time. This I like to think of as India first consumer opportunities or the Bharat first opportunities. AI doctor, AI tutor, co-pilot for farmers, AI friend, you know, there's AI girlfriends all over the world. I don't want to put that, but AI friend, therapy, co-pilot for your personal finances. 110% applications in this are going to be created for India. There's no doubt. The question is, what's the right timing, particularly from a business perspective? Because right now we don't know how these will monetize and how you'll make money. But if you're working on these problems, play the long game, wait out the gestation period, and there'll be enough opportunity. One more thing is, and this is a very contrarian view to all the product and deep tech companies sitting over here, but the most here and now opportunity in India for the world is actually something different, which is building a new age IT services company for India, for the world. If you think about IT services as an ecosystem, there's a growing belief in the AI community that these companies are going to be completely disrupted. Multiple reasons. First, you don't need as many people to do stuff anymore, which means you're challenging their business models in the first place. You don't need to price the services by hours anymore. If you price them on outcomes, it's a very different business. Second, the capabilities required to deploy AI first applications tend to be very different. You know, TCS has been upskilling over here employees to pick up generative AI skills. Sure, they'll do that, right? But imagine if there was a ground up company built Gen AI first, pricing on outcomes, not on man hours, and doing it very differently. I like this stat the best. That in that 1 quarter, Accenture's generative AI revenue surpassed all VC-backed startups combined in the world. Just showing you the opportunity that is there to build something very interesting. So, very contrarian. Again, I get a lot of people judge me for this because we love building products, we love building tech, which is great. But I do think there's a product meets services angle to businesses like these. I wanted to leave with a couple of thoughts. First is, this is just a quick snapshot of what I think are notable Indian Gen AI startups today. This is not a complete list, but foundation models, there's Sarvam and Krutrim, AI cloud, there is Nesa, Yota, horizontal apps, Haptic falls in them, but there's, bunch of good companies. Vertical apps, Cure.ai is doing some phenomenal work in healthcare. Spot Draft is a legal tech company. Spine is in physiotherapy. Kisan is in farmer agriculture. Content generation, InVideo is one of our fastest growing companies. You can go to InVideo and say, make me a video that does something. They'll spit it out for you very quickly. ML Ops actually has some very exciting companies being built. Super AGI is one of the fastest growing ML Ops tools in the world now, and the founders have relocated to the Bay Area. They've done some really good work. Services, Fractal Analytics, we all know them very well, legendary company, but they are really stepping up their growth because of what they are seeing. And this is an interesting website. This is a VC fund called Matrix, where they built a very good database. So this link, if you can just take that, they have an active database of all the Gen AI startups across sectors. And I wanted to leave you with, 2 or 3 actually most interesting companies I met in Silicon Valley recently, which, there's some things that truly blow your mind outside of the regular day-to-day stuff. And, in that, this whole concept of AI agents, which is becoming very popular, and I'll share 3 examples with you. So the first one is this app called Mindy, M-I-N-D-Y. Mindy basically says it'll act like your chief of staff. So, it's meant for executives, founders, CEOs, anybody. And what you do is you email Mindy whatever work you want. I basically email Mindy, hey, I'm going to T-Hub for a keynote session. Can you please tell me a little bit about T-Hub and what I should be saying? And it came back to me with an email with everything I should be doing. I asked it to do research on startups in India. I asked it to do many different things. Very seasoned engineers from Apple and Tesla building it. For anybody who craves like an executive assistant, do give it a shot. Beautiful product. This is called Multi-On. It's not launched yet, but something to watch out for. What they are basically doing is they'll give you an agent API that you can then plug into whatever you want to do. So, for example, you could basically say, let's say I'm an OTA. I am a Make My Trip. In Make My Trip, I could embed this API, and then as a user, when I come to Make My Trip, I could say, just go book the ticket for me. And then this will go and across the Make My Trip website, like as if it's a user, page by page by page, and actually book the ticket and send it to you. So, pretty interesting company, and they've not yet launched. And this you must try today. It's super amazing. This basically says you can actually build a prototype app, a functioning app in 3 minutes. It's called Marbleism is the product. So you go in and you basically say, I want to make an app, startup founders who are building apps, challenge yourself. What app you're building, go put it here and see how good a job it does. You can go and basically say, I want to build an app for ride hailing in the city of Hyderabad, and it'll build you a prototype using end-to-end LLMs within a few minutes that you can actually start using on your phone. So how can you win? I've tried something and I hope it works. Hello, hello, hello. Can you put this on? Hello, hello. Okay. So here's what I did. Hey ChatGPT. We'll try again. It's going to work. Okay. Hey, ChatGPT, do you remember the prep that we did 1 hour or so back? Are you ready?
Just let me know, and I'll be here to assist you with your keynote speech. You've got this.
Okay, great. So what I want you to tell everybody in the room, which is hundreds of entrepreneurs, is that what are the best practices to build an AI startup?
Sure thing. Here we go. Hello, everyone. It's fantastic to see so many passionate entrepreneurs here today. Let's dive into the best practices for building an AI startup. First, identify a real problem to solve. The best AI startups focus on addressing significant pain points in their target market. Make sure you understand the problem deeply and how AI can. Second,
I'm going to stop it. I think we get the drift. But I actually did this literally 1 hour back. I did this practice and I told ChatGPT, remember, we're going to go on stage. So this is how powerful stuff goes. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for having me.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
The Karma, Karta, Kriya of T-Hub, Mr. MSR, the Mahankali Srinivas Rao sir, 4 decades, almost 37 years. Put your hands together for the Globetrotter, the backbone of innovation, the backbone of the incubation, the T-Hub that it is, none other than the CEO of T-Hub, Mr. MSR, who is going to be addressing the gathering now.
When we put this event together, Rahul, my colleague, had some trepidation whether we would be able to do this given the weather we had yesterday. I was talking to our board member, B.V.R. Garu, and he was telling me about how he is, the game yesterday at the stadium got washed out. I was worried about a similar outcome, but I think the gods have been kind. Yeah. So thank you for joining us today at Macadamia. This is our first flagship event. So some of you were there when we launched our DST-funded AIML Center of Excellence. This happened on the 6th of March. We of course did a soft launch in December, but I'm so happy to see that in such a short period of time, we've been able to pull off an event of this magnitude. I'll share with you some numbers just to give you a sense of what we've been able to accomplish. So with the Macadamia event, we had about 8,716 people joining us both online and offline. We had 1,736 teams which competed in the hackathon, and we had about 772 teams competing in the quiz. So all of them bring to the table a unique talent, for a unique set of capabilities, a unique passion, and of course a unique perspective on AI. So when we put this event together, we were thinking about how do we create the foundations of building an ecosystem for AI. So what we did is we brought together academicians, we brought together startups bring their perspectives. So for those of you who have not been to the 7th floor of this building, we have now 80 plus startups in AI working out of this building. And a big cheer to Rahul and his team who worked tirelessly for the last 6 months to put this together, right? I think what it demonstrates is passion, commitment, enthusiasm, and energy can overcome any shortcomings. I want to give a special call out to some people who've really played a big part in making this event happen. First, a big thank you to Akrit Vesh, who's the founder and CEO of Haptic, the first AI company which got acquired for 100 million by Jio. Thank you, Akrit, for taking the time to fly all the way from Bombay to be here with us today. Professor Gaurav Raina, from IIT Madras, and I'm going to tell you a story about Professor Raina, with your permission. So his classes consistently have been ranked the #1 in computer science in IIT Madras for 5 years in a row. So thank you for taking the time for being here. I'd like to thank Shailesh Kumar, the CTO of one of Jio's businesses, for again taking the time to be here. It's a real honor and privilege, and as you can see, what we are trying to do is to put the building blocks together to create a sense of community. I keep thinking there are several races. India, we have fallen behind. So for those of you old enough to remember, in semiconductors way back in the 80s, we had something called the semiconductor complex built in Chandigarh. right? But we lost that race. And today we are at a seminal point in AI where if in India we don't build Indian capability using Indian talent, we will again fall behind and we run the real risk of being colonized, like has happened with other areas of IT. So this is our initiative to bring together collaborators from academia, from industry, from the startup world and technology companies. So big thank you to all our sponsors for this event. We've kept this event short because we wanted to really, for this event to be about the innovators, about the entrepreneurs. And thank you again for coming here. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Person who made this hackathon possible. The numbers MSR sir was telling it to us today was the largest, and it was possible because of the backbone who is driving math through macadamia, none other than the CEO, Rahul, the man who defines perseverance, the man with a plan, with forward vision, and who has an eye and vision towards AI. Hari, welcome Rahul, all over to you.
As MSR has already mentioned, and Sharmila has also mentioned, we are a center or an incubator within an incubator, but we are still a startup because we came into existence 6 months back. Officially, we were launched a month and a half back, that is March 7th of this year. I joined T-Hub and took this responsibility in October. And from that point of time, it was a vision or a plan that we have to establish our name. We have to make people hear our voice, and we have to make people believe that we do exist. And this was a fundamental thought that myself, along with MSR and all of our team members were having. And with that thought in mind, dream in mind, we envisioned about Mathademia, an event where we can get people participation from across the industry, across India. And as we speak, I would like to first thank Shardul, who has come from Delhi and is representing DST team. So DST team has supported us extensively throughout this journey, and not only by giving the fund to start this center, but also sharing all the guidance, knowledge, and all the support that we were requiring. And after that, the main backbone of this entire event, entire center is T-Hub. So I would like to thank, first of all, before I say anything more, to the T-Hub Board of Governors, Board of Directors, T-Hub CEO, MSR, T-Hub's CEO, Anish, and remaining T-Hub leadership, because without their support, it would not have been possible where we are. As we speak, I would just like to give a quick introduction about math by playing our math video, and after that I will share a few more anecdotes. So Anirudh, if you can showcase us.
They're shaping our lives in ways we couldn't have imagined a decade ago. And India has the potential to be at the forefront of this technological revolution. Today, we invite you to be part of an extraordinary journey as we unveil Math, Machine Learning and Artificial Intelligence Technology Hub, an ecosystem for AI and ML innovators. We are the center of excellence for AI and ML, supported by the Department of Science and Technology and T-Hub. With the vision to have AI everywhere, we empower AI and ML entrepreneurs with a comprehensive support system. Math brings you 5 distinctive offerings. Math Lab, a mini data center equipped with GPUs offering a robust infrastructure for developing, training, and deploying AI models. Mad Lake, a centralized repository designed to store and secure data, helping startups harness their data resources. Accelerator programs. These programs are designed to guide startups and transform their visions into reality. They encompass a variety of methods, such as workshops, boot camps, and masterclasses, along with peer-to-peer learning opportunities, like startup mixers and collaborative sessions among founders. Nuage, a global virtual collaboration platform that provides support on mentorship, funding assistance, data resources, and market expansion opportunities for startups. Name, Nurturing AI Minds, an immersive learning management system, providing access to curated education, resources, training modules, and workshops on AI and ML technologies. Math also cultivates the next generation of AI or ML talent through the AI Career Finder, facilitating seamless connections between startups in search of top talent and candidates looking for exciting opportunities. Additionally, Math empowers startups to leverage a pool of value partners, mentors, and investors. Math is a powerful tool for social change, bridging gaps in education, employment, community, and quality of life through sectors like healthcare, manufacturing, security, and more. Math is committed to making a significant impact at the bottom of the pyramid by creating jobs, ensuring that the benefits of AI and ML extend to the most underserved communities. Math strives to enhance accessibility, supporting innovations for today and tomorrow, and making AI solutions available. To join us on this exciting journey of innovation, visit our website at mathhub.ai and stay in touch at contact@mathhub.ai.
Thank you, Anirudh. And this is just a quick overview of what we offer in Math, because many of you are not aware, so I just thought to give a quick overview. We are one of the very few incubators in the country which is having the access of GPUs, and we have an in-house data center, thanks to Pi Data Center for that initiative, where they have supported us. And now we can extend access to GPUs through our compute capabilities. We have NAME, which is Nurturing Minds, which is a learning management system, and we have again got it done through one of our partner called Apposite Learning, who have helped us to come up with this platform. And today, whatever hackathon, everything that we are doing, also the courses of AI that we are showcasing, everything is run on this platform that is built in partnership with Apposite Learning. Our main objective is to support startups, help them come up with innovation, be whichever stage they are, whether they are at innovation early stage, whether they are at a ready to market, ready to scale up stage, at every stage to support them. We support them with funding support, mentorship, international market access, and also with data. In AI, most of the startups who are building algorithm and AI solutions, they need a lot of data, and I'm very proud to say that we have extensive access to data. And with that data, we are very hopeful that we'll be able to bring a lot of innovations in coming months and coming years. And last but not the least is the wonderful co-working space. And for that, again, big thanks to Government of Telangana and T-Hub for making this happen and making this possible. Moving on to the next slide quickly. This is a quick snapshot of the people who make us good, people who inspire us to work hard. And these are all the startups, and I'm very sure that in next couple of years, we will get few unicorns out of this bunch. So we have, as we speak, close to 80 startups on our floor. We have more than 900 startups in our ecosystem, and obviously not all 900 are displayed here. So with all the startups, we are working day in, day out. We have also collaborations with Bay Area now, where we are able to extend market access opportunity to our startups in Africa and in US. So apart from extending other supports that for building any good AI solution it is required. Coming back to today's event, Mathademia, these are some numbers which Sharmila and MSR has also covered. This is by far the largest hackathon, and for that I would like to thank Pankaj Diwan, who is the founder of Talent Farm, and also the founder of Idea Labs. So without Pankaj's support, it was never going to be possible. So thank you, Pankaj, wherever you are in the audience. So thank you for all your support and for all the hard work that your team has put in. And because of that, we were able to achieve this number. Second, we have conducted a couple of events like Gen AI workshop, and for that I would like to thank my college professors, Professor Ashwini Kumar and Professor Prakash, who traveled all the way along from IIM Lucknow, and they came here and conducted this wonderful session. And also we had a wonderful AI quiz where we got more than 700 teams, that is close to 1500 people participated. We got 3 winners. It was almost like a month-long exercise where we had couple of online rounds, then one offline, and today we had the on-stage event. And thanks to Sharmila again for being the perfect quiz master today. And also to Harika and team who has pulled out a great quiz for all of us. Now these are some numbers. We have panel discussions. I would like to thank all the speakers who have traveled across the country. But one thing that I would like to get your attention and share, when we thought of this event, honestly speaking, we were not having the manpower, we were not having the funding, and we were not having the way forward also. And we were very small, we were very nimble, and we didn't know how to do it. What we did is that we went out to our startup. We reached out to our startup and we made our startups our partners. So, and as an incubator, I understand that is my first responsibility to make our startups grow. And what we did is that we provided them this opportunity. So there on my left side, you see the names of our partners. Not all of them are our startups also. So we did this hackathon, which is supposedly or became the largest hackathon in Hyderabad, or one of the largest in the country, is because of Talent Form, which is a 6-month-old startup, and they have put in great effort. We ran the quiz on a platform called Hire++, which is again a startup which provided that platform to conduct this quiz online for 1,500 people across the country. We were able to create this reach because of one of our startup who agreed to become our outreach partner, and their name is Rava.ai, and Kiran, who is their founder, he came up with excellent suggestions and thoughts how to reach out to more people. Also, when people came on the hackathon day, they were supposed to use toolkits. We were approached by many MNCs who were ready to extend their tools for participants to use those platforms to run the algorithms or to run their solutions. We chose, or we trusted on 2 of our startups, Hyperleap and Kiss.ai, and you can see their name, and their platforms performed excellently well, where 6,000 people tested their solutions on premise, 130 plus people tested their solutions on their platform. What I can say after all this exercise is that the success of this event itself is a testament of the quality of the startups we are having, of the kind of product they are building, and the solution they are taking out for the market. So I told all my startups, I am not just running the incubator for you, I am also becoming your first customer, and I can, by making this event successful, this itself become the biggest testimony for your great service and the product that you are building. So thanks to all the startups we have, and a big round of applause for all the startups who have supported us in this journey. And we went to a couple of sponsors, very few, but most of the funding, resources, everything were all arranged by these startups. So in a nutshell, the event success is one aspect of it. It's not just the people or the participation. The fundamental goal that we are having is to make good startups and to support them in their journey. And I think Mathedemia established us, or gave this opportunity to me and our team to give that opportunity to our startups, where they actually establish their credibility. And last but not the least, we also had one startup called AI School, which also launched their logo today, and they were able to bring all the academic stakeholders for participating in the workshop. So in a nutshell, it was a team effort, not only from Math team, T-Hub team, but for all the stakeholders and the ecosystem partners. And with this, I would like to share that thank you everyone for all the support, and I hope that we will be able to take AI to greater heights and make Hyderabad the capital for AI, for India, for the world, from Telangana. Thank you everyone. Thanks for your support.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
How
AI, we're seeing AI evolving on a daily basis. We're seeing some announcements on a daily basis, but the academia should catch up. And how it should catch up is what, I'd really like to hear from all of you. So let me start with Professor Raina. So, Professor Raina, I've had the unique advantage of developing curriculum for the corporate industry, for executives, as well as for academia, which is ISB and the Advertising Standard Council of India. Now, while AI is evolving, the curricula it should also evolve. So the question to you, Professor Raina, is what specific skills and competencies should these colleges and universities prioritize to make sure that not just the curriculum, but the students who are consuming this curriculum are ready for the industry?
Sure. Can you hear me? Yeah, works. Thanks for that. I think that's one of the sort of central questions that is sitting with us today. And I think that should start with what is or what constitutes this area of data science, machine learning, AI in the first place. So then I would first like to start by saying that AI shouldn't be seen as just CS+. It's a brand new domain in its own right. So when you're looking at computer science, for example, most computer science departments would have 3 broad streams in them. There'll be theory, systems, machine learning, and AI. But now AI has matured enough to have a specific separate discipline in its own right. And that has 3 broad components to it. A computing component, which would have programming, databases, algorithms, data structures. Mathematics, which would have calculus, probability and statistics, linear algebra, and optimization. And when you combine the computing layer with the math layer, with the data layer, you get supervised learning, unsupervised learning, generative AI, and reinforcement learning. Right? So a BTech in AI is distinctively different than a BTech in computer science. So I think that's the very first thing that we need to recognize, that we have a brand new discipline. And this is something that the world now has to deal with, right? We're all in the same boat. So I think the very first thing that, we can't just be thinking about how do we have graduates with the correct skill sets 1 year down the road, right? That's a separate problem, right? But if you say, what is the next generation of graduates, which will only be 3 to 4 years away, right? Then I think these are the underlying theoretical concepts that they need to be comfortable with if they were to become the next generation of AI scientists and AI engineers.
A follow-up question to that. Some of these concepts have already been existent for the past few years. So in context of that, and some of the students are already consuming such content, where do you see the delta between what they have right now in terms of these concepts that you are explaining to what they need to be? Is there a delta at all, or what they're having right now is sufficient in terms of the conceptual concepts that you're talking about?
Sorry, you'll have to just repeat that again. Can I get that question again?
Yeah, so I was asking that some of these concepts, the topics that you're talking about, are currently available in the curriculum, right? To some
really.
level.
Not really. So, okay, so I think I get that question. So in computer science, for example, today you will have topics like mathematics for computer scientists, right? And I think to some extent, they neither do justice to the mathematics, nor enough justice to the computer science.
Right.
So you need to not have a course which says mathematics for machine learning and a little bit of linear algebra, a little bit of optimization, a little bit of probability. What I'm talking about is you need to have courses which are in calculus, probability and statistics, linear algebra, optimization, advanced optimization. So you probably need to do, I guess, at least one whole year of mathematics, and not just mathematics for computer science.
Thank you, Professor Raina. I think let's move on to our next panelist. And I think I want to point this question to Professor Ashwini Kumar. And while we are talking about AI and how it can impact students' learning, by using AI-based solutions, do you think that it would hamper critical thinking, it would hamper responsibility, ethics as part of the overall curriculum, or do you think that they will acquire new skills or new metrics?
Okay, yeah, thanks for the question. I think when you're talking about AI and AI skills that need to be incorporated in the curriculum, I think Professor Gaurav Rana is the expert, and I think he's already talked about the technical skills that need to be incorporated and how AI is a much broader subject than just machine learning and data science. And it needs to be much broadly incorporated in the curriculum. Now, when I look at thinking about AI, not just from a technical point of view or the technical skills, the AI skills, which Professor Gaurav has already explained very well. If I go beyond technical skills and just try to conceptualize the kind of world we're living in, if you look at the business today, we look in a highly disruptive world. It's AI and generative AI, along with other digital technologies and tools, is changing the way we live and work. And if you look at business particularly, it is disrupting just the rules of the game, how business is done across industries. So no industry, no company, no product or service is untouched by it. And so how are they responding to it? The ones which are successful are the ones which are thinking like data business, irrespective of the product or service you're in, whether you're an Uber or an Airbnb or a Google or an Amazon, or even the traditional companies. Look at Tesla, look at Nike and other companies. You're thinking and working like a data business, irrespective of the product or service or the industry you're in. And that's where the importance of the other aspect is how transformation change is the new constant. So, so the aspect that we typically buzzword is digital transformation and disruption. So companies need to be continuously on the path of digital transformation, which is a journey, not a destination. And that can happen with a combination of digital technology. So transformation of business models, business processes, using AI along with other digital technologies. So if you are living in a constantly disruptive and transformative world, using data, when we talked about data science earlier, supervised learning, unsupervised learning, reinforcement learning, and machine learning has been the buzzword for the last couple of decades in business. It has been, but earlier it has been primarily for decision making, getting insights which can be used for decision making. Now we have gone beyond it, where from machine learning we have gone to AI, which is about incorporating human intelligence in machines, where it can be used to transform business models and business processes. So having said that, if that is the context, the most important skill, or at least one of the most critical skills, becomes problem formulation and critical thinking. For the last few decades, if you look at the growth story of India also, the focus has been on services industry. In a stable business environment, the focus is on providing solutions. So providing solutions in a stable environment, using data for decision making and so on. But in this highly disruptive environment where change is the new constant, problem formulation and critical thinking becomes a very critical skill, using AI and generative AI and other tools. So there are two aspects to it. When you look at curriculum, irrespective of the discipline, it could be business, it could be technology, it could be media, it could be journalism and so on. There are 5 skills that typically even Harvard Business Review has come up with. So problem formulation, critical or creative thinking, but only that is problem formulation and creative thinking in this data intensive world where, you look at big data and the 3 V's of data. is not possible without the use of AI and generative AI tools to analyze data. So what has happened is the remembering part of the data, the researching part of data, the analysis part of data, which a lot of it was being done by humans earlier, can now be done better and more efficiently by generative AI. But does that mean it will replace human beings? Of course not. That will help us do more productive roles, which is problem formulation, creating new customer experiences, creating new products and services. So the way I look at it is the curriculum needs to be revamped to focus on problem formulation, creative thinking, interdisciplinary curriculum, because problems are interdisciplinary. They are not discipline specific. That does not mean discipline or subject matter has not to be taught. Obviously, they will be taught. But the problem formulation in terms of teaching this would be important. And experimenting with AI tools, right? So maybe, when you look at generative AI, instead of fearing it, it helps you do human-to-machine conversations in natural language. So it'll make everybody a programmer. A few years back, we were saying that how programming is to be learned by everybody, and it was incorporated in business schools also. And now with generative AI, we are saying that it will make everybody a programmer. So I see that generative AI is, especially generative AI, we talked about AI in transformation. Generative AI is going to transform job roles, and it'll help you become a programmer where everybody can help design solutions.
But what about regulation, sir? And I'd like to bring Dr. Garg here in terms of, there's a lot of activity happening, but without government regulation. And Dr. Garg, you've been in the government for 22 years. So is there any step being taken to kind of regulate how the curriculum is being designed using these various methodologies, and to what should be taught versus what should not be taught at this point? Is there any regulation happening, or should there be any regulation at this point?
So you talked about regulation as such for AI, and that too you came down even to this curriculum level, a regulation around a curriculum level. But it's unfortunate to note that AI as such has no regulation, whereas the biggest question around the use of AI in some of the most critical areas where it has got the power to solve the basic problems of a developing world like India. Talk about the huge healthcare need. Talk about increasing the productivity in agriculture. Talk about solving the logistic problems. AI has the ability to do that. But the problem with AI is that it has got a question of trust around it. Now we need to build a system which is powered by the regulations, which can be either global or can be country-based or national. But my point is that it has to be a combination of national and international, primarily focusing around that how do you create trust around AI in the consumers, among the consumers. I'm not talking about the developers, I'm not talking about the faculty. They have to be the enablers for enabling a curriculum that is revolving around this. There is an ISA 42201 standard, and Infosys is the first company that has actually adhered to those standards. You must have read it in the newspapers. We need to get more and more companies which are adhering to international standards on responsible AI. The second important point which I want to talk about is the regulations. What we look at, the first three industrial revolutions, 1, 2, and 3, the machines, the electricity, and the computers. India was nowhere, as was already said in the initial talks, both by MSR and others, and Rahul also. Why were we not there? We gave a reason that we were either colonized or just came out of colonial slavery. But when we are in 2024, we are an aspirational country with a huge talent. We need to actually nurture this talent rightfully so that the AI divide is not created the way the compute divide, the machine divide, and the electricity divide happened. in the first three industries. Where we were the seekers, the West was the provider. We need to be the providers in the sense because we have got two things. We have the skill. The skill has to be nurtured by people like Gaurav and others. The problem is that there are very few Gauravs. And the quality needs to be, and they should be actually be creating 1 million Gauravs out of one Gaurav, which the metaverse and AI has the power to do. So the first point is that one of the startups should create 1 million Gauravs for this country. That will be the first skills shortage question that will be solved. How do you do that? The folks know how to do it, and he also knows it. The second issue is that we need to understand that what we have as a power, we have the data, we have the skill, and we are the largest source of problems in the world. If we bring these three together, create the right policy framework, regulatory framework, and a skill development framework, create many more of these institutes like which is there on the 7th floor, the maths, we can solve this problem because we have the ability to do that. That's the limited point. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Gar. But this ability of problem solving, right now, or at least these discussions are happening at, say, metros or in top universities. Do you see that happening at, say, a district level colleges or tier 3, tier 4 colleges as well?
It can happen. This country has been the strongest. This country has actually originated the very concept of mathematics. We as a community are considered to be the strongest along with the Chinese on maths, if you agree to me. But the problem is that most of the maths courses and the curriculum and the teaching pedagogy has converted mathematics also into a concept called history. And the way जो रटंत है हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ उसे जाना है, and that was the original Indian way of learning. We have to come out of the colonial mindset of our learning systems and create and bring us our own old set of methods by which learning was through experience rather than by remembering certain things. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gar. Professor Sujit, do you think it's time for colleges and universities to nudge the students towards AI-first innovations? Right now, there is a section which says, okay, AI-based innovations, there are human-based innovations and other kind of innovations. Should the colleges say, hey, first focus on AI-first innovations?
To begin with, I would like to thank T-Hub and Maths for organizing this beautiful event. In addition to IIM Nagpur, I am representing Association of Information Systems India chapter, where we have some 130 members, and these members are broadly from business schools. They teach information systems, digital technologies, including AI, to current generation. Coming to your point, I would like to divide learners into two groups. One group is learners with computer science background, another students or learners with non-computer science background. What should be covered to teach computer science background, Dr. Raina has already talked about. They should be good at maths and associated disciplines. Now, when we come to teaching AI innovations to non-computer background, we need to focus on two broad aspects. One aspect I would like to begin with, we should teach what capabilities AI technologies are bringing to the table. Second, what AI can do and what AI cannot do. To begin with AI capabilities, I would like to bring your attention to two broader capabilities. One capability where AI is much, much superior is the perception. Perception, AI tools, AI applications are much superior than human. Human commits 5% error when they recognize an image, whereas machines have reached at the level of 99% accuracy. I would like to give one example where it comes to real world problems. In India, we have one ophthalmologist on 1.25 lakhs population. So it is very difficult to, have doctors or ophthalmologists who can cater this large scale problem related to cataract. So we designed one application where we can detect cataract using AI. This is one simple use case. This is the type of curriculum we should design, we should talk about in our classrooms. Second is deep customization. This is one of the excellent capability of AI comes up with. Like these days we start watching reels and we end up watching, for hours. And this is what we observe. One major problem, what we see in today's world is education. Education in particularly rural setting or even urban setting. We are providing a generic education. Maybe down the line, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, we may come up with customized education. So this is another use case what I see. The second issue what I would like to talk about, what AI can do and what AI cannot do. This is also we should bring in our curriculum. What AI can do photo tagging, AI can do speech recognition, machine translation, all these things AI can do. What AI cannot do is judgment skills. Judgment skills are there with human. So these are the things which we should cover to, in colleges and even at school level to handle AI innovations, to address real world issues.
I have one question for all the teachers here. So I have 3 teachers who are teaching. What do you foresee the role of a teacher in an AI education system in the future? Do you think, what role will a teacher play? And that's on the mind of every educator at this point, when they're thinking about AI, will their role get diminished? So let me start with you, Professor Shmi.
I think the role remains the same. A teacher, what does a teacher want? It wants that any teacher, guru or professor, whatever you call them, whatever name you call them by, wants that every student should realize their potential in life, irrespective, based on their strengths and interests and so on. I think what AI and generative AI, and especially the usage of generative AI in teaching pedagogy would help us do is democratization and transformation of education and learning so that we can achieve this at a scale. We can personalize learning and reach many more students at scale, which is what our original intention was, but it was difficult to do without technology. If you're teaching one-to-one, that's possible, but when you're teaching more and you can now actually reach many more people, so the role remains the same, but it actually helps us achieve our dream of reaching more students and helping them realize their potential.
Professor Raina, your thoughts? Will a teacher be needed in the future?
I think the role of the teacher then shifts to being the role of a mentor. And content delivery per se should not be the primary role that you play within the 1 hour that you actually have with students. And I think there's a phenomenal opportunity now, given that you've got access to digital content, you have access to digital tools, you will have access to AI tools to really reimagine the class, right? And how you're going to spend that 45 minutes to an hour. Just to mention, over the last year or so, I started experimenting with a new pedagogical structure in my classes, and I called it, I sort of gave it a slightly funny name, called it the MAD plan, which was mentorship and discovery plan, right? Where through that 1 hour, students get different experiences with the same content. Right? Now those are early experimentations, right? But I really think gone are the days when you come into class, you stand in front of the blackboard and you just go ahead and talk for 45 minutes. The blackboard will have a role, but then so will digital technologies, so will digital tools, so will AI and AI technologies. But the fundamental shift has to be from teacher to mentor.
Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, I fully agree with Dr. Raina. I believe we should be a facilitator rather than teacher. And normally what I do in my MBA, teaching, MBA classroom teaching, we discuss a point or topic, and then we ask about some questions, and then I ask this question from generative AI, ChatGPT. And then ChatGPT gives multiple versions to the answer. Then I ask them to, discuss and see what is the correct answer.
Thank you. Your thoughts, Dr. Gaur, on what kind of infrastructure should the school and the college curriculum set up now to equip themselves and be ready for AI future education? What type of infrastructure, it may be hardware, software, what type of talent ecosystems should colleges and universities set up?
I think the basic problem with the skill is the skill providers. And there is a huge gap between the quality of skills required and the providers that are providing such skills. There has to be a clear-cut thought. The NPTEL program was one experiment by the government to actually bridge that. But it failed somehow because the curriculum was not interesting enough. The time has come that we really, if we have to catch up with the two superpowers of AI, that is US and China, we need to bridge this gap very fast. We need to devise some very interesting methods by which some of the leading talent for providing such skills are brought to one platform, create some interesting stuff around it and provide to the students. The second problem is around the AI space is that there are three basic problems of experimenting around AI. One is the compute, the second is the data, and third are the use cases. There is no other place except THub has the capability to create their own GPU compute space. And there are 1,000 incubators in this country. I think 999 don't have that capability. The time has come that one has to sit together, because most of these incubators are in educational system, that how public-private partnerships come together to provision such compute for all students to be actually able to experiment around AI. The data governance models is the second layer which needs to be devised so that ethical, trusted data is in the hands of students to experiment around this. And we don't need one hackathon in a year, we need million hackathons in the year so that this is not for the case that we need problem solving. We need to sensitize the students and the innovators around the type of use cases that are possible by AI to be solved. That's all.
Thank you. Thanks. We are at the end of time, but I do want to ask one relevant, fun question. If you had all the AI superpowers to make one IPL team win the championship, I know, which team would you choose? Which IPL team do you want AI to help win the championship?
The IPL team, that is the Indian students.
Thank you. Professor?
Hyderabad Sunriser.
Yes, thank you so much. Professor Raina?
I'd support a team called Mathmedia.
Okay. Very good answer, sir.
If I use the bias training data set of this audience, then it has to be the popular answer, which is Hyderabad Sunrisers. But coming back to your first question, being a responsible professor and using responsible AI, I would not want to use my AI superpower for something. I'll want to use it for a better cause as far as humanity is concerned.
Thank you.
And let
so much.
cricketers do their job.
Thank you so much. It was lovely talking to all of you, and I hope the audience had a great time. Thank you so much once again.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So first, probably I would like to start with Shailesh, with you. You have spent decades with data, AI, and stuff. So the first question is, like, when we are talking about AI, the first thing comes to my mind is data. And in India, everybody says data is in abundance. But actually, good data and bad data are something which is always a concern. So when any innovator, any startup, or anyone who is building a new product, what suggestions you have, like how he can, what principles he should follow to extract the right kind of data so that he can train his algorithm in the right way and build the best possible product. So what is your suggestion and what is your thought process around those lines?
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting us. So, I think of data as a pantry of, if you've seen MasterChef Australia, the first thing that the chefs do is go to a pantry where there is beautiful vegetables and meat and everything. And if the pantry is not good, the dish is never going to be good, right? So think of data as the pantry of data science. And obviously, we talk about data. If you think about the origin of data, right, the first data was created not for data science and AI use cases, but for debugging your software, right? The first outcome that created was debugging was the first use case of data. Then dashboard was the second use case of data. And now data science is the third use case of data. Now the data that was created back then, 20 years ago for debugging is not the quality that we need in data science. So I think there's a big gap between data created for one purpose and data actually needed for another purpose. So I think there's a very big quality gap, and there are now automated algorithms to determine the data hygiene, the quality issues, the obfuscation and PII issues. There are a lot of such data issues that need to be cleaned up before data is ready for the next stage. And we are in the era of what we call a data products now, which are supposed to do two very important things with data. One is to abstract data from technology, right, and make data domain-centric. If a farmer wants to know what is the forecast tomorrow, he doesn't care about whether you have stored that data in this table or that table, right? He's doing a query at a domain level. So how do we create data as an abstract layer of APIs at a domain-centric without thinking about technology at the bottom? And second is standardization. If you think of what standardization has done, 4G, 5G, 3G, MPEG, JPEG, these are all standards. Without standards, we would not be able to do any of that stuff. Similarly, data needs to be standardized. What does a standard data look like for, every domain? And there are data models coming up.
Right.
And the last point I want to make is, if you think about what is data, for Google, one part of data is the whole internet, but the more important part of data for Google is the click feedback that it is receiving. So what is data? Data is not just the raw thing. Data is also the feedback that you receive. The data is also the reviews and ratings. The data is also the features that you build from raw data. The data is also the labels that you get. The data is also the metrics that you compute. The data is also the decisions you have made in the past. The data is also the inferences that have come from AI models. So when we think of data, data is a very broad spectrum. Abstract it, make it complete, and OpenAI spent 10 years cleaning up their data before they got the algorithm to do what it does, and we see the results of it. So it's a very hard work, and the word data mining was coined just for that reason, because we realized data quality is very poor, and it has to be mined like you mine the gold out of ore before you can make a necklace out of it. So that's the spirit, and obviously it's a friend, but it's a very difficult friend. So we have to work on it a lot before we get a right model out. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. So Rajesh, coming back to you, you work with, yeah, you can take this mic probably.
Yeah.
So you work with the multinational, you have, in your past, you have worked with big companies, and you are also, I understand, see and mentor with startups and innovators. For you, like from a big corporation perspective, data, having access to data is one thing, but how are you looking at it from a security perspective? How you make sure that the data is secure? Or do you think the security of big corporations is restricting the access of easy data that they can get? So what are your thoughts around data access and data accessibility for big corporation versus the startups or the innovators?
Yeah, good question. So what we need to first understand is the problem pertaining to the data access and data democratization cannot be solved overnight. If you see it in the context of a public LLM or a private LLM. So I would like to see it in two different buckets. If you look at the public LLM, the way the public LLMs are developed is you do a web crawl of the data, get the data from the open databases without validating whether whatever data that is getting generated in the public domain is valid or not. It goes into the data and then it creates the hallucination problem. Then you come back and then through the what we call as the reinforcement learning through human feedback, you correct that particular data. So this has to change over a period of time. And for that to change, you need a wide ecosystem-wide interventions where you have to bring in aspects like data provenance, data democratization, and how do you monetize that particular data in a rightful way. Once you have the superstructure of these elements in place, whether the data being accessed by a big corporate or a small corporate automatically gets addressed. Today, nobody is spending significant amount of time in correcting that foundational input, right? If you look at the presentation the previous speakers did, he started from bottoms up, where he looked at the compute layer and went to the data layer. But if you are a person focusing on developing the LLM, the basic input, the foundational input, the primordial input is going to be data. That's where you need these wide interventions, which are not going to come overnight, because we are currently in a scenario what we call as the Web 2 or Web 2.5, where the prosumer aspect is not come into account, where the person who produces the data can monetize and also consume the data. That systematic shift cannot happen until and unless we herald into what I call as Web 3.0, where the data provenance is established right from the source from where the data gets created. You don't have today the visibility across the ecosystem from the source to consumption, how that particular data is going to be modified. So that's the first thing that is required. Now coming to an organizational context, even in a large organization, there's no data democratization. How many times have we seen an organization where one unit in an organization has more access to the data and another unit in the organization does not have the access to the same data sets.
Right.
So the data democratization needs to be brought into place, which will come with or a blockchain kind of an implementation where you create what we call as a single source of truth, and you also validate every piece of data that gets generated even in an organizational context. You know, it's not necessary that in an organizational context all the data is valid and sane, right? There are intentional and unintentional human errors which kind of corrupt the data. So you have to correct those mechanisms also. So once you correct at a wider ecosystem level, and second you correct at an enterprise level, what you're talking about can be accomplished easily.
Thank you, absolutely, and can't agree more on that thought. But coming on to the next topic, to Jankiram, to you, when we are talking about data and everything, just adding to what Rajesh mentioned, like there is something which is of pertinent importance is ethics around AI, and it is not just around data, but also the models that we are building, whatever we are doing. So that's what we call responsible AI, ethics around AI, and different terminologies are coming on. Now, obviously, there are a lot of regulations and processes are coming. Like EU recently or some time back they have launched their regulations. Now there are a lot of businesses also started popping up who are working with them on compliances and all this thing. So what is your thought process in terms of, is it just more like a new business stream that is getting up in the market, or some actual work is happening, or if it is happening, like which all areas India as a country should focus on? So because we are vulnerable from multiple aspects, we are not like EU or other people. So if I have to ask you very precisely, like for India or for Bharat, what should be the ethical strategy or responsible AI strategy? So your thoughts, Janaki, over that.
Right. So currently there is a scarcity of data, right? Which means to train these large language models, data is ingested from wherever, whatever is the source. So whether it is social media or blogs or Reddit threads or Stack Overflow, whatever is available in the public domain is being siphoned into training these large language models. And the biggest risk with that is the biases that we carry as individuals, as citizens, as society. Whatever is being written about, whatever is being spoken about publicly on the internet is going to be the data on which the models are going to be trained. The knowledge, the cultural bias that these LLMs carry are a true reflection of what we as individuals, societies, towns, countries actually think of, because that is what is being used to train this. So getting the cultural aspect of LLMs is very critical, because you cannot use a model that is trained with a large data set that doesn't belong to you for your internal purposes. There is going to be a significantly different cultural issue that you're going to deal with. So if I have to call out one thing, it's very important for any country, including India, to understand the cultural impact of data on models and create approaches. For example, synthetic data is going to be an approach. So the models are becoming so powerful that the AI models are going to be used to generate new data. That is not very difficult. So I think the future of data, and particularly the policies around data governance, is using AI to generate the data that is ethical, that is unbiased, that is neutral, that is culturally sensitive, to train new models. So I think in India it's very important to bring that diversity and cultural aspect as a policy and as something that is considered right from day zero when we are building the entire AI strategy and the AI stack.
But Janki, for a startup, how he should look at it?
This is not a problem with the startup. This is not a problem with a platform company. This is the problem that got to be solved by the AI governance that the government is going to set up. This is a policy decision that needs to happen at a very high level, rather than a startup or a data platform or a developer platform worrying about it. It is nothing to do with that. This is the policy that has to be baked at the highest level of the governance.
Yeah, Rajesh, you want to share?
Just to add to that, in terms of what is responsible AI.
Right.
Responsible AI does not mislead people, does not use data in objectionable manner, and then gives credit to people whose data has gone into it. And if you look at the communication minister who made a statement, when they come back to the power, they're going to pass a legislation wherein they're going to say that LLM generator or the LLM model maker has to incentivize the publisher of data whose data has gone into the LLM. Now, do we have a framework for that? No, we don't have a framework for that.
Right.
So you are left that to an imagination, because there is no tech framework for that. There is no operational framework for that, nor there is a code of practice for that. So for that, it again dovetails back to what I said before from a data democratization perspective. If you don't have the foundational tech stack to enable the data democratization, how will the legislation is going to work? ultimately what is going to happen, the lawyers are going to have a field day because the LLM guy is going to dispute, saying that I have not used the data. The publisher is going to prove that he or she has used the data. So it's going to, unleash a lot of litigation and various other things. So one, get the tech stack in place. Two, have the operational framework in place. And then establish a code of practice. Then responsible AI works. Otherwise, it's just a glorified statement.
Right, absolutely. So Shailesh, coming back to you, you have been working towards a lot of things which you have mentioned about AI for India, AI for Bharat. So in your scheme of things, as Janki and Rajesh just now highlighted, the importance of responsible AI and also from the policy side, how government or any of these bodies need to play a role. You are working in one of the largest corporations of India, like one of the India's largest organization called Jio. What you or your organization is doing around it, is it mostly like you are also still waiting for the policies to come in place, or you are doing some initiatives from your side in those lines?
So, we are very proactive about many issues that we foresee will come. Right. So one is we are also contributing to the regulatory framework. I'm sure all of us are giving inputs and all of that. But from day one, we are very conscious about, most important is privacy, right? We have access to phone numbers of people, and that leads to Aadhaar card and many other things. So we are very conscious about, privacy is a very top issue for us. And, everything we do, we obfuscate and make sure that privacy is always preserved, and only a court order can undo the privacy clause, right? So that is very important. And we make sure that all our models not only are bias-free, but also privacy preserved. And, and for us, responsible AI is not an afterthought. We have built a model, now let's test whether it is unbiased or not. We are now building frameworks which are, unbiased first, responsible first AI modeling frameworks we are now coming up with. So those are some of the things we are doing. Going back to the previous issue, I'll just give 3 anecdotal examples of how I learned my, responsible AI lessons, right? So my first lesson was after 9/11, we built a model for the Department of Homeland Security, where the model was taking all the travel data of all the US citizens, including name, places, driver license, everything. And we were mining that to find, behavior of terrorism. And there was a big lawsuit between Homeland Security and UCLA, and they talked about privacy versus security. So a beautiful debate. And at the end of the debate, Supreme Court decided that privacy is even more important than national security. That is what they said. Privacy is even more important than national security, and you cannot collect travel data of people to just prevent the next 9/11, right? So that's a very big lesson for me, that how important, even within a year of 9/11, people still think privacy is more important than security. That is a very important lesson. Second lesson I learned is, as technologists, we get very excited about what we are doing. So I built a very nice auto-suggestion system for Gmail. Gmail does not have a very good auto-suggestion in Google. So I said I could mine the Gmail data of every user and build an auto-suggestion for that user that only that user can see. And then when it went for a legal review, they said, no, this is going to create a big problem, because if I am a user, I'm looking at my auto-suggestion, which is very private conversation, showing up in auto-suggestion, that will give a perception to the end user that Google is reading my Gmail, which is not true. We are reading machines are reading it, not humans. Even that is not acceptable, right? So that got cancelled. So sometimes we get carried away by great technology ideas, but we forget about how the end user will perceive it, or somebody could misuse it. Third example, at Ola, we had an opportunity to mine your SMS data to build a credit score for Ola Money, and we had a very big debate about that. We didn't first say, can we do it? The first question was, should we do it? Right. And we said, no, today we will access your email, SMS. We will all leave the company. Tomorrow somebody will come and start misusing it. So we cut the possibility of a future misuse on day one itself, and we said we are never going to do. this kind of a thing, right? SMS-based credit models, for example. So these are very important lessons I have learned, that, you know, there is a line which is sometimes very blurry. You don't know when you're going to cross the privacy line, and then you're going to start to misuse that, you know, knowingly, unknowingly. The model will pick it up, you won't know. So I think we have to be very careful with these issues. And beyond privacy now, bias and others have come up. And those should not be an afterthought. They should be baked into our data strategy, our modeling strategy, our deployment and everything else. And we should be very, because like they said, no, with great powers come great responsibility. Yeah?
Absolutely. So continuation to that thought process, we covered responsible AI, we covered data, your thoughts in around data accessibility and you know, democratization of data. Coming back to the, you know, if I have to talk about the elephant in the room or the compute issue that all of us are talking about. So you are in Geo, you are sitting, and this is a joint question for both Shailesh and Rajesh. Like now both of you come from big organizations, right? You don't have the dearth of money as such, right? So how big is the compute problem in real sense for you? Is it just a made-up problem, or do you really think that the cost is extremely high and really there is lack of access, and is it like a real problem in sense? So just want to understand, like, if any of you can go first, right?
So, you know, Geo is managing some of the largest data sets in the world, right? If you think about 500 million people, all of the telecom data of that, right? Like every call generates some data, right? Or the retail data, right? And all the media data and all of that. So I think we have been managing very, very large data centers already,
right?
You know, during telecom and all that. And now, you know, Mr. Ambani's vision is that, look, we have brought down the cost of communication through, you know, Geo as a telecom. And now the next big battle is the cost of compute. And that has to be brought down. And there are two ways to do it. One is we manufacture our own compute in India, which will take 10 years for us to mature. Or we host compute from outside and reduce the cost of managing a data center, right? The energy is the new cost, if you will. And, you know, if we integrate energy backward and say, how do we use solar energy and all of that to run large data center, reduce the cost of compute, is one more dimension. And, you know, you guys have very nice startups in the compute space. And a lot of compute innovation are coming. Recently, you know, they announced, you know, 5x better compute, or, you know, quantum is coming. So I think compute innovation will keep happening. Cost will keep coming down as requirements go up. But today there is a very big gap between supply and demand. And that is what, you know, everybody in the government, in the industry is recognizing that India is lacking in that, and we need to catch up on that. But I think this is also an opportunity for startups to look at low compute alternatives to doing AI, right? And what does that mean? You know, ISRO versus NASA, right? And I think there's a lot of innovation that can be done on low compute, deep learning, and Gen AI.
Absolutely.
And we should treat it in that spirit also.
Sure.
Thank you.
So, Rajesh, to add on that, how many of your team members or your colleagues you have seen are using H100s? So you can add that in your answer.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely. Before that, I wish if AI could delay the hunger of many people over there so that they could sit here and listen to the session. So that's a wish list on the AI, right? So now in terms of the compute perspective, I would like to slightly alter your question. Compute from a first mover advantage perspective and compute from an optimal requirement perspective. If you're bringing in the equation of a first mover advantage, yes, you know, access to compute creates, it doesn't create a leveling field for all the people, you know, big organizations vis-a-vis startups. But all hope is not lost. You know, many people are under the perception that you would need GPU of a particular OEM to run your LLM model. How many of us know that you can run an LLM model on TPU? And tensor processing units from Google have been there for quite some time, number one. Number two, CDAC today gives access to compute at a much lower price. And I say that with confidence because in my previous company, when the then MD and CEO CP Gurnani had taken the challenge from Sam Altman to build a grounds up LLM model in Hindi. We were the first, that group was the first group which built the Hindi LLM grounds up. And that point of time also compute was a big challenge. I got a quote from that particular OEM where I thought they misplaced 3 or 4 zeros extra in that quote because it was prohibitive. But did we stop the journey? No, we did not stop the journey. We pivoted it on TPU, tensor processing units. A large extent can be done on TPUs. Second, we found alternate sources like CDAC, which were able to give it at a much lower price. Now you have people like Yota. Yota is promoted by a classmate of mine from Columbia Business School, Sunil. Now he's taken on the task of bringing those NVIDIA A100s or whatever it is into India, and now he's converting it on a pay-as-you-go model or on a demand model, right? Yota guys are now going full steam into the marketplace and telling those companies saying that you work on our particular compute. Yeah, from a PwC perspective, we've spent globally $2 billion to make AI accessible not only to employees at PwC but also to our clients. But it was not, entire thing was pivoted purely on compute perspective. The various methods of using, we have Chat PwC, which is to be used in the organization, which is a morphed version of ChatGPT. We've taken ChatGPT and then we changed it from an enterprise context and enable the access. So if you consider these components, then compute is not an actual problem. And history tells us, for example, in 1980, if you had to buy 1 GB of storage from IBM, it would have given you $30,000, $40,000 as a bill for 1 GB of storage. Today you pay a fraction of cent for that one particular GB. So it is going to change over a period of time. Yes, from a first mover advantage, it does create unfair field, but that doesn't deter you from looking for alternatives. There are enough alternatives today which are already available from a PSU as well as a non-PSU environments.
Thank you, Rajesh. So as a closing remark for the day or for the evening, Janaki, like your thoughts on the quantum computing and GPUs and all this accessibility and the real need of GPUs in the market?
Yeah, so interestingly, GPUs were not originally made for deep learning or AI.
I'm glad that you made this statement.
So
right.
It was, as they call it, was serendipity that just happened to be the most generic processor, and NVIDIA got it right with the hardware and software combination. But there are a lot of other things that are happening. For example, AMD and Intel are not sitting quiet. They are actually trying to utilize this opportunity, and they are coming out with very capable, viable alternatives, number one. Number two, there is certainly a need and an opportunity to create highly purpose-built and specialized processors or AI accelerators for LLMs, because LLMs is the third generation of AI. The first one was machine learning with linear regression. The second generation was neural networks. The third generation that we are experiencing today is based on transformers. So there is definitely an opportunity to build processors not based on GPUs, but processors that are squarely targeting the newer networks, right? The transformer architecture. So I'm not sure if you heard of it, but there is a company in US called the Grok, which has created what is called LPU, the language model based processing unit. So they are offering blazing fast inference, and they are not disclosing the price around it. It's currently being battle tested. But if Grok gets the supply chain right, and if they figure out how to actually get that out of their fabrication unit, I think it's going to be a pretty good alternative. So the forward-looking view is this is a very short-term opportunity that NVIDIA is cashing on, but that's not going to be the future. The future is purpose-built FPGAs and ASICs and accelerators squarely targeting LLMs and the upcoming models.
Sure.
I just
Yeah.
wanted to say one more aspect. Sorry, I forgot about that. See, the cost of compute is going to come down. Take my word for granted. Empirical evidence suggests with online storage. But the bigger question that all of us collectively have, can you make Gen AI into Jan AI? Gen AI into JAN AI? And the responsibility of pivoting the Gen AI into Jan AI is amongst all of us. Some of us have to shoulder that responsibility and make that happen.
Absolutely. And on that note, probably I just want to say that the thoughts that you have shared today, not only extremely important, but I'm sure like our startups and all of us would like to have further discussion in coming days. And as Shailesh has already experienced, like a lot of startups came to you, spend time with you, and in coming weeks, like Rajesh and Janki, we will also reach out to you so that we can get more such exciting discussion individually with you and our fraternity and ecosystem. And when we do such exercises, I'm sure, adding to your point, Gen AI is not far enough, and we will definitely reach there.
And Rahul, consultants never say no to consulting work.
Absolutely. So with that, I say thanks to all of you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jayshree, and I'm bringing you the latest in the world of African startups from Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. So, welcome to My Startup TV Africa. Tonight, I bring you exciting news from the world of African startups, and I will also introduce to a very special guest who is joining us all the way from Africa in Morocco. Before we get started, I request all of you to subscribe to our different channels. We have a podcast on Spotify and Amazon. We are also available on different social media channels, which is Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Koo. And lastly, please don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, which is My Startup TV. We also have other channels connected to it, like My Startup TV Regional. Now without wasting any more time, let's quickly get to the news. So the most exciting development in Africa right now, something that gets me exciting as well, is the GTEX 2024. So you all know African tech is booming. The continent's biggest tech event, GTEX Africa, is happening in Morocco from May 29th to 31st. This year, the event will see over 1,400 companies showcasing their concepts and solutions in 21 halls, marking a 70% increase since last year. Artificial intelligence is a major focus, with experts discussing its potential to transform everything from healthcare to finance, a much needed requirement in Africa. The event will also bring together investors and startups aiming to raise as much as $10 billion by 2025. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Africa's movement to define its own digital future. Coming to next news, it's from West Africa. The UNICEF Ghana's Startup Lab program is launching it has already started its 2024 accelerator program. This 6-month program will support 25 tech-based startups that are focusing on social impact. The startups will get help with refining their business models, finding investors, and building networks. They'll also collaborate with UNICEF to improve their products and reach more children. The program is a big step forward in using technology to improve the lives of children and young people in Ghana. And in last news, according to a report, Francophone Africa is the only African region to demonstrate year-on-year growth in numbers of deals and investor participations in 2023. The region displayed resilience in terms of the number of deals, reaching a total of 93 deals and marking a 16% year-on-year increase, whereas the rest of the continent experienced a significant 32% year-on-year drop. This now accounts for 20% of the continent's total deals, up from 12% in 2022. Now, interestingly, our guest this evening is also someone who is an expert in the field of startups investments in Francophone Africa. I have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Ali Ketani, the founder and managing director of Athena Africa Ventures, a private investment bank operating out of Casablanca and Paris. But to give you more information about this, I will have Ali on the show itself. Welcome to our show, Ali.
Hi, Shayasri. Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure.
Fantastic. Before we get started, please tell our audiences about Athena Africa Ventures, and I will quickly get to all the questions.
Yes. First of all, thank you for a broad introduction, and you gave the actual background of what's going on, especially the excitement around the fact that GITEX Africa is coming to Marrakesh in Morocco for the second consecutive year next week. So this is very exciting for us. The second thing, I will quickly introduce Athena Africa Partners. We are a boutique investment bank. Our history comes from private equity, but in recent years, we are pivoting quite intensively to venture capital and technology. It's part of our DNA. I'm personally an engineer. Some of my partners are also engineers as well. And clearly there's a bigger momentum, as you mentioned, generally for the continent, but up until recently, and you've mentioned the number of growth from 12% to 20% in Francophone Africa. There's really two Africas up until recently. There's the Anglophone Africa, obviously South Africa, but also Nigeria, Kenya, and Egypt, who were capturing the lion's share of the VC investment in the continent, to the tune of, as you said, 12%. It means that 88% would go to Anglophone countries. And the growth that you're seeing now is merely a catching up of Francophone countries, North Africa and Western Africa primarily. Reason being that there's a cultural gap, obviously, and there's a network gap in the sense that from Anglophone countries, you have a diaspora that is very much invested in the United States, and Anglophone countries, so UK, Canada, and the United States. So culturally speaking, a much more mature knowledge and familiarity with venture capital, with technology, with the startup ecosystem as a whole, as opposed or as compared to Francophone Africa, where the relationships are more European, with France, with Germany, and therefore there was a catching up to do, which we are doing as much as we can, so that this culture of entrepreneurship, culture of technology, culture of venture capital, also from the financial side, is slowly but gradually catching up. And this is what we do. So Athena Africa, as I said, we started primarily from PE. We are now very much invested in the VC space because we see on the two sides. We see on the side of the entrepreneurs that more and more young scientists or entrepreneurs in general, especially in certain fundamental sectors like agriculture and health and education, are jumping on the bandwagon of VC, are taking their courage and going to seek funds, taking the courage and raising friends and family fund to start a company around their idea. And the ecosystem as a whole, with the help of some incubators, with the help of some governments. So we have more entrepreneurs on one side, and obviously on the other side, the international VC funds and also some local VC funds, I will talk about that in a minute, are also catching up and also looking for the local gems, whether in Senegal, in Morocco, in Tunisia, in Côte d'Ivoire, and all the region. And they do find those gems. They do find people that are actively thinking about mobility, thinking about energy, thinking about healthcare, thinking about fintech, obviously. But it has been a little bit slower than Anglophone Africa. But with our help, we're trying to catch up as quickly as possible. And clearly, an event like GITEX helps a lot in this regard. So what do we do specifically? We do really two things. We are building a platform that is called Tech Ventures Africa. And that platform has an objective of not only nurturing local startups in various countries in Northern and Western Africa, but also helping international startups who, for any good reason, haven't come to the continent yet because it's not been their priority. What we're telling them is that with their solution, whether they come from Brazil or Canada or Spain or elsewhere. We tell them, look, we've looked into your solution and we believe there are off-takers in our countries. We believe there's potential. Maybe because you're addressing your priority markets, you haven't had the time or the priority to come to our countries, but we are here as a platform to help you build up your company in Africa, with Morocco as a hub, but potentially in Senegal or Cote d'Ivoire as well, and Ghana. And we are going to find you not just the markets, let's say an agri-tech, for instance, who deals with water or who deals with the culture's preservation or protection. We will tell them, look, we can identify for you your best partners on the commercial side, but also some local partners, so local investors who can invest locally with you in your subsidiary, so you can develop your business without that taking too much of your bandwidth, so you can continue growing your natural markets, whether in Canada or Germany or whatever, but we will give you some resources, commercial resources, technical resources, and financial resources locally, so that you can build up your subsidiary in Dakar tomorrow, and we will help you penetrate the local ecosystem. We will help you talk to the people who will use your solution, and we will interest the local stakeholders, especially on the financial side, on the investment side, into your solution. So it's really a two-way street whereby we help local startups not just develop domestically, but also be connected to the rest of the world. Because today, the beauty of technology is that there are no borders. If somebody has a great idea out of Abidjan in Cote d'Ivoire, well, maybe that idea is very relevant to somebody in Mexico or in Brazil. So that's our job, is to help African startups get into the world and to have world or global startups come into Africa, because without somebody like ourselves on the ground, it seems to them more complicated, maybe on the regulatory side or maybe on the commercial side. You know, they have maybe the language also. We are talking about Francophone Africa. Let's say you have a startup in the US or in Italy, and perhaps they don't speak French, or they think it's difficult to get into Cote d'Ivoire. And our job is to make it a lot easier. So that's what we do. And obviously, as I said, there are more and more VC funds, some of them local, and that's the good news. We have, at least in Morocco, a very strong push by the government and by the private financial services sector, a big push with some grants and with some government money that's coming into the tech world, so that we can do this job, so that we can become a good destination for startups, obviously, that are not here, and of course a big boost to the local startups. And of course we have a lot of funds, VC funds, who have perhaps neglected our region for a long time, but that are now looking for opportunities regardless of the language, regardless of the borders.
That's a fantastic update about the situation of entrepreneurship in Francophone Africa. I always believed that the identification of Africa as one huge digital entity, it cannot be completed if Francophone Africa is left behind. So my next few questions will be about why the French-speaking part of Africa is slightly lagging. Although there are so many reports like the ones I just read out, which say that it is poised for an investment boom. So Ali, please tell me, what do you think of the Death Valley concept? What is happening there from the early seed stage? What is happening with that?
Yes, very good question. Just to complete on your point about why Francophone Africa has been lagging, look at, for instance, the fintech space. Fintech space has literally exploded in a lot of countries, in Kenya, as you know, Nigeria, everywhere else, because the regulatory framework was very much inspired by Anglophone systems, UK and the US, so therefore much more flexible. If you look at Francophone Africa, the regulatory framework, the banking system are very much inspired by the French system, and it's very hard to penetrate that framework if you're a startup. So that has created some of the lag in one of the biggest segments, which is fintech. But there are other limitations. One of them has to do with education, had to do with how much in the higher studies in our countries, entrepreneurship is considered a value, a positive value, as compared to finding a good job or getting into a bigger company, tech company or an IT company and whatnot. So that mindset is gradually changing thanks to a push from not just the Anglophone world, but also the Mid-Eastern world, where you will have funds from the Middle East who are very much into that American or so Silicon Valley type of mindset, which is inspiring our young entrepreneurs, male and female, to get into that. Now about the Death Valley, it's a little bit out of experience that what we're seeing is that a lot of entrepreneurs manage to start their idea and manage to fund it with friends and family and their own time and their own investment, which is something that is sort of the pre-seed phase, where you can value this kind of investment as something that they can do. But they reach a point where they need money to get to the market. They need money to establish their pathway to revenue generation. They're proving their models, talking to the stakeholders. If they're building a solution for logistics, they have to get into the main logistics player, which they don't necessarily have the network for. So there are some limitations that are due to the social network or the entrepreneurship network in any country. And it's fairly similar when you go to Senegal or Cote d'Ivoire or Tunisia or Morocco. It's very much the same. There's a question of access, and there's a question of getting to that point where the model is sustainable and the model is proven to the main stakeholders. And this is where they have a problem, because they've invested as much as they could, again, with their own resources, friends, family, what they call love money, and their time. And then to get to the next level, there's a hurdle where they need to continue investing. We're talking about pre-seed money, so we're talking about amounts anywhere between $100,000 and $300,000. And why we call it the Death Valley, or why we believe it's a very critical hurdle, is that they are too big for business angels and they're too small for funds. So, and sometimes it's really critical when you select the startup precisely when you help the startup get to access the market that it's addressing by virtue of knowing the people and helping them also develop their marketing, getting them to challenge their ideas and to confront it to the actual business world. If you're dealing with agriculture, you need to speak with agri or agribusiness people. If you're dealing with logistics, you have to accept that you have not only to have access to the entrepreneurs in those sectors, but also to get challenged by them and to have answers for them. And in that area, very critical for the life of the startup, and many startups fail because the entrepreneur doesn't have the juice, doesn't have the fuel to get through that critical phase. Many startups fail. So our job is to say, look, in that specific segment between $100,000 and $300,000, $400,000, we are able to help you in all those regards that I mentioned, but also to bring you some more money of people who are sophisticated business angels. They don't necessarily know the entrepreneur. They're not an uncle or some brother or father or whatever or mother. We're going to bring you external people who can help you pass the hurdle up to the point where you can either reach the market and generate revenues or have an MVP that is validated by the ecosystem. And then you become bankable towards the funds, early stage funds. So we're talking about the gap between self-funding, love money, if you will, and to the point where you can talk to professional, sophisticated seed money people. And this is more or less, I mean, obviously we're talking about numbers that are relevant to our markets. We're not talking about millions, but we're talking about numbers between $100,000 and $300,000. We work with you to get to your MVP, to get to challenge your idea, and to have it validated by the off-takers, by the people in the ecosystem for the fundamental need, whether in health or let's say water management in agriculture and things like that. And when it's proven, when you start having revenues or you have an order from a big group, let's say in logistics, then you're armed to go and talk to professional funds, to seed funds or pre-seed funds. So you will be surprised at how many companies fail in that little hurdle. Either the entrepreneur is tired and they've used all their resources, and somebody comes in and makes them a job offer, and they say, you know what, I'm going to put my project on the side for a while. I'm going to go work for a big IT company and then return in a year. So we see all of these things. What we are saying is that we want to look at as many companies in that situation and choose those where we believe we can make a difference, not just with money, but also to help them get to the next point, to help them on marketing, to help them on some resources, access to the market, as I said, and of course, have them also meet as many potential investors as possible so that they're also challenged and maybe they can pivot a little bit or refine their model. But the point is, we have to get them through that gap.
Fantastic. You make an excellent point about potential investors, and a minute ago you also spoke about how the modern world has changed and how there are no borders now. The access to resources is a lot more easier now. So, in your opinion, how do you think, say, developing economies like India or Mexico, like you mentioned, how
Yes.
can they support ecosystems in Africa? Like the French speaking part of Africa, how can these developing economy ecosystems support each other?
Yes, thank you for that very interesting question. First of all, we have to get over the hurdle of the language and the culture. And this, obviously, we speak in Morocco, we speak 4 languages, we speak Arabic, obviously French, and many a time Spanish and English. So we are open to talking to pretty much players from all over the world. That's one. Second, I believe that culturally speaking, and I will give you an example in a minute. Culturally speaking, we are much closer to places like Mexico and Brazil than we are to Germany. Why? Because the social fabric is similar. We have social disparities, obviously, economic disparities, the fundamental needs. And remember, most of the projects that we look at have to find a solution to a real problem in the real world. If we're talking about health, it's access, it's making it easier to do diagnosis, making it easier to access to some medication and so on. If we're talking about agriculture, it's making it easier to improve the yields, even if you're a small farmer, to save water, to have better crops, to have better productivity. So we are dealing with actual problems. So what is important for us is to have those fundamental problems who will be very similar if you look at Brazil or Mexico, okay? Maybe not so much the US or developed countries in general, but those investors, those entrepreneurs in those countries will have met the same issues and will have had some solutions to those issues. So it's very easy for us to show similarities and to show that they would be a lot, much more familiar with our markets than they might have thought before. So part of our job is to say, and actually I was speaking with the doctor in Mexico yesterday, and told him, look, we have a project dealing with the patient experience in clinics, in private hospitals and clinics, and he underlined the fact that in Mexico you have to have a very close care to not only the patient but the families, because that's how the society works. And I was amazed to find that out, because I said, look, you come to a clinic in Morocco or Abidjan or Dakar or and you will find the same thing, because the social fabric is very similar. We are all developing countries. So obviously, when we identify players in those countries, we push very much to, first of all, make them a little more familiar with our markets, but also tell them there are opportunities, because what they have done successfully, let's say in Brazil or Argentina or Mexico, will be replicable, can be duplicated a lot more easily than they might think. And this is where we come in, because we can talk to these people, and the ratio also of investment is favorable to come into Africa, in the sense that with $1 million in our markets, you can make a difference, which you can no longer make in Spain or in developed countries. $1 million right now in the US, you can do nothing, because the costs are high, the salaries are high, access to any market is difficult, marketing costs are high. Whereas you come with something that worked in Argentina, for instance, you come with $500,000, we can have an actual business here. We can have a marketing campaign, we can have some development resources, engineers, IT, and this is the favorable gap that we have in our favor, and that's what we put forward and say, look, if you really want to make a difference in agriculture, in health, in education, you can actually make it with a fraction of what it would cost to you to do the same in Spain or Italy or Portugal. So that's the game. It's an effort to put it forward and to find people who are receptive to this, who go beyond their own perceptions, sometimes wrong perceptions about how hard it is for Africa, mean, granted, nothing is easy nowhere, right? But we have a way of bringing these people to meet our entrepreneurs, to be on the ground, and to understand that there's a large opportunity which is still within reach with minimum investment.
Okay, so but on the point of investment was the ratio of investment and impact, how does someone with your level of experience, as you said, entrepreneurship is in your DNA, how will you evaluate a startup's potential to navigate this death valley trap and maybe say achieve a sustainable sort of growth? What would
Yes.
be your yeah, please go.
Very good question. Actually, what we find with a lot of startups that we're working with is sometimes we have to drive their ambition higher, in the sense that even themselves, sometimes they don't realize to what extent there are no borders for a good solution. So it's a question of addressable market and scalability. Let's say you meet an entrepreneur, and we have one in our portfolio who is in health tech. We are helping him understand that his solution can be applied tomorrow in Belgium or Holland or France and anywhere, actually, because it answers a need, or it answers a pain point which is everywhere. But of course, when we meet him first, his business plan will be based only on Morocco or only on his native country. So our job is to help define the scalability, to help prove the scalability. And then scalability is not something that works in and of itself. You have to create the environment for that particular entrepreneur, to design his solution so that it is scalable, so that it is duplicable in another language, another ecosystem. And for me, what helps is to show that the solution works in those kind of scales. Even if we're not achieving that scale in the first phase, even if the pilot or the initial development is focused on one country, by design, by all the technical design, by all the marketing mindset that the company must have, we have to be able to address the next market and the next market. Because keep in mind that each individual market, like Morocco, Ghana, Senegal, these are small, by the standards of technology, these are small markets. These are countries with anywhere between 20 and 40 million people. So this isn't enough. Like when you have a US startup, they have a natural market of 300 million people. So obviously, their scalability is by design in their own domestic market. For us, it's different. We have to design something with various languages, various ability to be agile, and to not have any hurdle in their mind about, okay, how do I go beyond my native country? I'm someone who's a Senegalese doctor. I've done some research. I have something that will help pharmaceutical companies develop drugs that are more relevant for African ethnicities. Well, in fact, I have to speak not only to the major pharmaceutical labs globally, but I have to prove to them that this is something that can be applied to maybe 20 or 30 countries. So this is the kind of mindset that we can bring to the startup, because we're a little bit older and we have a global vision, if you will, not only for the continent, but for the world. So we can connect those dots so that the ambition and the design of the project becomes scalable by nature, by design.
Is it, how hard or easy is it to work with different governments when you speak of a global impact or a global network and a global vision?
With different governments, you said?
With different governments in different parts of Africa. You speak about a product that has... Please go on.
Well, two things there. First of all of the governments in our countries, they want two things. They want to create jobs, and they want to stem the brain drain. They want to stem the brain drain, meaning the engineers, the inventors, the entrepreneurs have to be able to stay in their original countries. They're also looking to bring back some of the diaspora who have garnered some experience abroad, and bring them to help. This is especially true in the field of health, okay, and IT, obviously. But the IT is across the board. IT is just a tool, so it's across the board. So the governments want to do that. That's the first thing they want to do. So stem stem the brain drain and attract diaspora. The second thing is, even if they're not investing directly, all the governments, at least the ones that we're working with, they're working on grant schemes, on any kind of schemes that support the growth of the tech ecosystem. They cannot avoid it now. As a matter of fact, some of the countries, including Morocco, they have ministers that are dedicated to new technologies and development. This also has to do with the environment, of course, and the energy. So there's a big momentum which didn't exist 10 years ago. Now we have that kind of support. Having said that, we really don't rely on government. I mean, we are inserted in that ecosystem where we will do the work with the governments to be able to access grants, to have at least some support from the governments. But we are really dealing in the private sector. So the entrepreneurs, most of the time, they will be on their side. They may be incubated or helped initially by some government institutions, but by and large, they're isolated. They are doing their project on their side, and they need somebody from the private sector to come and help. And that's somebody from the private sector, for instance, a business angel who might be a large entrepreneur or the head of a large company or a high net worth individual. They will be keen to look at small companies because first of all, they want to help the youth. First of all, they are intellectually interested in what's happening with technology. Everybody hears that AI, for instance, is going to impact their business. So they want to keep an eye on what's going on so that they see how it can affect their business. And of course, they have income or they have assets or investment capabilities so that they can come and help that young entrepreneur. So most of our job is to connect those two ecosystems, so the entrepreneurs and the private sector investors. But of course, it's always under the umbrella of whatever initiative is happening in a given country. If a country is focusing on health, then we will be aware and we will be connected to the initiatives of that country on the health. Same in education, same in agriculture, which are the three main segments we are looking for, because they are dealing with fundamental problems, real problems that will make a difference easily, that will make a difference in a very visible way in the short term. And remember, we are also trying to make that so-called death valley as short as possible. We want to see a big difference, a big impact made on those entrepreneurs in a matter of 18 to 24 months, because what we want to do is to go through that difficult phase with them and then hand them over, if you will, to professional investors, VC funds, some institutions. But we are handing over a baby that is almost walking or already walking, as opposed to a nascent baby who is still fragile. So this is our job, and we need to show that we are able to make a strong impact in a matter of less than 2 years.
As someone who so deeply believes in the entrepreneurship potential of Africa, in your opinion, what are the most important sectors in which startup solutions will emerge? Like if I were an investor who's probably curious about investing in that part of Africa, what are some of the top sectors that you would recommend for me in terms of startups, not the general?
Yes, absolutely. Look, as I said, you always have to stay connected to real world problems and things that touch the most people in the most simple way to understand. Health, education, food security, meaning agriculture. Then, of course, you can think about other areas like mobility and energy. Mobility can make a difference in cities and in cities across the continent, because there's clear link to environment, clear link to giving access to populations to be mobile in an easy way in some environments where you don't necessarily have the roads or the infrastructure. Okay, so mobility is very important. Energy is interesting, but energy is a tough cookie because usually energy solutions require a lot more resources. Although we have seen exceptions, we are working with a company in Côte d'Ivoire who is actually providing internet access through street lights in off-grid areas. So typically, this is somebody who came up with a great idea to say, look, in remote areas who are off the grid or underserved in terms of energy, I'm going to bring light through solar and use that particular energy that I'm capturing to provide Wi-Fi or internet routers. So that he's solving two problems at the same time. This is brilliant. So typically in the energy, in order to do it in a relatively small scale, the kind of scale that we address, it has to be very creative and very niche, if you will. But all the other four that I mentioned, so mobility, education, health, and agriculture, there's a lot to be done. There's a lot to be done. You would compare productivity of a land in Morocco, which is just south of Spain, in a specific crop. Okay, let's say tomatoes. Okay, you will maybe tomatoes is not a good example because we've made a lot of progress. But let's say a similar culture in Morocco and in Spain, you will have a factor of 2 or 3 of productivity of that land. That shouldn't be the case. And you have to get into why that is. Is it the seeds? Is it the water management, the management of fertilizers, and so on and so forth? So how much technology can I bring to a specific crop to try and match the productivity that exists elsewhere, or maybe in Mexico and similar lands? So there are real problems. And if you're an investor, first of all, you have to look at something that interests you, either by career or by taste or by intellectual interest, but you have to be able to get into the detail of what you're looking at. You're not just going to throw money at something that you don't understand. That's the first thing. The second is we are talking about developing countries. We are talking about Africa. So you have to be able to make the most impact with the least investment and in the shortest time. Okay, so if you, it's really this impact attitude, which is very true in terms of health and education, particularly. If you invest into a solution that helps girls in remote villages study from a distance, then you are making an impact in those girls' lives immediately. If you're looking at health access, is the same. So I would look at real problems, solutions that are within our reach in terms of size of investment. We're talking of investments, again, under $500,000, okay? And with some impact that can be seen in a matter of 1 year or 2 years, no longer. So not something super theoretical, okay? We do have projects in healthcare that have to do with research and super sophisticated type of research in diabetes, in cardiac diagnosis, and so on. But if I'm an investor, if I'm a private investor looking at Africa, maybe some Indian investors who want to have to set foot in our region, I would deal with fundamental issues that can be solved in a manner that I can understand and that I can see in the short term.
Makes sense. That makes sense. So I will squeeze in one last question. What do you to a young for a startup ecosystem, the one that you have described so elaborately and beautifully, what do you think requires what is the most important component for a thriving startup ecosystem in an environment like Francophone Africa, once again?
Well, first of all, I think the entrepreneurs have to be extremely focused and extremely passionate about their solution. They have to have a very strong and deep reason of why they want to do what they're doing. Either their family is a family of farmers and they want to see some improvement, or they come from a village where healthcare or education are need to be improved and they are passionate about it. That's the first thing. The second thing is the openness of the entrepreneur to talk to others. There is nothing you can do on your own. You have to talk to the stakeholders. You have to be able to talk to people who can help you, whether you're teachers, your mentors, people like ourselves who come in to help, the investors, the entrepreneurs. You have to get in the game of talking about your solution and trying to refine it and understand and be listening to the input that people are giving you, to refine it and understand how you can go quicker, how you can make your solution much more relevant to the market you want to address. And the third thing I would say is ambition. Is if you're focused, if you insert yourself in the ecosystem, you have to aim high, because we are today, thank God, in an environment where borders don't matter anymore. But there are people who can help you take your solution from your original country to the next one, to the next one, to the next one. This is what made the success of the big startups or the big companies that we know today. But we don't have that mindset in our education, in our culture. However, you take a small entrepreneur in Texas, he will spend, or he or she will spend 6 months or 1 year in their business. As soon as the business starts working, literally say, oh, I want to go global, or I want to go to, all 50 states, and then I want to go global. And they get to that point extremely quickly. And this is something that we have to, we have to help our entrepreneurs get into that mindset of saying, okay, I need to be super focused. I need to build something that works. But as soon as it works, I am no longer a scientist. I'm no longer just an IT guy or an engineer. I am a businessman or businesswoman who can actually take my solution and go and sell it in the next country and in the next one, in the next one. In Africa, we're halfway. We have countries that share a lot, either the language, either economic area, like WAEMU, it's the West African states. They have a common economy, a common currency, and so on. So it's halfway. It's not exactly the United States, but it's not an isolation either. So if you are out of Morocco, or out of Senegal, or out of Cameroon, there's an area that is fairly naturally accessible to you. But you have to want it. You have to have that kind of ambition.
That's actually quite an exciting vision for the future, and I sincerely hope that every aspiring entrepreneur who's listening to you right now takes a leaf out of your book and finds some motivation there. Ali Ketani, thank you so much for your insightful perspective and expertise on the investment landscape in Francophone Africa. We wish you and Athena Africa Partners continued success and fostering a vibrant ecosystem for African partners. And to our viewers, please do not forget to subscribe to our channel. As I mentioned earlier, we also do podcasts on Spotify and Amazon channels, and we also are available on all the social media networks. So please don't forget to subscribe to us and stay tuned to us for more inspiring stories and innovations, solutions that are shaping Africa's future. Right here on My Startup TV Africa, on behalf of my entire team, I wish you all a pleasant evening. Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure being with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much again, Ali.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello everyone, I am Jayshree for My Startup TV, bringing you news about the startup community in Africa, all the way for My Startup TV. So today on the guest, we have Agudor Agabas, a very important waste tech management company is named App Cyclers. He has founded and he is running it Tamale in northern Ghana. In spite of very few resources, he is running a very successful company there. Here is something very interesting for our Indian audience. He recently traveled to India to learn more about clean tech, and Agabas here will take over the conversation. Welcome to the show, Agabas, and we are very excited you are here.
Thank you very much, Yashari, and namaskar to all your viewers in India. And I'm truly honored to be joining you from Ghana.
So I request all the viewers right now to look up on App Cyclers on the internet. You'd be very excited to see what kind of work they are doing in northern Ghana. And let's start by trying to understand a little bit about App Cyclers and its mission. So I have a few questions here. Agabas, can you start telling us about App Cycler and its mission to promote sustainable e-waste management in Tamale?
So Upcyclers is a social enterprise which was founded in 2019. And we are based, as you rightfully mentioned, in the northern part of Ghana, which is called Tamale. We started as a result of young individuals coming together in a hackathon to really find innovative solutions in solving e-waste problem. So that was where, together with my team, we came to realize what electronic waste is, and we're able to put together some solutions to basically see how we can contribute our quota in solving the e-waste menaces generally. So we emerged winners of the hackathon, and that was where the journey of upcyclers started. So we are a startup. We basically use data analysis, web technology, and community sensitizational programs to ensure that electronic waste is safely collected and disposed of in a sound and environmental friendly way. We do have our flagship product, which is basically a web-based platform that is digitalizing the whole value chain of electronic waste in terms of the collection, in terms of sourcing, and then in terms of purchasing of most of this material. Our goal is basically to ensure that we increase the volumes of electronic waste, and as well to be able to ensure that all recyclable raw materials are being able to recover in an ethical way that would really help in enforcing remanufacturing and as well as promoting a circular economy environment where we live in. Yes.
What challenges did you initially face in starting AppCyclers, and perhaps you could tell us about how you overcame them?
A young graduate graduating from the university with less knowledge on the e-waste industry, because the e-waste industry was also an emerging sector, and with no little infrastructure available as well as no information. So it was very, very difficult to basically step on ground. But then we were very passionate about what we were doing because we basically find the social intervention aspect whereby we'll be able to help prevent pollution onto the environment and as well as looking at the economic potentials out of it. So we really kept in the necessary resources that we have to be able to build the company up till now. So most of the challenges were basically lack of the enabling environment for us to thrive on, lack of infrastructure, and even capital to really fuel the operational activities of the company, because these were not sort of in terms of the investor perspective way, people would be investors would be slow in putting much more of their investments, looking at restarting at that time. Okay, yeah, so that was the basic challenge we encountered basically starting, but we really kept in much more effort, the energy to really ensure that we keep on doing what we expected to do, and then we're able to build a greater product till now.
Would you mind telling our audience how do you collect and process e-waste in Tamale, and if the weak digital infrastructure, poor internet, does it come as a hindrance, or have you found a way around that problem?
What we basically do in terms of facilitating collection is currently we use our digital platform, which is the web base, of which when an individual or an organization wants to dispose of their electronic waste, they firstly reach out to us on the platform, they request for pickup of their electronic waste, and then we are able to go pick it up from their various location. Secondly, we do also have drop-off point available that consumers can really drop off their electronic waste off there, and then we'll be able to pick it up and then safely dismantle most of those material. So this is what we currently putting in place to ensure that we are able to collect much more electronic waste from the environment. Yeah.
Would be all linked to your recent travel to India, especially what you have learned in the recent trip. Tell us what brought you to India and what did you learn about e-waste recycling technologies there?
To be frank, rightfully, starting upcyclers was basically from the help of imitating most of the Indian recycling firms and startups. So basically, reading a lot of papers, research papers online, and then following a lot of most of this recycling firm. And I was really grateful when we started. Great thanks to Dr. Dipali, who is an Indian, who really took us through the hackathon and ensured that we really understood most of those processes. So Dr. Dipali has been a great influence onto what we were doing at Upcyclers. So we've been able to learn from what Indians are doing, and then replicating it in Ghana was one of the strategic ways. So coming into notice that GIZ was organizing a field trip to India for e-waste recyclers, I was super excited, and greatly I kept in an application, and I was selected among the 10 people that was basically selected, 10 recyclers selected from Ghana to basically have a greater experience in the e-waste management scene in India. And trust me, when we got there, it was really inspiring. We basically got to learn a whole lot of business models in terms of how Indians operate with regards to working with the local scrap dealers and ensuring that various business models are being integrated. The various sectors in terms of plastic, in terms of thermoplastic, in terms of battery, in terms of the tech aspect of it also. Okay, so it was really interesting, inspiring, and then exciting to really learn a whole lot of technologies as well. And one of the most interesting things for me is knowing that Indians themselves build their own recycling machines to really ensure that most of the manufacturing products that are being used in the recycling processes are built from the grassroots, from scratch by Indians, which is really marvelous. And we look forward in seeing how we'll be able to collaborate to ensure that we are also doing that currently in Ghana. Yep.
Which cities in India did you visit?
I think we were in Bangalore and then as well as New Delhi.
How do you see these new technologies impacting e-waste management in Tamale or Ghana in general?
Currently, in terms of technology, I think we are doing our best, but not to the maximum epic as compared to India. Currently, what we're really ensuring is basically to put the necessary infrastructures available. There are less recyclers with the kind of state-of-art recycling facilities such as what we saw in India. So really ensuring that most of the infrastructures are kept in place, and then as well as the value chain within the industry are being explicitly known in terms of who are collectors, in terms of who are the recyclers, in terms of producers coming in to support recyclers to take back most of the electronic waste, the EPR schemes and stuff to be kept in place to ensure that the whole value chain of the electronic waste system is being robust. In terms of technology, we are basically championing to see how we'll be able to effectively use our digital platform to ensure that we are able to connect various local recyclers within the ecosystem, whereby most of these various local recyclers will be able to explicitly source recyclable raw materials, and as well as to be able to make the necessary benefit in terms of pricing mechanisms and in terms of even getting off-takers to be on board and supporting most of this value chain. So digitalizing the whole value chain is what we are looking at. It's currently picking up, but then it's on a slower pace. So we're ensuring that we'll be able to penetrate into the industry, and then we'll be able to bring forth new technologies as well.
What has been the impact of app cyclists on the Tamale community so far? You can cover environmental, social, and maybe even economic impact.
Currently, in terms of environment, we've been able to basically create some awareness among the various local communities that we live in. We've been able to build much more capacity in terms of people knowing how, where, and how to discard off most of their electronic waste. We've collected over 45 tons of electronic waste from reaching out into the environment only in Tamale. And in terms of economic, we sort of work with the local recyclers here as well. So we've been able to, in a way, provide livelihood to over 100 local recyclers within the value chain in Tamale here, that we cordially work with them, ensure that they get the best value of their of their operational activities that they are embarking on. The longer goal is basically to ensure that we become a Pan-African go-to marketplace whereby everything recyclable, everything electronic waste would be able to be collected, would be able to be sourced, and would be able to be basically reused into safely promote circular economy and then a greener and safer environment in Ghana as well.
That would be, in a way, your long-term goals for app cyclists?
Yes.
And what advice would you give to other aspiring entrepreneurs who are passionate about sustainability in Africa?
Regardless of whatever you're doing, I think if you really have the passion for what you do and you really want to solve a problem, you should be able to put in all the necessary efforts and the little resources available to ensure that on a daily basis you are doing something that would really help you pragmatically to basically achieve a greater thing. So this will be my advice, and this has been most of the strategies we kept in place to be able to ensure that we are valuable within the ecosystem, and we are also being able to employ a lot of people, provide livelihood for a lot of people, and ensure that electronic waste is also collected for safer recycling.
You have spoken about resources that helped you form an idea about upcyclers and put various ideas in place. If our viewers want to learn about e-waste recycling and sustainability, what kind of resources would you recommend them to look for and search for, maybe on the internet, or any books or podcasts that really helpful just for like information purposes? What do you recommend?
Yeah, so in terms of informations, in terms of courses, I think UNITA really champion most of this. You can find the Global E-Waste Monitor reports on a yearly basis. They do bring forth much more reports detailing strategically most of the key data you would have to know, the insight, and as well as most of the trends available. So those are one of the critical ways. I think ITU, International Telecom Union, also kind of offer some courses that you'd be able to take to really ensure that you have the basic knowledge in terms of policy, in terms of how electronic wastes should be collected, safely dismantled. So these are the various platforms that you can basically get much more information, data to be able to build up on your startup. Yeah.
What do you think of in general if you had any interactions with the startup community in India? If yes, what were your impressions? And I will add one more questions after you answer that one. Please tell me.
Yes, I think I met a few I met a few online on LinkedIn. We were hoping to meet up, but unfortunately, but then I think most of the startups in India are truly doing awesome work. One of which is Recycler, and yeah, those guys are really doing well, and we really look forward to becoming like what they are really doing. Okay, they being a pan-Indian digital platform, which is really facilitating most of these processes. So we look forward in becoming one of those startups. And yeah, I think Indian is really awesome, and really looking forward to be back anytime soon. Looking forward in building much more partnerships with the network we built there, building relationships with a whole lot of key stakeholders within the value chain that will really ensure that we'll be able to transfer knowledge and also share ideas within the two continents. Yeah.
You actually took me to the next question naturally. Broadly speaking, how do you think the startup ecosystems in India and African countries can support each other, learn from each other, and in a way push each other further? I'll tell our audience something that very few people know, that while the population of India is 1.3 billion and crossing, the total population of all the African countries is also standing at 1.4 billion. They are an exciting and very young market right now, and the whole world is looking at Africa because it's like a hotbed of a lot of potential. Please go ahead, Agabas.
Actually, you've said it all. I think one of the very ways is having most of this exchange of knowledge and exchange of ideas, and as well as technologies, to really learn about the culture, to really learn about some social vices, to really get to know what can be replicated within both countries, and as well share a lot of information and knowledge once a while. So these are some of the things that basically we'll be looking out for, and getting the opportunity to travel. It's basically coming to Indian, and as well Indians also coming to Ghana to basically learn from what we're doing here as well. So basically that's what I'll be able to iterate on.
That's fantastic. It's a beautiful vision, and I hope it comes true. Thank you so much for your valuable time, Agabas. We are really thankful that you were able to join us. I'm sure our audience has learned a lot about App Cyclers and its mission in Tamale and the concept of e-waste management as a whole. I hope many of them go back and look up on the terms like circular economy and such similar concepts, and even the names of Dr. Deepali and the startups in India that you were mentioning. It was quite informative. Thank you so very much for joining us today. I wish you all the best, and I wish your team also the very best with App Cyclers.
Thank you very much, Yashri, and then the startup team. I'm really grateful for having me, and I look forward to most of the greater impact that will come forward soon. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to My Startup TV Africa. I am Jayshree, your host for the evening. We have a very exciting program on tonight. But first, let me tell you about the latest events and developments in the world of startups. All the way from here in Africa, I am reaching out to you from East Africa, Tanzania, from a beautiful city called Dar es Salaam. So let's start with the first news. So the first news is that African tech startup investment has dropped by 28% to $2.4 billion in 2023 for various reasons, especially as the impacts of the global capital shortage has started making itself felt on the continent. This is a very critical piece of information, because Africa is right now experiencing what many experts will call as a funding winter. While the African tech space had an impressive 2022, to many would remember that it had a funding increase to beyond $3 billion, for the first time ever. 2023 signified a sort of a reset. A total of 406 startups raised a combined total of $2.4 billion over the course of 2023. I'll go to the next development, which is slightly on a more cheerful note. Y Combinator, the popular American accelerator program, has picked Triply, Kenyan fintech that helps travel businesses collect payments, as one of their most promising startups. Triply is the latest African startup in the cohort of YC after Cleva, the cross-border payment service, and Midle, the API startup. Now we move on to the third news. This is very exciting. In Davos, the United Nations Development Programme has launched the Timbuktu Initiative in collaboration with African countries. The initiative, unveiled during a special session at the 24th annual meeting of the World Economic Forum, aims to be the world's largest financing facility, uniting catalytic and commercial capital to bolster Africa's startup ecosystem. So these are the top 3 important news developments from Africa. Now I move to the next segment, where I introduce a very special guest. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to subscribe to our channel. We are MyStartupTV app that you can download on Google Play Store. You can also listen to our podcast on Spotify and Amazon Music, and you can also follow us on different social media channels. We are on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Koo, and Twitter. Now let's go to see who our guest is for this evening. Our guest tonight is Ajay Ramasubramaniam, the CEO of Startup Hezo. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Ajay leads a company that is building a massive network that connects startups with the resources they need to thrive. Think of them as the ultimate one-stop shop for startups, from funding and mentorship to connecting them with major corporations and investors. Ajay and his team have already helped launch an impressive 244 startups through their programs, and they have even made strategic investments in 10 of them that went on to raise a whopping $14 million in additional funding. Talk about success stories in Africa. But Startup Rezo is not just focused on India or just Africa. They are working with partners across Africa, creating programs for entrepreneurs, especially women. Ajay, you are passionate about igniting the startup scene in developing economies, and we are excited to dive deeper into your work and vision for Africa. Welcome to our show.
Thank you so much, Jayashree and MyStartupTV, for having me on the show. Absolutely passionate about 2 things, startup, that's one, and Africa for sure, because that's where I started my career going back 20 years. So yeah, glad to be here and talk about 2 things that ignite my passion.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. So let's start with your journey itself. What ignited your passions towards startups, and how come Africa happened for a company that is headquartered in Mumbai, I believe?
That's correct. So I think of everything bad, negative that would have happened during COVID, I think there were a lot of positives that came out for someone like us who is an enabler. I wouldn't call ourselves an accelerator or just a startup enabler. We see ourselves as a pacer because, like you rightly pointed out, beginning of the introduction, we work with a variety of stakeholders. And we see ourselves more as a pacer. So startups or emerging tech is at the core of everything we do. But at the same time, we work with governments, we work with universities, we work with large corporates, we run our own programs. So it's a kind of a mixed bag in terms of who our stakeholder is. But what's common to everything is entrepreneurs, is tech startups. So going to your question, we started out in India in 2019. I've been doing this for about a decade now. So before starting Startup Rezo in mid-late 2019, I spent about 6 years prior to that working with a Canadian university for whom I set up a startup accelerator and early stage venture fund in India, headquartered out of Mumbai, but operating pan India. I felt that there was a lot happening in different emerging markets in the global south, but given that it was a university-backed initiative, India was the mandate, or there wasn't much interest in other emerging markets in the global south. That kind of prompted me to branch out because I felt that there were a lot of things that were happening in India which could, for lack of better words, be replicated in other emerging markets. And I had this thesis, and I continue to have it, that there are several markets globally with at least one city in a country having at least a 5 to 10 million kind of a population, and that kind of a population you typically find in the UN designated global south, Southeast Asia, India, Middle East, Africa, South America. All of these regions, large geographic regions, have several countries which probably tick the box on that. Another unique feature is that many of these countries have a huge percentage of youth population. And our thesis as an organization is that a lot of economic development in these markets is going to be driven by tech entrepreneurship and by youth. So that's a potent mix. But at the same time, many of these markets are typically not markets where some of the established brands from the Western world who have been running accelerators, incubators, and the likes would kind of step foot into for a variety of reasons. But the most important one being economics, and the second one, access to talent, which can actually set up such programs and branch out into a financially sustainable model. Having been doing that for about 6 years prior to starting Startup Reso, I had a strong conviction that this is a model that could be worked upon. Of course, India is home market, and we started out with that. But bang in the middle of COVID, going back to the good things of COVID, digital allowed us to look at several markets, attend a lot of conferences virtually, do dipstick in terms of trying to assess and identify which are the markets where there really exists potential opportunity for us to take our brand of or style of programming and do stuff. Because if you look at the entrepreneurship ecosystem, it's kind of a pyramid. So the base of the pyramid is a bigger piece, or the chunkier one, where even enabling entrepreneurship, there is an opportunity for several actors to come in. Then you slowly move up the pyramid. Then you have incubators, you have accelerators, you have venture funds, and all of that. And we'll get there. We'll get there at some point. But I think there's a huge role, even in terms of enabling that tech entrepreneurship ecosystem, workshops, boot camps, venture development programs, all of that probably that feed into either incubators, accelerators, and all of that. So during COVID, we started looking at a lot of these markets. Africa definitely was not the first market we looked at. There were earlier attempts made in Southeast Asia due to proximity, and also with a more robust or more evolving dynamic kind of a startup ecosystem. But for a variety of reasons, it didn't kind of work out well. Language was a primary concern, because many of the countries, English is not the primary language of business communication. I had spent time with my earlier organization, even being back and forth between Vietnam and India, setting up a program in Vietnam. So I thought it would be easy, but like it happens, a lot of times hypotheses get proven wrong when the rubber meets the road. So next port of call was to look at Middle East, because that again is a short flight from where we are in Mumbai. But again, for a variety of other reasons, cultural, business, and all of that, Middle East didn't pan out. So then we were like, okay, now what is the next frontier? What to look at? Like I said, 2004, when I started my career, beautiful city called Dar es Salaam, where probably you're sitting out of, on the east coast of Africa. That's where I started my career. And I always at that point felt that at some point in time in the future, when I'm 40 and beyond, without wanting to kind of disclose my age, at some point in future, I would want to come back to these parts, because I definitely believe that there are huge opportunities to be tapped into in the broader African continent, and more so on the East Coast or East Africa or Eastern Africa, because there are a lot of business and cultural ties as well with a market like India. So during COVID, we did a lot of these experiments. We kind of formed a lot of these friendships, attended a lot of virtual events, hosted a lot of virtual events, and that kind of kickstarted our journey in Africa. So long answer to a short question, but yeah, COVID is when we began our African expedition.
That's actually a very interesting journey of how you set up things in Africa. It also has a lead to my next question. I wanted to ask you, while building these various programs in Africa, what unique challenges you faced, other than, of course, the language barrier? What early hurdles did you have and how did you overcome things?
So no hurdles as such. No hurdles when it comes to so look, all emerging markets, or instead I would say that all markets have their own unique set of challenges, right? And I believe that there are two sets of people who have never set foot in Africa, and for different reasons they feel it's difficult probably to do something in Africa, and there are other set of people who probably have stepped foot in Africa, and I believe that anyone who has set foot in Africa, any of the country at least once, would probably kind of relate to it in a much deeper way and would, for one reason or the other, be in love with that part of the world. And I belong to the latter category, and that's why I was crazy enough to dream that there is some big opportunity to go after the broader African continent. Honestly speaking, we didn't find any challenges. There was a story to tell. I lived in Tanzania for about 4 years. Very little smattering of Swahili that I can speak, which absolutely goes nowhere when it comes to building a business. But at the same time, there was a little bit of comfort. I think comfort is one of the bigger factors which pushes someone to do something or not do something. Either you're comfortable with someone or a market, or you're not comfortable. If you're not comfortable, even if the opportunity is big, you tend to kind of focus on smaller and minute points which actually don't make a big difference, and you tend to kind of get turned off. But if you're really kind of connected in one way or the other, you wouldn't look at challenges or problems. You would actually look at the positives and the opportunity. So Tanzania for us, and in the context of Africa, a lot of people would ask, I mean, if you're starting with Africa, you're looking at East Africa, why wouldn't you look at a Nairobi? Why wouldn't you look at a Kenya as a country? For me, it was Tanzania first, Dar es Salaam first, for a simple reason that I had lived there and I had comfort with the lay of the land, with the people. Easygoing, not in a negative way, but easygoing in terms of being able to kind of have conversations and see if there's an opportunity. So we didn't have any teething troubles. A lot of people who welcomed us with open hands. If I were to take names, someone like Jumanne, who runs Sahara Ventures, was probably one of the first guys that I interacted with. Another gentleman who formerly used to be a managing director of a leading bank in Tanzania. Never met before, just over LinkedIn, Sunday evening, 7:30 p.m. India time, just a LinkedIn hi, hello exchange. And he's like, if you guys are doing anything ever over here, would be more than happy to partner with you. So there were a lot of those early conversations which gave us that confidence that, okay, people are welcoming you and not looking at you as competition, because that's very easy to happen. But when people give you that comfort, you are willing to kind of put in the hard yards, because look, the business that we are in the business where we are a startup who is enabling a startup or enabling startup ecosystems, and it's important to keep passion and all of those things on one side, but also try and understand, can this be built as a sustainable business longer run. A lot of folks try to make that attempt, would do one or two things, and then when they don't see how they're going to make it financially sustainable, they will just pull the plug. It's easy to do. But we always knew as a team that if you're getting into this is the 5-year journey. Anticipate that 5 years are not going to make any money. There are definitely going to be cultural difficulties. It could be around language, it could be around time to market, it could be around competition, there could be many things. But just like horse on the street, wear those blinkers, keep those things, keep the noise aside, and focus on what you're setting out to do. And what we have set out to do is to create structured programs across the value chain or the pyramid that I spoke about, and try and create value. The moment your focus is on creating value, everyone wants to work with you, because they definitely see that. And the differentiator that we bring to the table, which has prompted a lot of people to work with us, is that while Hindsight Ventures, which is the Africa brand which we spun out of Startup Rezo, while Hindsight Ventures continues to build out programs in Africa, there is this huge umbrella which is Startup Rezo, which is running programs in different parts of the world. What differentiates us compared to someone else on the continent is that we are able to bring programming on ground, but at the same time we are able to kind of connect the startups and different actors that we work with to our global network. Réseau means network in French, and that's what the business is built on. So it would be ironical if we don't tap into the network effect that we have. And for a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of stakeholders, a lot of partners that we work with, I think that gives them this big cushion to work with, engaging with us, because they don't see us as competition. They see that this guy is not only, or this company is not only going to help me in market in my country, he's probably going to help me in the region, going to help us in the continent. But what's more important is the global angle that we are able to bring in, the global network that we are able to plug in. So that gives them a lot of cushion and confidence, and the open arms gives us a lot of cushion and confidence. So in that way, it's been smooth sailing for. Of course, as a business there are going to be teething troubles. You're not going to whine about that and cry about that. But when you ask the question, so far, Touchwood past, it's been about 3.5 years. I personally, as a co-founder of Hindsight Ventures and founder of Startup Rezo, I haven't seen anything which is negative or a problem or impediment to us growing. It's been all great.
Wonderful. That's very interesting to hear. I'm going to focus the next set of questions on Africa's startup ecosystem and your views on it. So my first question would be that you have built a very impressive portfolio of so many startups and programs. What are some of the key trends that you have observed in the African startup ecosystem over the years? And before you answer the question, could you just tell our audience about the websites they should visit? I mean, your company website and Hindsight Ventures both.
Yeah, so Startup Rezo is I hate calling Startup Rezo the parent organization, because I would be very wrong to do that. It is just that we carved out Hindsight Ventures very strategically, because we realized very soon into our journey in the African continent that a lot of treatment when it comes to whether it is creating programs, structures, engagements with startups. Look, technology is funny. If you look at most of Africa, it's all been technology up, right? There is Africa pre 2000 and Africa post 2000, and Africa post 2000 is pretty much just built on technology. If you look at telecommunications, so telecommunication is the backbone of any technology ecosystem. The funny part is that unlike markets like India and elsewhere, where telecommunication, if you look at the journey of telecommunication as an industry, it has got its own milestones or markers. The beauty of telecommunications in Africa has been that everything has been mobile up. There is either barely anything or nothing, which is pre-mobile, right? Which gives you a big leapfrog when it comes to telecommunications as a means of technology. The other important aspect to look at is that mobile money, whether M-Pesa or any other format of mobile money. I remember going back to 2006 when I used to live in Tanzania, when they used to play advertisements at the theater of people, a farmer sending money to his daughter in the city to study and all of that. Me and a friend of mine, it was beyond us. I mean, even coming from India, it was beyond us to kind of fathom how the hell is someone sending money on mobile? How is it even happening? So we were absolutely clueless about that. M-Pesa tried launching in India, but M-Pesa didn't go anywhere in India. So there are parts of Africa which has had a leg up on some technology, but because it's built on telecommunications as a platform or telcos as a network, it hasn't seen innovation beyond that. Let us keep that part aside. But if you look at mobile and internet, the penetration of mobile, penetration of internet, if you look at different social media networks and how they are effectively being utilized, not only for communication but even for commerce or business. 1.4 billion people. It is great to romanticize about 1.4 billion as a huge number. Everyone knows that that's the size of the population, but that's not the total audience or the TAM that you have or the SOM that you have. It's a much smaller number. Having said that, the access to mobile and internet is constantly on the rise, and that is the backbone of most of the startup ecosystems. So there are certain statistical things which allow us to dream and say that there is opportunity to do stuff. There are challenges. Of course, there are challenges. It's end of the day 54, 55 countries. So even if you're successful in Kenya, does not necessarily mean you're going to be able to grow in Tanzania. If you're in Tanzania, it doesn't mean that you're going to be seamlessly expand to Uganda. So all of those things are different business challenges, and it happens almost everywhere. I mean, even in a country like India, if you're talking of the number of states that we have, if you're successful in one state, doesn't mean that you're going to be seamlessly jump to another state and expand. It's difficult. It's not that easy. But still, there are certain sectors or certain industries where possibilities exist. So fintech is not just about banking. If you look at fintech is a horizontal, and it's almost like a lifestyle. Whether you're making payments to governments, you're consumer to consumer, consumer to business, business to consumer, there's a lot of potential for fintech innovation. And while for the longest period of time, MNOs and telcos have been at the core of fintech innovation, which continues to be like mobile money or payments, there's a lot of innovation potential which exists in the broader realm of fintech or digital financial services. I mean, look at, of course, of late there has been news around Microsoft pulling off the plug from the ADC that they had in Lagos in Nigeria. But at the same time, there is the Microsoft Africa Transformation Office in Nairobi. Visa has a Africa Innovation Center which is based out of Nairobi. JPMC is setting up a huge dev center in Nairobi. So there's a lot of stuff happening in East Africa. At the same time, if you look at companies like Amazon, which have been kind of wanting to foray into Africa, starting off with South Africa. So there's a lot of international companies coming in. At the same time, there are a lot of African born companies which are also kind of doing decently well, and all of those things kind of augur well for building the broader ecosystem, because there are going to be offshoots. Maybe someone who worked for Africa's largest e-commerce company, maybe someone who worked for Africa's biggest payments company is going to probably move out and do his or her own startup at some point in time. So fintech is one major opportunity. There are significantly large number of countries which are landlocked, and if you look at retail, distribution, logistics, supply chain, whatever you want to bracket into, that presents a huge opportunity. Healthcare presents a massive opportunity, and I'm pretty much touching on areas where mobile and internet can touch upon delivering services or providing access to the end consumer. Education is another big one. So if you were to look at trends, I think it has been growing. It takes time. It takes time for variety of reasons. If people start comparing, and that's why if someone calls Africa or any part of Africa as Silicon Savannah, I mean, let us not bring silicon into everything, right? I mean, there's reason why Silicon Valley is Silicon Valley. I mean, the valley is still a narrow one. The savannah gives you a broader scope, right? So I think calling startup savannah is a nice one. Also, startups require a lot of leg room and space to kind of run. It takes time. So savannah gives that freedom for startups to run and take their time to grow and scale. Valley makes it kind of short. But jokes apart, I think opportunities exist. In terms of changes, the way I look at it, and me and between my co-founder Jagruti, we travel to one part of the continent at least once a quarter, spending anywhere between 2 to 4 weeks. We have had team on the ground. Currently, we have 2 full-timers in Kenya, one in Tanzania, one in Uganda. In the past, we have hired in Rwanda and Nigeria as well. But for the past 3 years, we have always had at least 2 to 3 folks who are full-time working for us in Africa. Now, if you were to look at it, I think it all takes a little bit of time for the ecosystem to mature, and for a variety of reasons. It could be talent, it could be adoption, it could be willingness and ability to pay for products and services, and it's a journey. So if you expect that, if startups expect that, why am I not being written a check because someone else in other part of the world has been written a check, you need to kind of have skin in the game. You need to kind of take it easy. You need to kind of find customers who are willing to pay. Ecosystems take time to mature. But if you were to look at broader themes, the ones that I spoke about, all of them, they present a bigger opportunity because there was a missing middle. If you went back 20 years and you looked at the African continent, you either had someone who was rich and had money, or you had people who didn't have money. Unlike markets in the emerging world or developing world, where there is a huge chunk of middle class, and the middle class has multiple layers, like you peel onions and you have multiple layers. Africa was kind of missing that. But today, if you look at the Africa that is there, I think that missing middle has come into play, and you find a lot of those middle income groups, and even within the middle income, probably you have 2, 3, 4 layers, and all of these guys have spending capacity. All of these guys have access to modern gadgets, access to the internet. They're seeing what's happening elsewhere, and demand gets created, consumer behavior gets created, and that's what one should bet on. And that's why there is a huge opportunity which probably is not yet realized. But if you look at a 3 to 5 year kind of a horizon, you will see a lot of things kind of playing out. So one needs to kind of take it easy and have that patience and the holding capacity for actually seeing results and outcomes taking place.
That's fantastic. So I was coming to a question which is again naturally flowing from your response, is that Africa startup potential is a oft-used cliche in a lot of like online documents, journals, and research papers. What in your view is the potential of Africa, and how do you think that maybe corporates or the ecosystem or the bigger players can actually harness it?
Potential is always unlimited. Any potential without having the unlimited terminology is limiting itself. So the potential is unlimited, just like the human mind. But you need a lot of actors to kind of step up. I think it's difficult to point finger at one thing. So when it comes to startups and startup ecosystems, the first thing that everyone starts talking about is investments, right? If you went back 15 years or 10 years, it was the same story with India as well. Yes, startups do require investments, and you need some money to be kind of fluid and flowing around. And I know that it is missing, but there is some other form of money which is around, which is grants, development agencies kind of putting in money. There are a lot of missing pieces. Everyone is competing for the same pot of money, so it kind of becomes a bit tricky. What is missing, I feel, which needs a little bit of a shake-up, is that the core of any business is not fundraising. The core of any business is to solve a problem through the business or the venture that they're building. The challenge is that you need to see successes around you, or you need to see people who have been there, done that, who are able to kind of either coach you or provide you with the access to resources, to potential customers, partners, markets, whatever it is, which is the generation one of successful tech entrepreneurs. Even if you look at India, if you look at the 2013 to 2017 kind of time frame, right, which is not too far back, you still had the first, and I wouldn't just call them first generation tech entrepreneurs. First generation of tech entrepreneurs who are actually raising venture money and international money as startups, right? I mean, even before that, of course, you had tech startups in India. Even going back to 2000, you had the internet boom and bust, and that decade also saw some startups, but not the kind of startups we have seen 2010 or 2012 onwards. But 2013 to 2017, there was a lot of a Me Too kind of a phenomena where you see something in the US and try to replicate it. Someone is doing something, I also try to do that. That was happening. The biggest challenge was a lot of startups who had raised a ton of money had not yet kind of returned money to investors, because of which there was paucity of funding right at the base of the investment funnel. So early stage startups were finding it difficult to raise money, and because there was no money. But at the same time, it was stifling deal flow for someone who wanted to write a Series A and Series B check, because there was no startup which was coming through. Classic example would be someone like a Sequoia, as they were known back then, who wasn't interested in writing checks sub $2 million. They wouldn't entertain deals which were looking at raising anything below $2 million. Why did they start something like Surge, in which they are giving $250,000? Because you want to get into the game early, right? So that you can secure your deal flow and funnel at a later stage. The other big problem at that point was that the total number of accredited angel investors, local angel investors, was roughly around 300. For a country of, I think, 1.2 or 1.3 billion at that time, if you say that there are 300 accredited angel investors, it is poor, right? The challenge was that a lot of angel investors were still people who were in traditional businesses and who understood how brick and mortar works, but internet businesses were new, so funding was difficult. And also with internet startups not being able to get profitable, leaking a lot of money, it was seen as a Ponzi scheme, for lack of a better word. So not too many people are interested in writing checks to early stage companies. Now that is a big problem to solve for. One, enabling, so just like you're enabling startups, you also need to enable people who have surplus that they can invest. And invest does not mean $50,000 or $5 million. You could be investing as low as probably $5,000, but you need to nurture those individuals who probably bring certain domain expertise, business expertise to write those smaller amount checks, and also engage with those startups because they understand business. The reason I say this is because a lot of early stage tech entrepreneurs in the African continent are fresh graduates or with very limited experience, and the reason they are doing a startup is because there is no other way to sustain themselves. Yes, there are a lot of people who are building businesses for the right reasons, but a lot of people go the startup way because you can participate in grants, you can participate in competitions, and over a period of time you'll figure out something or the other and something may click. That's a very common phenomenon. So that's why a lot of people also term many entrepreneurs as grantpreneurs. I mean, it is wrong, it is bad to be talking about it, but it is the matter of fact, or it is what is happening. And that is happening because a lot of people who are building for the first time have either never worked in their life, or have never seen someone build a business in close quarters. So the first problem to address, even before we get to funding, is to and increasingly you see more and more people writing on LinkedIn, Medium, whatever, that there is over coaching, over mentoring. No, it is not. As long as it is done with the right intention and you're able to mentor and coach people to build businesses, is what will attract venture capital money. Even if you look at a market like Tanzania, right? Tanzania is 60 million people. It's a large market. 60 million is almost like 15 to 20 European countries put together. It is a huge market, right? But at the same time, where are the customers? If you were to look at mobile internet first kind of businesses, the customers are only in Dar es Salaam. Dar es Salaam is 7 million people. If you cut down the number, maybe if you look at say 20% of Dar es Salaam, 1.4 million people. That's it. That is the target market talking about. It is not attractive for VCs to write money to a startup which is targeting 1.4 million people, because what after that? Even if you onboard 100% of those customers, what after that? The business will go nowhere. So building businesses or enabling entrepreneurs to understand how to build business, how to scale business is a missing piece. But apart from that, yes, venture capital money should be there, and corporates need to participate more. We often have conversations with corporates. Yes, they do kind of sponsor events and startup challenges, and all of that is great. But I think corporates, whether through CSR or through P&L, if they participate more in terms of giving businesses to startups, I think they will be doing a fantastic service to the local startup ecosystem. They need to believe in that. They need to back a few companies. You don't see too much of that happening. DFIs do a lot, but again, there are only that many channels through which money can be distributed, or there are only that many companies that they can support and assist. So private sector participation is a massive missing piece. Business development coaching, or helping companies to build ventures which can be sustainable and scale longer run, that needs a little bit of beef up as well. And local mentors. Yeah, you need to kind of find people who understand tech first businesses or mobile internet businesses, and are able to kind of give time to nurture some of these entrepreneurs and help them kind of build and scale. I can talk passionately for hours, so I'll just stop it at that one for this question.
We are enjoying this conversation, no problem. So my next question would be that beyond, say, Nairobi or Lagos, which other African cities do you see as emerging as potential startup powerhouses? Whenever there is any discussion on startup and Africa, first cities that you hear are generally Nairobi and Lagos, and maybe sometime Egypt and places like that. In your opinion, what are the other big cities emerging as potential startup powerhouses? And if so, what factors are driving that growth?
No, so look, I mean, if you were to look at the next 10 to 15 years, and if you were to study, read, look up different economic development indices and other things that are put out, I think there are at least 14 cities which are expected to be mega cities, cities with more than 10 million population. Lagos and Cairo already are beyond those numbers. Dar es Salaam is close to that. Nairobi is probably halfway. But there are at least 14 cities which are expected to have a population of 10 million plus by 2040. But that doesn't mean that someone waits until population hits 10 million to start doing some work there. Look, infrastructure, there are a lot of things which have changed massively. And when I talk of infrastructure, it is mobile internet, but also beyond that. Accessibility becomes a major driving factor, whether it is roads and highways, whether it is sports, all of those things. So I think, yes, the existing cities, the Cairo, if you look at Lagos, if you look at Cape Town, Nairobi, those are the usual suspect when we talk of startups and emerging tech. But I think one needs to also look at, so very recently I was in Uganda, I was in Rwanda. I mean, even those markets, they might be small, but something like, so let's look at a market like, say, Kigali. I think infrastructure is beautiful. The government is doing a fair bit to nurture or make it an economic hub of activity of sorts, and a regional hub which attracts startups not just from Africa but internationally as well. So one should also look at, let us not look at all markets from the same lens, right? So for example, if I were to do a startup in the oil and gas industry, uh, yes, cities like Lagos do present a huge opportunity, but at the same time, are there other cities which have a big potential or opportunity where either licenses have been given out or drilling is in place and stuff like that? So I need to be there, even if there is no tech ecosystem. I need to identify because my customer is there. It's just like if you were to look at, say, US and Canada. If I were doing something oil and gas and I was living in Canada, I wouldn't be living in Toronto because it makes no sense. I would be in Calgary or Edmonton in Alberta because that's where the oil and gas industry is. If I were to look at the US, likewise, I would either be in Texas or elsewhere where there is oil sands or oil and gas industry. And even if there is no tech ecosystem, it, like they say, right? I mean, you build it and they come. So you need to be like really smart, like what presents the highest opportunity for me to succeed, right? If I were doing a mobility startup, I first need to have roads in place for mobility to work. If you were to look at the BRTS, the rapid transit in Dar es Salaam, I remember submitting a tender for that in 2006. I submitted a tender for BRTS in 2006, which was retendered multiple times. Now, I think for the last 7 or 8 years, they have a rapid transit in place. But the challenge is that a lot of these mobility and infrastructure related programs and projects, they take a lot of time. So if you want to kind of really prove out something, don't think I go to Lagos, I go to Cairo. Go to a place like Kigali. Probably things might move faster. The infrastructure is fairly kind of well developed, smaller city, and to do a pilot, because that's what people want to see. I mean, whatever you're building, the first thing for any investor is to see that, can you do it? Are you the team which is able to implement or execute? So identify places. I mean, one, you identify the problem statement that you're either passionate to solve about or you think that you are capable to solve. But then the pilot should be in a city which either is seamless for you to kind of implement or execute, or where you have the maximum chance to succeed for a variety of reasons. So you need to be kind of really calculative rather than just looking at big city phenomena and landing up there, because chances of you succeeding is probably a probability. There's no guarantee anyways. But the bigger the city and the more the noise, chances for you to succeed is lesser and lesser.
Okay. So tell me, what makes Startup Rezo different from other players offering similar services? Your competitors?
We're collaborators. We are here to collaborate. We are not here to compete. We are here to collaborate because what we bring to the table, I believe, is a little bit. I wouldn't say unique. There's no magic wand. No startup or no entrepreneur is going to kind of turn things around or create magic overnight. It's the same process. The secret sauce is that we have been doing this for 10 years. We've been doing this for 10 years in multiple markets, multiple geographies. We have seen a lot of business models evolve, pivot, shut down. So the reason why the African business was even renamed as Hindsight Ventures. Hindsight means from experience or from learning. A lot of things that we see in the African continent today, across different tech hubs, different parts of the continent, is that many of these models or businesses we have seen over the past 7 to 8 years in a market like India. The funny thing is, if you went back 15 years and someone was doing a startup in India, they would reference startups from Silicon Valley, Uber of X, Airbnb of Y, so on and so forth. Today, when you talk to several entrepreneurs in Africa, they talk about good, well-recognized startups in India as a reference point, right? The reason being, a lot of these startups can probably relate more to a market like India because it is more recent as a phenomena. But at the same time, also there's a lot of similarities. The markets might be 10 years apart, but still there are a lot of similarities to find compared to the Western world, right? So that's why we called ourselves or renamed ourselves from a branding standpoint as Hindsight Ventures, because we believe that there's a lot of hindsight or a lot of learning. See, if you are able to, and it's an age-old saying, right? I mean, money saved is money earned. So for a bootstrap startup, if you are able to save 6 months of their time, because you can exactly see, visualize, and tell them that, look, if you go down this path, the chances of ABC happening is significantly high because of so and so reason. And if the individual is coachable and he or she can can keep the passion aside for a moment and think logically, and look at statistics and know that okay, this makes a lot of sense. I think the biggest capital that any market has, any country has, is the human capital, right? And if you're able to save time for people, if you're able to help people commit better mistakes. I wouldn't say commit no mistakes, commit better mistakes. I think it is job half done. So as Hindsight Ventures, we see ourselves more as a collaborator, bringing in a broader perspective, bringing in that hindsight, and at the same time, always open to open up our network to anyone who works with us. So that probably kind of differentiates us, not just from an ideology or a thinking perspective, but also because we have that network and we have that leverage that we have built over the years, which we can bring to partners in market and startups.
Okay. You mentioned earlier about different kind of supports that African startups require. So other than funding, of course, and mentorship and availability of a very healthy network, what are the other things that you think could benefit different startup ecosystems that you have worked with?
Sure. There are only two things which help startup grow and succeed. Either someone writes you a check by virtue of which you're able to hire a team, build tech, do marketing, blah blah blah, all of that. That is one. Or the second one is so rather than giving a man or a woman fish to eat, if you teach them fishing, I think you'll go a long way. So we believe in that. We believe in teaching someone to fish, which means businesses at the end of the day require business. They require customers. So one of the things that we're able to do seamlessly is industry networks, right? One of the things that we do on an ongoing basis, whether in India or any of the markets, is to do constant business development and build network of CXOs and corporates, because for many of the startups, access to corporates is a big challenge. They don't know whom to reach. There is no reason why someone is going to respond to emails, because either there is no legitimacy or there is no vetting and validation and all of that. So one of the things that we are able to open up for startups participating in any of our programs is our corporate network across Africa, but beyond that, even in international markets. And corporate network comes in handy for a variety of things. It could be for mentorship, it could be for validation, it could be for proof of concept or pilot opportunities. In many cases, B2B network, which is translating into business. So that is something which is unique to us and which we do well, I believe. So yeah.
So wrapping up, what advice would you give to aspiring young entrepreneurs looking to build a successful startup in Africa?
Keep hustling. It's not easy. It's not easy, but you need to keep at it. You can. I mean, when you talk to young entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs for that matter, the common question that cuts across the continent is that why are we not able to attract funding? The first thing you need to do is to not just think about venture building or doing a startup from a funding standpoint. Your main role is to build a business which is solving a problem and customers are interested in buying your product. So the first thing that you need to do is to sellotapes and wires and all of that sticking out, build the worst possible MVP that you can, take it to potential customers to take a look at it and give you feedback, honest one, not your friend, not your parents, not your siblings, but to potential customers, whether you're building edtech, whether you're building health tech, fintech, whatever it is, and check with people, are they willing to use this product? Will they pay a dime for whatever you build? And if you have the feedback, then find ways to find money. I mean, it's never the scenario of there being no money. It is whether someone wants to give you that money or not. But if you hustle your way in and you're able to kind of convince someone to write you a check, it is purely because you have done your homework well and you know which nerve to pinch or which nerve to touch. So for that, you need to kind of put yourself out there. So keep hustling is the only word that hustle is the only word that I'll put out there, and it is constant. It is day in and day out. If you're an entrepreneur, you're hustling your way to raise your first check. You're hustling to raise your seed fund. You're hustling to raise your Series D as well.
If I could squeeze in one more question, what excites you the most about the future of Africa's startup ecosystem?
There are a lot of people who want to start up. So I think that itself is no idea is bad. No idea is bad. No idea is poor. It comes down to execution. The fact that there are a lot of people who want to start up. See, you can always so the idea can fail. A product can kind of wind down, but just the fact that an individual is not seeking out a job and wanting to start up, and he or she is constantly ideating, wanting to do something. Sometimes you get beaten down really bad, but that is fine. It is all adding to your CV of experience, right? So I think even, I mean, doing Startup Reso and Hindsight Ventures, what's most exciting is that you get to see so many entrepreneurs. You get to hear from so many different ideators. You get to hear from people who want to probably change the face of earth and all of that, and it's fun. So even as an entrepreneur, you should just, I mean, you be chin up all the time. Just the fact that you want to start up is a positive indicator. Worst case scenario, if your company goes nowhere, well, you have your degree or whatever certification you have, go back and work for a couple of years, accumulate a little bit of money and get back to building 2 years down the line.
That's a fantastic piece of advice and a very promising view of things to come. To our viewers who are still watching this show, we request all of you to visit www.startupreso.com and www.hindsightventures.com. Did I say that correct,
.co.
Ajay?
Hindsightventures.co and startupreso.com.
Yes. And after that, please make sure that you are also subscribing to our channel, downloading our app from the Play Store, and following us on social media. As I mentioned earlier, you can also listen to our podcast on Spotify and Amazon Music. With that note, I am wrapping up this show. Thank you all for being with us. Thank you so much, Ajay, for being a part of our show. I wish the very best to your team at both Hindsight and Startup Reso. We will be following your developments and stories and news. On behalf of the whole My Startup TV team, thank you very much for being on the show. Thank you, viewers. Have a very good evening. Good night. Bye.
अवैध साहब,
माई स्टार्टअप टीवी के लिए
आज का
सबको
जो आपका प्रोग्राम होगा इसके बारे में थोड़ा बताएंगे व्यूअर्स को कि आप आज के शो में आप क्या क्या कवर करने जा रहे हैं।
तो आज के शो में जो हमारा पहला स्टार्टअप शो है, मुल्क के ताज, मुल्क के इस्तेमाल के सबसे सिरे से हम इस प्रोग्राम को शुरू कर रहे हैं। आज हम अपने प्रोग्राम में कुछ मौसम के बारे में आपको बताएंगे, कश्मीर के मौसम के बारे में, और आज के अखबार से चंद बातें आपको बताएंगे। आज के अखबार में क्या छपा है, कुछ खास। उसके अलावा हम अपने एक एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं, अपने एक स्टार्टअप हैं, मंजूर अहमद, उनसे हम बात करेंगे। मंजूर, आपका खैर मकदम हमारे प्रोग्राम में। इसके अलावा हम टूरिस्ट प्लेस पे हम जाएंगे, तो वो आगे हम बताएंगे कि हम किस टूरिस्ट प्लेस को हम आज विजिट कर रहे हैं। और प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत में इस शेर से करने जा रहा हूं, कश्मीर सा सरसब्ज नहीं मुल्क कहीं और, कश्मीर सा सरसब्ज नहीं मुल्क कहीं और, यार अब हमें कुछ रोज तो रहने दे यहीं और, ऐ काश निकाले कहीं मेहनत से कोई खोज, इस मुल्क की कानून में है कुछ दुरे सभी और। हम अपने सभी नाजरीन को खैर मकदम करते हैं, उनको आदाब करते हैं, नमस्कार करते हैं, सत श्री अकाल। मुल्क के जिस भी कोने से हमारे नाजरीन हमें देख रहे हैं, उनको हमारी इस चैनल में, माय स्टार्टअप चैनल में खैर मकदम। और मेजर सुनील सर का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि इन्होंने आज के जो प्रोग्रामों का सिलसिला है वो कश्मीर से स्टार्ट किया है। कश्मीर मुल्क की सबसे खूबसूरत जगह, सबसे खूबसूरत लोग, और हम कोशिश करेंगे हम मुल्क के दूसरे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स से, स्टार्टअप से जुड़ते रहेंगे। और आज के प्रोग्राम में जहां हम मौसम की बात करेंगे, तो बाहर मौसम बहुत ठंडा है, जैसा आप देख सकते हैं। यहाँ मैं कोट पहना हुआ हूँ और गर्मी के सामान भी हैं। अभी ठंड है बाहर, टेम्परेचर हमारा कश्मीर में अभी 6-7 डिग्री टेम्परेचर होगा कश्मीर में। मैं कश्मीर का जो सेंट्रल कैपिटल है श्रीनगर, श्रीनगर से आपसे मुखातिब हूँ अपने नाजरीन से। तो टेम्परेचर के हवाले से कुछ पिछले हफ्ते कुछ बारिशें हुई कश्मीर में, इस हवाले से सैलाब की सूरत हाल भी बनी हुई थी, लेकिन ऊपर वाले का लाख लाख शुक्र शुक्र के सैलाब की सूरत हाल नहीं आई, लेकिन बारिशें काफ़ी हुई। और आगे 10 मई तक यहाँ मौसम अबरालूद रहेगा। आज भी बिल्कुल मौसम अबरालूद है, बाहर ठंड है, अभी भी स्वेटर लोग पहने हुए हैं। तो ये हुआ हमारा मौसम का हाल। तो उसके बाद आज के प्रोग्राम में मैं आज के अखबार को लूँगा। आज के अखबार में जो कश्मीर से अखबार छपे हैं, उनमें से चंद सुर्खियाँ आपकी खिदमत में अपने नाज़रीन को मैं पेश करने जा रहा हूँ। कश्मीर में बहुत पहले, बहुत सालों पहले मुर्दमशुमारी हुई है। अब सरकार ने ये फैसले लिया है कि आइंदा महीने के बाद यहाँ मुर्दमशुमारी मुतवक्का है, जम्मू कश्मीर और लद्दाख के लिए। और दूसरी अहम खबर ये कि यहाँ जो भी टूरिस्ट आना चाहते हैं कश्मीर, वो ज़रा एहतियात बरतें, क्योंकि सड़कें यहाँ काफ़ी खस्ता हो चुकी हैं। इस हवाले से बहुत शहर की बहुत सारी सड़कें नाकाबिल आमदरफ्त है। श्रीनगर से जम्मू से श्रीनगर जो वाहिद शहर है, जो जोड़ती है जम्मू को श्रीनगर से, क्योंकि जो कश्मीर आने का जो ट्रैवल प्लान होता है, तो जम्मू तक आप ट्रेन में भी आ सकते हैं, जहाज में भी आ सकते हैं, लेकिन कश्मीर आने के लिए 2 रास्ते आपके पास हैं। एक है हवाई जहाज, बाई एयर आप आ सकते हैं, दूसरा बाय रोड, क्योंकि यहाँ ट्रेन अभी नहीं पहुंची है, ट्रेन जम्मू तक जा रही है। तो उस हवाले से वो सड़क भी काफ़ी खस्ता है। श्रीनगर को स्मार्ट सिटी बनाने का जो प्रोग्राम है गवर्नमेंट ने हाथ में लिया है, तो उस हवाले से सड़कें बहुत खराब हुई हैं, टूटी हैं। तो एक और वो अखबारों में आए रोज सुर्खियां बनती हैं, शहर की सड़कें बहुत खराब हैं। और सयाहत के फरोग के लिए कोशिशें जारी, ये एक सुर्खी है एक अखबार की। और अखबार लिखता है कि इस साल पहलगाम में सैलानियों की रिकॉर्ड आवक होगी। और एक और सुर्खी है कि सैलाब से कुछ नुकसानात हुए, कई जगहों पे सैलाब आया, लेकिन उतना ज़्यादा वसी पैमाने पर नहीं आया, नॉट ऑन अ लार्जर स्केल। छोटे-छोटे जो भी नदी नालों में पानी ऊपर चढ़ा, तो उस हवाले से भी थोड़े बहुत खदशात हुए हैं, नुकसानात हुए हैं कहीं-कहीं पर। और एक और सुर्खी मैं अखबार से लेता हूँ, ये है 5 बरसों से फ़िल्ट्रेशन प्लांट तशने तकमील अभी तक मुकम्मल नहीं हो पा रहा है। और मंशियात फरोशों के खिलाफ क्रैकडाउन, स्मगलर की 50 लाख की जायदाद जब्त। स्मगलिंग का यहाँ कुछ यूथ्स इन्वॉल्व हुए हैं इस ड्रग के साथ, तो उसके लिए भी सरकार और पुलिस बहुत मुतहरिक हो गई है। ट्रैफिक कवानीन पर अमल से अमूरात की शरह कम होगी, ये भी एक ये। और यूपी सरकार की तरफ से 7 रुकनी आला साथी पैनल तश्कील, हुकूमत का लैंड बैंक बनाने का फैसला। इसका मतलब है कि गैर जंगलाती या बंजर और दीगर जुम्रों की जो सरकारी जमीन है, अराजी है, उसकी निशानदेही की जाएगी, उसको अलग-अलग जुम्रों में बांटा जाएगा। तो इसके अलावा अखबारों में ये कि नौजवानों से इदारिया अक्सर जो इदारिया अखबारों के आते हैं, उनमें नौजवानों को अपील की जाती है, नौजवान अपने आप को देखें वो कहाँ पर हैं। बेरोजगारी के मसाइल ज़रूर हैं, लेकिन हमारी जो ये चैनल है स्टार्टअप चैनल, इसमें हम कोशिश करेंगे उन नौजवानों से, उन अशख़ास से मिलने की जो अपने स्टार्टअप शुरू कर रहे हैं, जो अपना कारोबार शुरू कर रहे हैं, जो अपने कारोबार के शुरुआती मराहिल में हैं, उनसे हम बात करेंगे। और आज के जो हमारे मेहमान हैं, जो हमारे गेस्ट हैं, जो हमारे स्टार्टअप हैं, मैंने बताया कि उनका नाम मंजूर अहमद है, वो किसके साथ कर रहे हैं आइंदा उनसे बात करेंगे। लेकिन मैं चाहूँगा सुनील, मेजर सुनील सर, कि आपकी तरफ से कोई अभी तक जो आपने सुना, कोई सवाल आपके मन में अगर है, तो मैं उसका जवाब यहाँ देने की कोशिश करूँगा।
आबिद साहब, शुक्रिया। आप हेडलाइंस लेके आए श्रीनगर से, और हमें बेहद खुशी हो रही है कि हमारा जो पहला एपिसोड जो एक क्षेत्रीय भाषा में स्टार्ट हुआ है, वो श्रीनगर से स्टार्ट हुआ है। तो ये एक फौजी के नाते भी मुझे काफ़ी इसका गर्व है कि हमने जब अपना पहला क्षेत्र भाषा ब्रॉडकास्ट शुरू किया है, प्रसारण शुरू किया, जो सीधा प्रसारण हम हैदराबाद स्टूडियो से लेके आ रहे हैं, वो श्रीनगर से है। तो मैं
बहुत शुक्रिया।
और जो आपने पॉइंट्स दिए कि मतलब जो वहाँ से हेडलाइंस हैं टूरिज्म को लेकर, मौसम को लेकर, मैं ये जानना चाह रहा था कि क्योंकि देश भर में इलेक्शंस भी चली हुई हैं और गर्मियां तो है ही हैं और ये मौसम वैसे भी टाइम है टूरिज्म का, तो क्या इलेक्शन की वजह से टूरिज्म पे कोई इम्पैक्ट आया है आपके यहाँ?
नहीं, ऐसा कोई देखने में नहीं आया, कोई इम्पैक्ट नहीं है। टूरिस्ट आ रहे हैं। इनफैक्ट अभी यहाँ कश्मीर में तो जो 3 लोकसभा सीटें उनमें इंतखाबात अभी नहीं हुई है, तो उसका कोई खास इम्पैक्ट नहीं है। टूरिस्ट बाहर आ रहे हैं, जैसे आ रहे थे वैसे आ रहे हैं। कोई खास इंतखाबात के बारे में कोई हलचल नहीं है, बिल्कुल हलचल नहीं है।
मैं ये भी जानना चाहूंगा कि जिस तरह से हम खबर में देखते हैं कि काफी सारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट हुआ है जो कि श्रीनगर को जोड़ता है, उसकी वजह से क्या पिछले सालों में टूरिज्म को लेकर, खासकर रोड से लोग आते हैं, खासकर जो हाइकर्स बाइकर्स आते हैं, इसमें कोई इजाफा हुआ है?
बहुत इजाफा हुआ, बहुत इजाफा हुआ। इनफैक्ट हम जो स्मार्ट सिटी की बात कर रहे हैं, स्मार्ट सिटी के प्रोजेक्ट कई कस्बों में सामने आए, लेकिन वो स्मार्ट सिटी की जो पेशरफ्त है वो बहुत स्लो दिख रही है, बहुत स्लो है। उस वजह से पिछले साल से काफी सारी सड़कें टूटी-फूटी हैं, काफी सारे रोड्स हैं, वो कहीं से चेंज हुए हैं, कहीं से फ्लाईओवर बन रहे हैं, कहीं से सड़कें बन रही हैं, कहीं से तोड़ा जाता है, कहीं से मोड़ा जाता है, कहीं से बनाया जाता है। उस हवाले से काफी अभी गहमा-गहमी है सड़कों पे, ट्रैफिक जामिंग हो रही है और जगह-जगह पानी जमा होता है सड़कों पे। तो जब बारिशें हुई तो सड़कें बिल्कुल सैलाब की मानद आ गई। सड़कें बहुत खराब हैं, बहुत गड्ढे हैं। काम भी चल रहा है लेकिन सुस्त चल रहा है।
अगर हम स्टार्टअप के बारे में समझें तो जो लोकल यूथ है
हुँ, हुँ।
उनके बीच में स्टार्टअप को लेकर किस तरह का एक विचारधारा है, या मतलब किस तरह का सोच है स्टार्टअप के बारे में?
सुनील जी, यहाँ कश्मीर में क्योंकि इंडस्ट्रीज कम है, इंडस्ट्री सेक्टर बहुत कम है कश्मीर में, तो लोग अगर कोई कारोबार शुरू करना चाहते हैं या स्टार्टअप अपना खोलना चाहते हैं, तो उसमें ये देखा जाता है कि वो देखते हैं डिमांड किस चीज़ की है। इट वैरीज़। गाँव में कुछ और डिमांड है, कस्बों में कुछ और डिमांड है। तो नौजवानों का रुझान बहुत स्लो है। तो शायद आपने बहुत अच्छा पॉइंट यहाँ ये किया कि आज आपने जो प्रोग्राम का सिलसिला है, जो सीरीज़ ऑफ प्रोग्राम्स है, वो कश्मीर से शुरू की, क्योंकि यहाँ हमें इस बात की तरफ बहुत फ़ोकस देना पड़ेगा कि लोग स्टार्टअप्स की तरफ, नौजवान या यूथ स्टार्टअप्स की तरफ क्यों नहीं आ रहे हैं। जबकि सरकार ने बहुत सारी स्कीमें इस हवाले से राइज़ की हैं, इम्प्लीमेंट के लिए ग्राउंड लेवल पे भेजी हैं स्कीमें, लेकिन बहुत कम रुझान है। कोई ख़ास जो पढ़ा-लिखा है, जिसको अपना थोड़ा सरमाया है, वो स्टार्टअप्स की तरफ जा रहा है। Most of the people search for the government jobs or private sector jobs which are not here.
तो मेरा ये अगला सवाल ये भी था कि मतलब क्या नौजवान के बीच में सरकार के जो स्कीम्स हैं, अलग अलग किस्म के मुख्तलिफ स्कीम्स हैं, स्टार्टअप्स को लेकर, फंडिंग को लेकर, सपोर्ट को लेकर, काफ़ी सारे इंक्यूबेटर्स भी हैं, इसके बारे में कोई जानकारी है?
बिल्कुल जानकारी है। यूथ में बिल्कुल जानकारी है, लेकिन वहाँ फाइनेंस की कमी पड़ रही है, फाइनेंस के लिए मुश्किल हो रहा है, या उन्होंने घर में किसी ने किया नहीं है कारोबार। मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल यहाँ आदी हुए हैं, जो उनका जो ये था कि सरकारी मुलाज़िमत ज़्यादा प्रेफ़र करते हैं लोग। अच्छा, कारोबार में वही जाता है जिसका खानदानी सिलसिला है, जो खानदानी मीरास है, जिसके बाप-दादा, परदादा कारोबार करते हैं, वो कारोबार में जाता है। और जिस खानदान में बिज़नेस का कोई एक्सपोज़र नहीं है, वो नहीं जाना चाहते, वो डर-डर के जा रहे हैं। कारोबार में जाने के लिए डर लगता है।
तो मेरे ख्याल से जहाँ तक हम लोग पिछले 5 साल, माई स्टार्टअप टीवी को 5 साल हो गया है, ये साल 5 साल हम पूरा करेंगे। जो हमने देखा है तकरीबन इसी तरह का माहौल है पूरे देश में, जहाँ पहला जो फर्स्ट जनरेशन हम एंटरप्रेन्योर कहते हैं, है ना, वो उनको थोड़ा मुश्किल होता है स्टार्ट करने में, क्योंकि एक फैमिली से भी सपोर्ट कम मिलता है
बिल्कुल,
रिस्क लेने में,
बिल्कुल।
क्योंकि ज़्यादातर कोशिश ये रहता है ट्रेडिशनली कि हम एक नौकरी मिल जाए, और जो पुश्तैनी बिजनेस करते हैं उनके लिए आसान है क्योंकि उनका माइंडसेट बना होता है। तो आप जो कह रहे हैं कि तकरीबन उसी तरह का माहौल श्रीनगर में भी है?
बिल्कुल।
बिल्कुल। तो चलिए इसी वजह से आज जो हमारे मेहमान हैं उन्होंने जो अपना एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप जर्नी शुरू किया है वो खास हो जाता है, क्योंकि इस चैलेंज के बीच में भी वो एक अपना उन्होंने हिम्मत किया कि अपना खुद का बिजनेस शुरू करें। क्योंकि जब हम बिजनेस शुरू करते हैं तो सिर्फ बिजनेस नहीं होता, हम 4 आदमी को और नौकरी देते हैं साथ में।
और नौकरी।
तो चलिए ओवर टू यू, आप यहाँ से शुरू कीजिए अपना, और हम चाहेंगे आप यहाँ से टेक ओवर करें, प्रोग्राम को आगे लेके जाएं, अपने मेहमान को इंट्रोड्यूस करें, और फिर आपने कोई एक फीचर भी बनाया है वो भी हम देखते हैं। ओवर टू यू अभी।
शुक्रिया शुक्रिया मेजर सुनील, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आपने इस प्रोग्राम को हमसे शुरू किया, हमसे आपने चाहा कि लेट्स स्टार्ट फ्रॉम द कश्मीर। सो मैं अपने नाज़रीन को बताऊं कि मैं आबिद गौहर कश्मीर से आपसे मुखातिब हूँ, और आज हम मिल रहे हैं एक नए स्टार्टअप से जिसका नाम है मंजूर अहमद। मंजूर अहमद, अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम। वालेकुम सलाम सर।
मंजूर साहब,
जनाब,
जहाँ तक मेरी नॉलेज है, आपकी उम्र कितनी होगी?
38 सर। 38 ईयर ओल्ड। बिल्कुल सर।
38 साल के हैं। तो पढ़ाई आपने कहाँ तक की है?
सर 12th पास हूँ मैं सर, 10+2 की।
ओके, 12th पास करने के बाद आपने लेट क्यों किया? अपना जो कारोबार आपने शुरू किया है वो लेट क्यों किया?
सर आपको पता है कश्मीर का कि यहाँ पे अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट ज्यादा है, तो हमने यहाँ पे सब गवर्नमेंट जॉब प्रेफर करते हैं, तो हमें भी इधर उधर यहाँ की ठोकरें खाई, तो लास्ट में हम वही आके हमने सोचा कि नहीं कोई अपना बिजनेस स्टार्ट करते हैं जो हमारे लिए ठीक रहेगा।
तो जहाँ तक मुझे मालूम है आपने ये बिजनेस पिछले साल ही शुरू किया है, सितंबर अक्टूबर में।
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल। पहले मैं एज अ सेल्स एग्जीक्यूटिव काम कर रहा था किसी और जगह पे, तो उसके बाद जब कुछ लोगों ने मेरी सराहना की है, जिन्होंने मुझे हौसला अफजाई की कि नहीं आप कर सकते हो, आप जाके अपना कुछ कर दो, और माशाल्लाह मैंने स्टार्ट कर दिया और इंशाल्लाह सक्सेस मिल रही है, मुझे कामयाबी मिल रही है सर।
इसका मतलब है आपने पहले एक्सपीरियंस गेन की, पहले आपने कहीं और काम किया, उसके बाद जो
बिल्कुल सर,
एक्सपीरियंस
राइट सर, मैं एज अ सेल्स एग्जीक्यूटिव पहले काम कर रहा था, फिर उसके बाद सर कुछ ऐसी कुछ शख्सियत है जिन्होंने मेरे सर पे हाथ रखा है, जिन्होंने मुझे सराहना किया है, जिन्होंने मेरी हौसला अफजाई की है, तब जाके उन्होंने मुझे बोला नहीं आप में ऐसा है कि आप में पोटेंशियल है, आप कर सकते हो। तो सर हमने स्टार्ट कर दिया 1 साल पहले, तो माशाल्लाह अल्लाह ने चाहा तो सब ठीक हो रहा है सर अभी।
मंजूर साहब, जैसे किसी ने आपको हौसला दिया, एनकरेज किया, आपके सर पे हाथ रखा, आपको प्रोत्साहन किया कि आप जाइए आगे जाइए, आप कर सकते हैं, इसी तरह कल आपको भी किसी और के सर पे हाथ रख के उसको भी एनकरेज करेंगे।
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल सही सर।
जब आपने अपना स्टार्टअप शुरू किया, आपने अपना बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया, तो क्या सोचा? आपके पास पैसा इतना था कि आप खुद का बिजनेस कर सकते थे?
जी सर।
आपके पास वो फाइनेंशियल कंडीशन थी?
जी सर, एक्चुअली जो मैंने आपको पहले भी बोला कि कुछ ऐसी पर्सनालिटीज है जिन्होंने मुझे सराहना किया है, तो वहां से जाके मुझे फाइनेंशियली हेल्प मिला, तब जाके मैंने सर से स्टार्टअप स्टार्ट कर दिया सर।
तो अभी ये स्टार्टअप का नेचर क्या है? नेचर ऑफ स्टार्टअप यानी क्या करते हैं आप?
सर मैं एक्चुअली पियाटो थ्री व्हीलर का सब डीलर हूँ सर।
ओके,
पियाटो प्राइवेट लिमिटेड।
ये जो आप पियाटो लाते हैं वहां बेचते हैं, आपका रिटेल शॉप आपने लगाया या सब डीलरशिप है? आप सीधे बेचते हैं, आप सीधे बेचते हैं थ्री व्हीलर्स?
जी सर, बिल्कुल सर, वही थ्री व्हीलर ही बेचते हैं, राइट सर।
थ्री व्हीलर आपके शोरूम में कितने एक साथ रहते हैं?
जी सर।
एक साथ आप कितने थ्री व्हीलर आपके शोरूम में रहते हैं?
जी सर, मेरे 4 एम्प्लॉयज है अभी।
अच्छा, 4 एम्प्लॉयज नहीं, कितने ऑटो कितने रहते हैं वहां पर?
सर नियर अबाउट 20+।
ओके, 20 ऑटो आपके पास रहते हैं आपके शोरूम में?
बिल्कुल डिस्प्ले में रहते हैं सर।
20 ऑटो आपको क्रेडिट पे मिलते हैं?
जी सर, नहीं सर, ये सर क्रेडिट पे नहीं मिलते हैं सर, पे करना पड़ता है सर, तब जाके कंपनी से सर माल आता है।
यानी अगर आपके पास 20 ऑटो है तो 20 के 20 के पेमेंट आपने आपने पहले ही कर दिए?
जब एक्चुअली सर जब कंपनी के जब हम अच्छा काम करते हैं, जब हम अच्छी सेल दिखाते हैं, तो कंपनी से क्रेडिट भी मिल जाता है सर।
ओके ओके। तो अभी
जी सर, जब हम मेहनत करते हैं, जब हम मेहनत करते हैं सर, जब काम अच्छा करते हैं, तब जाके कंपनी ट्रस्ट करती है, तो कंपनी क्रेडिट में भी देती है सर।
अच्छा, तो कंपनी आपको क्रेडिट में देती है। तो आपने बोला आपके पास 4 एम्प्लॉइज हैं।
बिल्कुल सर।
उनकी एज क्या है?
सर एक मैम है हमारे पास, एक फीमेल है, उनकी एज होगी नियर अबाउट 25 ईयर्स ओल्ड। दूसरा लड़का है सर, उसकी एज भी होगी 25-26 ईयर ओल्ड। और एक सर हमारा मैकेनिक है, उसकी एज भी होगी नियर अबाउट 32 ईयर्स ओल्ड। और दूसरा लड़का भी है, उसकी होगी 22-23 ईयर्स ओल्ड सर।
ओके, पढ़े लिखे सारे?
पढ़े लिखे सारे हैं सर।
अच्छा, तो आपने बोला मैंने 12th किया। क्या आपको 12th के बाद ये ड्रीम था कि मैं बिजनेस ही करूं, या आपने पढ़ाई क्यों छोड़ी 12th में?
एक्चुअली सर कुछ घर के हालात थे ऐसे थे, तो मुझे सब छोड़ना पड़ा। तो एज ए सेल्स एग्जीक्यूटिव फिर मुझे काम करना पड़ा। सैलरी पे 8-10 हजार में सैलरी लेता था। लेकिन सब कुछ ऐसी मैंने फिर रिपीट करना चाहता हूँ कि कुछ ऐसी पर्सनालिटीज है जिन्होंने मुझे सराहना किया है, जिन्होंने मुझे बैक किया है, जिन्होंने मुझे प्राउड मतलब फील हुआ उनको मुझसे, जिन्होंने मुझे बोला नहीं आप कर सकते हो। तो सर वहां से जाके मैंने सर फिर अपने दिमाग में ठान नहीं मैं करूंगा, और मैंने कर दिया सर।
अच्छा, आपकी कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट कितनी हुई इसमें जब आपने स्टार्ट किया?
जी सर।
कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट आपकी कितनी हुई? आपने सरमाया अपना कितना लगाया बिजनेस में?
Near about sir 20 lakhs.
20 lakhs।
Yes.
तो अभी
और
आपने
बाकी सर कंपनी से क्रेडिट मिल गया मुझे।
ओके, आपने कहा कि मैंने जो पहली सैलरी लिया था 10,000। आप
बिल्कुल
अपने
सर।
एम्प्लॉइज को इस टाइम कितना देते हो?
सर अभी मेरी यहाँ से सैलरी जाती है 65,000 जाती है 4 एम्प्लॉइज को।
अच्छा,
बिल्कुल
इसका मतलब
सर।
है 15,000 के आसपास उनको सैलरी मिलती है।
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल राइट सर। जी
इसमें
सर।
जो आपको शोरूम बनाना पड़ा, दुकान लेना पड़ा, वो किराए पे है या अपना है आपको?
नहीं सर, रेंट पे रह रहे, शोरूम अपना रेंट पे ही है सर। वर्कशॉप वगैरह वो सब रेंट पे ही।
हम्म। और एक्सपेंसेस जो सामान वहां पे आपके ऑफिस में है, उसमें एक्सपेंसेस भी हैं। तो कुल मिला के जो खर्चा है, जो आपको सैलरी देनी पड़ती है, आर यू सेटिस्फाइड व्हाट यू आर
Yes sir, I'm
अर्निंग
satisfied.
प्रेजेंटली?
Yes sir, I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied. काम सही जा रहा सर, मैंने मेहनत की है सर, वो रंग लाई है, और माशाल्लाह सब कुछ ठीक जा रहा है सर।
अच्छा, कोई खरीदार आपके पास आता है, उसको ऑटो लेना है, उसके पास पैसा होता है या
जी सर।
बैंक के फाइनेंस पे डिपेंडेंट होता है?
जी सर, बैंक के फाइनेंस पे डिपेंड ही होता है सर।
मोस्टली
मोस्टली सर, जहाँ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर बैंक हमें फाइनेंस प्रोवाइड करता है।
अच्छा,
बिल्कुल
तो
सर। और उसमें डाउन पेमेंट हम लेते हैं 40,000 से हम स्टार्ट करते हैं डाउन पेमेंट। तो कोई भी वो एफोर्ड कर सकता है, हर कोई वो एफोर्ड कर सकता है। ओनली 40,000 हम डाउन पेमेंट लेते हैं और गाड़ी देते हैं उनको।
बाकी फाइनेंस होता है?
बाकी सर जम्मू एंड कश्मीर बैंक से फाइनेंस मिल जाता है उनको, वो हम
अच्छा,
खुद कराते हैं सर।
जो आपके पास जिसको ऑटो लेना होता है, क्या वो भी एंटरप्रेन्योर होता है, बिजनेसमैन होता है, कारोबार करना चाहता है?
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल सर। एक्चुअली आपको सर पता है कश्मीर में इंडस्ट्रीज नहीं है, या अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट है, पढ़े लिखे लोग बैठे हैं। तो तब जाके उनको सर कुछ ना कुछ डिसाइड करना पड़ता है कि अपनी लाइफ में कुछ ना कुछ। फिर कोई सर बिजनेस में ही है, कोई किसी और जगह, कोई तो वो सब ऐसे एडजस्ट कर देते हैं अपने आप।
कभी ऐसा भी होता है कि कोई बड़ा आदमी है, उसने अपने लिए रखा, बाग के लिए रखा,
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल सर। बिल्कुल सर, आपको पता है सर, यहाँ ऑर्चर्ड कश्मीर में ऑर्चर्ड सब जगह जगह आपको मिलेंगे। तो एप्पल ऑर्चर्ड हर जगह पे, तो उनको भी काम आते हैं। वो हर जिसके पास भी सर यहाँ पे ऑर्चर्ड है, उसके पास आपको 3 व्हीलर मिलेगा ही मिलेगा।
दैट मींस उनके लिए करियर नहीं है, उनके लिए खुद की वो अपने बिजनेस, उनको अपने सपोर्ट के लिए
बिल्कुल सर, अपने सपोर्ट के लिए होता है सर, क्योंकि उनके पास। जी सर।
आपका टर्नओवर कितना है? आपको बैंक के
मेरा
पास
सर
जाना है, अभी आप बैंक के बगैर तो नहीं कर सकते हैं,
बिल्कुल
आपका
सर, बिल्कुल
अकाउंट होगा बैंक में।
जी सर। मंथली सर जा रहा है, मंथली टर्नओवर मेरा जा रहा है 80 लाख से ऊपर सर।
80 लाख से ऊपर, दैट मीन्स
ऊपर
करीब
जी
10।
सर।
ओके ओके ओके, इसका मतलब है 1 करोड़ से
मेरे
ज्यादा
पास
आपका
सर
टर्नओवर है।
बिल्कुल सर, मैं सर 20-25 गाड़ियां बेचता हूँ पर महीने।
अच्छा अच्छा, मंजूर
बिल्कुल
साहब
सर।
मुझे एक बात बताइए, जब आपने ये बिजनेस अपना स्टार्ट किया, रजिस्ट्रेशन प्रोसेस में आपको ज्यादा दिक्कत तो मत आई?
नहीं सर, एक्चुअली हमारा डीलर लॉगिन है, हम रजिस्ट्रेशन खुद करते हैं सर। हम हाथों हाथ रजिस्ट्रेशन कर देते हैं, क्योंकि आज डीलर
नहीं,
लॉगिन है।
लाइसेंस
आज हमें
मैं आपके कारोबार की बात कर रहा हूँ, लाइसेंस की बात कर रहा हूँ। लाइसेंस, आपका बिजनेस चलाने के लिए आपको रजिस्ट्रेशन चाहिए, आपको लाइसेंस चाहिए।
हाँ हाँ, उससे इजीली
उसमें आप
मिल जाती है सर। जब आप उसके लिए हमने सर अप्लाई किया तो मिल गई सर, थोड़ा वेट करना पड़ा, लाइसेंस मिल गई सर। फिर उसकी जो फॉर्मेलिटीज है वो हमने सर पूरी कर दी, आपने देखा कि वो सब मिल गई सर हमें।
अच्छा, उसमें कोई ज्यादा दिक्कत नहीं आती है?
जी सर।
उसमें आपको दिक्कत नहीं आती है?
नहीं सर, नहीं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं आती है। जब आप सर पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग लेके अच्छे से मतलब अप्लाई करोगे, मगर कोई इसमें कोई बेईमानी नहीं होगी, तो आराम से सर डिपार्टमेंट भी सपोर्ट कर देता है, लाइसेंस मिल जाती है।
अच्छा, मिल जाती है। अच्छा, अब
हाँ बिल्कुल सर।
जो जिसकी बात आप कर रहे थे, जैसे रजिस्ट्रेशन की, जब आप किसी को ऑटो देते हो, उस ऑटो के
बिल्कुल
लिए
सर।
ट्रांसपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट की रजिस्ट्रेशन चाहिए, तो वो खुद
बिल्कुल
वो
सर।
जो खरीदने वाला होता है, आपका कस्टमर होता है, वो खुद करता है या आप करते हैं?
नहीं, एक्चुअली वो सर हम करते हैं खुद। आज वो डीलर, आज वो हमारे अथॉरिटी, आज वो हमारी जिम्मेवारी है कि हम खुद कर देते हैं, न कि सर ट्रांसपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट। वो आप डीलर को सौंपी गई है कि वो डीलर खुद करता है सर।
तो उसके लिए इजाफी जो पैसा है वो उससे आप लेते होंगे कस्टमर से?
बिल्कुल सर, वो हम लेते हैं सर।
क्योंकि ट्रांसपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट की भी अपनी फॉर्मेलिटीज में होती है, रजिस्ट्रेशन
बिल्कुल सर,
होता है,
हमें
टोकन होता है।
हमें ट्रांसपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट को फी करना पड़ता है, तो रजिस्ट्रेशन हमारे यहाँ से खुद हो जाती है, क्योंकि डीलर लॉगिन है सर, डीलर लॉगिन से हमें खुद हो जाता है।
अच्छा, आप
बिल्कुल सर।
अच्छा, ये जो आपका बिजनेस है ना, स्टार्टअप है, ये कहाँ पर है एग्जैक्ट? आप लोकेशन मुझे बताएंगे कहाँ पर है?
ये जम्मू कश्मीर के एक जिला है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट गांधरबल।
अच्छा
डिस्ट्रिक्ट गांधरबल के कुरहामा
अच्छा
में नेशनल हाईवे है, जो सोनमर्ग लद्दाख को टच करता है, जोड़ता है, उसी हाईवे पे है सर ये।
अच्छा, गांधरबल जिले से या गांधरबल मेन टाउन से जो रास्ता जाता है सोनमर्ग और आगे जाता है लद्दाख, कारगिल,
बिल्कुल सर,
लेह,
उसी नेशनल हाईवे पे, उसी नेशनल हाईवे पे।
उसी नेशनल हाईवे पे।
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल सर।
अच्छा, कोई ऐसा एंटरप्रेन्योर शॉप है, ऐसा कोई दूसरा आपके सराउंडिंग में?
जी सर।
आपके आसपास, आस पड़ोस में कोई ऐसी दूसरी दुकान है कोई, या दूसरी शॉप है कोई?
बिल्कुल सर, है सर, अदर कंपनीज है
वो
जो
भी?
यहाँ पे काम करती है।
अच्छा, वो भी उसी ऑटो के साथ करते हैं जिस पियाजो के साथ आप करते हैं?
नहीं सर, नहीं सर, वो दूसरी कंपनी है सर। पियाजो खाली हम करते हैं सर, क्योंकि
अच्छा
डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक ही को दे सकते हैं ना, डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक ही को दे सकते हैं। कंपनी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक को खड़ा कर सकती है, तो उनके पास वो महिंद्रा है, दूसरी कंपनी टाटा है, वो उनके साथ साथ जुड़े। लेकिन पियाजो
अच्छा,
जो हमारी
मंजूर
कंपनी
साहब
है
आपने
वो।
मंजूर साहब आपने शादी की है?
ये पूछना चाहूंगा मैं,
जी बिल्कुल सर, शादी हुई है मेरी।
जी जी जी, हाँ, मेजर सुनील से।
मेजर सुनील हैदराबाद स्टूडियो से। तो पहली बात, वेलकम हमारे शो पे आपका, खुशामदीद।
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
तो बड़ी खुशी हुई ये देखकर कि आपने एक रिस्क लिया अपने आप से और बिजनेस शुरू किया। बिजनेस में आप 4 लोगों को नौकरी भी दे रहे हैं। मैं ये
बिल्कुल
जानना
सर।
चाह रहा हूँ कि जब आपने, पहली बात तो ये कि क्या आपके इलाके में इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल या इलेक्ट्रिक ऑटोज का चलन है?
बिल्कुल सर, मैं सेल करता हूँ सर उनका। हम वो भी सेल करते हैं सर, पियाजो। हाँ, ईवी।
एक कस्टमर के बीच में ईवी और अगर पेट्रोल को लेकर हो तो किस तरह ज्यादा रुझान है? क्या आप ट्रेंड देख रहे हैं कि लोग
ईवी की तरफ जाना जाता है सर, ईवी की तरफ
ज्यादा?
चला जाता है। बिल्कुल सर।
अच्छा, और क्या आप मेंटेनेंस सपोर्ट भी देते हैं, रिपेयर? क्योंकि
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल सर। हाँ,
मेंटेनेंस भी चाहिए उसमें।
बिल्कुल सर, 24 आवर सर्विस मिल जाती है सर।
तो ये बताइए कि क्योंकि जब आप सेल्स एंड मार्केटिंग की बात कर रहे हैं जिसमें आपके स्टाफ इन्वॉल्व है और मेंटेनेंस की भी बात कर रहे हैं, तो इनका ट्रेनिंग क्या करवाते हैं आप? मतलब क्या कंपनी की तरफ से इनकी ट्रेनिंग होती है या आप खुद अपने आप से करवा रहे हैं? किस तरह से करते हैं ये?
बिल्कुल सर, कंपनी से ट्रेनिंग मिल जाती है। हमारा प्लांट है नोएडा में पियाजो का, वहां से सर ट्रेनिंग मिल जाती है।
अच्छा, मैं ये जानना चाह रहा था कि क्योंकि श्रीनगर, जब हम श्रीनगर कश्मीर की बात करते हैं तो एक जो एक पहला थॉट या पहला सोच आता है वो ये है कि शिकारा, ड्राई फ्रूट्स, टूरिज्म। आपने ये सब छोड़कर आप एक बिल्कुल अलग से बिजनेस में, जो कि ऑटोमोबाइल का बिजनेस है, ये क्यों आपने चूज किया?
एक्चुअली मुझे सब बचपन से ही शौक था कि मैं इस फील्ड से जुड़ा था, कि ट्रांसपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट से मैं इससे मैं मेरा शौक था, तब जाके मैंने सब स्टार्ट यही कर दिया।
और आपके फैमिली का क्या रिस्पांस था? वो उनका क्या, किस तरह से रिस्पांस था कि जब आपने बोला कि मैं बिजनेस करने जाऊंगा लेकिन ट्रेडिशनल बिजनेस में नहीं जाऊंगा, हटके?
बिल्कुल सर, एक्चुअली मेरी वाइफ का इसके पीछे बहुत बड़ा हाथ है कि उसने बार बार मुझे सपोर्ट किया है कि जब मैंने स्टार्ट किया है तो मैं एज अ सेल्स एग्जीक्यूटिव में काम कर रहा था, तब भी उसने सपोर्ट किया। जब मैं 10,000 कमाता हूँ और आज भी वैसा ही सपोर्ट मिलता है जैसे पहले मिला था, और कदम कदम पे वो मेरे साथ चलिए।
और आने वाले टाइम में आपका क्या, आपका क्या विजन है, आपका क्या एक गोल होता है ना इंसान के लिए कि भाई मैं ये करना चाहता हूँ या इधर तक पहुंचना चाहता हूँ?
बिल्कुल सर, चाहता हूँ कि जैसे मेरे पास ऐसे लड़के जुड़े हैं, छोटे छोटे लड़के ड्रग्स की ओर जा रहे हैं, तो अगर उनको यहाँ से कुछ जॉब, छोटी छोटी जॉब मिले तो उनसे उन सब चीजों से दूर होके तो वो डर से बच पाए पास।
तो मंजूर साहब के लिए एक अगला सवाल मेरा यही था कि उनके बच्चे कितने हैं? वो शादीशुदा ज़रूर हैं, उनके बच्चे मैं देखना चाहता हूँ कितने बड़े हैं और वो अपने बच्चों के लिए क्या सोच रहे हैं? क्योंकि आपने सही फरमाया, जब कश्मीर माना जाता है टूरिज्म के हवाले से, ड्राई फ्रूट्स के हवाले से, एप्पल्स के हवाले से, मंजूर का जो दूसरा उसने टर्न लिया है, दैट इज़ बिकॉज़ ऑफ हिज़ exposure and experience, what he has worked with in company where he was in sales executive. तो वहां से उसने तजुर्बा लिया, वहां से कई सालों काम किया, तो अल्टीमेटली उसको लगा कि मैं ये बिजनेस अब खुद कर सकता हूँ। तो उसने खुद में एक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप ले ली, तो उसने खुद एक सब डीलरशिप ले ली, तो शायद वही बिजनेस ने खड़ा की जहां ये काम कर रहे थे, जहां इसकी एक्सिस्टेंस थी। तो ये परवान चढ़े वहां से, इसने ग्रो किया वहां से, और उसी टाइप की बिजनेस इसने भी स्टार्ट की अपने खुद की। तो कि जहां पर ये यूनिट है, जहां पर ये स्टार्टअप है मंजूर अहमद का, वहां से 5 किलोमीटर की दूरी पे एक बहुत खूबसूरत टूरिस्ट स्पॉट है, बहुत ही खूबसूरत है। उस टूरिस्ट स्पॉट को बोलते हैं मानसबल। मानसबल बहुत मशहूर सयाहती मकाम है, टूरिस्ट प्लेस है। आइए आपको चलते हैं मानसबल लेक की तरफ। ये है मानसबल लेक, जो सफापोरा से 2 किलोमीटर दूर, और जहां हम बात कर रहे थे अभी मंजूर के साथ, जहां इसका यूनिट है, जहां इसका स्टार्टअप है, वहां से 5 किलोमीटर दूर ये झील है। इसको जिले मानसबल कहते हैं। जिले मानसबल बहुत मशहूर है इस वजह से कि यह एक बहुत खूबसूरत झील है, जिसे झील डल मशहूर है कश्मीर में। इसी तरह जिले मानसबल भी बहुत मशहूर है कश्मीर में। इसका साफ पानी, इसका जो रुकबा है वो 5 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर, 5 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर में फैला हुआ है। इसके एक तरफ किनारों पे बस्ती है, गांव बसे हुए हैं, और एक तरफ पहाड़ी है, बड़ी खूबसूरत पहाड़ी, और इसका साफ पानी। यहाँ कई सारे बोट्स हैं, कश्तियां हैं, जहां पर टूरिस्ट आते हैं और इस सैर करते हैं इस झील की। ये झील चूंकि मुरब्बा में या स्क्वायर में 5 किलोमीटर है, बहुत हसीन लगता है। यहाँ देखिए आप, ये टूरिस्ट इस शिकारे पे चढ़े हैं, इस शिकारे पे सैर किया जाता है इस झील में। अब देखिए, आसमान अबरालूद है, आसमान साफ नहीं है, अदरवाइज और भी ब्यूटी आती। जो ब्लू रंग का आसमान है वो आपको इस पानी में भी नजर आता, वो ब्लू रंग, लेकिन चूंकि अबरालूद है, क्लाउडी है, तो ये ताजा तस्वीर है कल परसों की, जब से मौसम यहाँ अबरालूद है, जहाँ क्लाउडी मौसम है। इसी क्लाउडी मौसम में देखिए कितने हमारे सयाह, कितने हमारे टूरिस्ट मानसबल झील में सैर करते हैं, मानसबल झील में शिकारे में जाते हैं और बोट राइड करते हैं। और मानसबल तक जो रास्ता जो जाता है वो ऊपर पहाड़ी से जाता है, तो पहाड़ी से नीचे उतरते हैं तो नजर देते हैं कि झील नजर आती है। इस झील में जो बोटमैन है वो आपको 50 रुपए देगा, या जितनी दूर आप जाना चाहते हैं वहां स्पॉट्स लगे हुए हैं, 100 भी है, 200 भी है, 300 भी है। जितनी दूर आप जाना चाहते हैं उतनी दूर आपको वो उसका किराया देना पड़ेगा। सब कम से कम है 50 रुपए और ज्यादा से ज्यादा 500 रुपए। तो मेजर साहब आपको पसंद आया होगा हमारा मानसबल झील?
आबिद साहब,
जी जी।
मैं मेरा खुद का इच्छा है कि मैं श्रीनगर आऊं, क्योंकि मुझे कभी मौका नहीं लगा उधर आने का। तो
मोस्ट
आप
वेलकम। वेलकम।
हैं उधर, हमारे ब्यूरो, तो
मोस्ट वेलकम।
इस बार अब आने का कोई और ही मजा होगा। तो आबिद साहब, थैंक यू वेरी मच, बहुत
डेफिनेटली।
मेहरबानी आपका। और हम फिर ज्वाइन करेंगे, फिर इकट्ठा होंगे अगले हफ्ते एक और एपिसोड के साथ श्रीनगर से। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Let's get into our next program, which is into the panel talk on biotechnology. My guests today are Ramji Palela, who is the COO of AICCCMB. Hello, Ramji Garu, namaskar. My next guest is Lakshmipati, who is the founder of Mabag Jennings. And then my third guest is Vinita, who's the co-founder of Physics Expo 44. Welcome all. Welcome to the show. So let's start with you, Vinita. If you could tell us, about Physics 44. What is it all about?
Yeah, so I'll start with the name of the startup, Fix 44. Fix 44, as the name suggests, this is basically for fixed carbon dioxide. So we are into a domain which is called as alternative protein domain, which is trying to elevate the negative carbon footprint of the animal farm industry. So you would have already heard about plant proteins and all those things, which are kind of replacing the animal proteins. But we are a deep tech startup where we are trying to get the same animal proteins in the microbes, so that the taste wise, functionality wise, unlike the plant proteins, these are exactly the same animal proteins which we generally consume. The only difference is that we are trying to get it into the microscopes, and it involves a lot of technology. The technology is similar to what we have already is there, recombinant protein production, like for the example, insulin generally which the diabetic people use, or various biologics. So the technology is somewhat similar. The challenge is the scale, because insulin few mgs is enough. I mean, and people would be ready to pay for it. We are mostly focusing on the dairy proteins. So what we want is we want to reach where we can say, okay, we are replacing right now the dairy which is coming from the animals. So that is the challenge which we have to cross.
Given that India is predominantly a vegetarian country, a dairy protein makes much more sense, isn't it, Ramji Garu?
No, in fact, adding on to the Vanita's great works, India having its strengths, traditional and Ayurveda foods, and also having the resources. And from the pandemic times, I think, the food and nutrition area, okay, the cosmeceuticals and nutraceuticals area is also just growing exponentially. In that sense, yes, this is the right time that these kind of startups can actually add much value to fill those gaps of protein and other supplements. Yeah.
Very true, and this is what we have seen, as you rightly brought out. Post pandemic, there is a huge push among people towards Ayurveda and natural.
Yes.
So coming to you, Lakshmipati Garu, tell us about your startup venture. What is it into?
Hi, I'm Lakshmipati. I'm the co-founder of Mapgenics Private Limited. Similar to what everybody is trying to do now, we are trying to move away from natural resources which are finite and go to an in vitro biotechnology type of technology where we can have infinite resources. So we are basically a biologics company. Our thrust is in the production of development of monoclonal antibodies against diseases of interest to India. Normally, when we try to produce antibodies, we have to immunize animals with the protein of interest and get antibodies out of those animals and then purify and everything. So this adds a level of complexity where animal host proteins can interfere and cause severe allergic reactions within our body. So as an alternative to animal immunizations, what we are doing is set up a platform technology where all the possible antibodies are already synthesized in bacteria or in yeast, and just we have to identify the correct antibody using our antigen of interest. For example, we can use anti-venom, for example. We can use venom components of any of the snakes and just use that as a kind of fishing rod to get the antibody that can neutralize neutralize the venom components. So we have the platform technology already established, and we are identifying antibodies against many diseases of particularly of interest to India.
What stage are you at, Lakshmi Garu? I mean, are the trials on? Have you already have MVP? What stage are you in?
We are actually at the preclinical stage. We have not gone to a trial stage yet. We have the antibodies in hand, but even before we go to the clinical trials or anything, we have to first test whether our antibodies are safe. Naturally, they are safe, but still we have to do it practically and show that not only these are safe, but they are also able to do the work they are supposed to do. Like, for example, if you take anti-venom, they have to neutralize the venom toxins. So even before we go for clinical trials, we have to do a preclinical stage, and that is where we are in right now.
Ramji Garu, when you talk about antigens and our immune system or the trials that happen, ethical, the issues of ethical comes up in a big way. What's your take on that?
Yes, it's a good question because most of the biotech or almost everyone working in the biotech and life sciences domain, especially related to the healthcare, they need to follow certain dossiers of ethical clearances. If you can see, starting from the biosafety clearances or, the institutional ethical clearances, what I mean to say, we have human ethics, animal ethics. So each step, will be guiding our startups to follow. And it's like a boon having a host organization like CCMB, where these startups that are incubated here, they no need to form separate committees for their companies. So they can actually root out these clearances with CCMB, and they actually get the ethical clearances and the paperwork in place so that they can go to the next level. And yes, next level of regulatory clearances and understanding, of course, we help them to help these startups by coordinating with such kind of regulatory agencies. So I think that's what I can actually answer at this moment.
Very true. So just to remind our viewers, we are going live. This is our inaugural daily live show on MyStartupTV, which is an international channel, and MyStartupTV Regional, which is in 14 languages. And we have been watched in about 80 plus countries. Coming back to you, Vinita, you mentioned that you're in the dairy side of it. So, what's the scope for you, and what stage are you in?
So right now we had our proof of concept ready, and we are into a stage where we are going for product development. Our first approach is B2B, that is, we are looking for other businesses like, let's say, for example, yogurt making company, frozen desserts and all, who can take our protein, which is our product, and then kind of use in their products. So that's why right now we are for immediate challenge is the scale. When we talk about fermentation, so right now we are at a level where we are putting it in a 100-liter tank. But when you want, so that's when I said you want insulin in very small amount. When we are talking about dairy proteins, they are in grams per liter, right? So that's the stage we are in. We are at 100 liter. We want access to more fermenters and all, we can scale and get more protein so that we can give it to our partners for the product development.
Ramji Garu, so in scenarios like these where startups need support both in terms of marketing and sourcing products or their raw material ingredient that would go into their research or product development, what kind of support does AICCMB provide?
So generally for a typical startup, I think in the biotech and life science area, lot of burn rate is in the consumables area. I mean, of course, manpower too, because skilled manpower is one important factor for running such kind of startups to address some questions in the research and translation. So I think after the manpower cost, I think these consumables are taking up a lot of. So what we do is that we don't provide consumables, but actually the grants that support such kind of consumables or such kind of services, that we guide them. So the raw materials where they can get, we can guide them. Or even if someone want to develop a prototype where that can be done, that design and prototyping. So we actually guide them. We can actually also negotiate with the vendors to actually subsidize some of the costs or maybe reduce the cost or give good discounts to them. So I think our role being an incubator, other than the equipment and services, we actually kind of help them, kind of reducing the burden in their material sourcing and consumables. Yeah.
To adding to Ramji's saying, one of the most important factor in biotech research is also the kind of equipments we use, right? So if I have to start a startup right now, my immediate need for a small bio thing would be like crossing 2 crores, 3 crores, right? If I have to buy each and every instrument, and even if it is a second-hand instruments, that is where again incubator centers like AIC, CCMB helps us, because everything is in place. We can use the equipments and they are maintained so well, particularly at AIC, CCMB. So in that way, that's a huge help. We can't even start our work, our POC kind of thing without that kind of support. And the next level is also like Ramji particularly is very helpful in this thing, is like he's in that environment. There are the connections that is most important for a startup, right? I know how to be done, but I know to get to the right people. And that is where I think AIC, CCMB and people like Ramji comes in, because sometimes we scientists are very comfortable at our bench, but the connections have to be made to if we have to run a business, and that's how it happens.
Just as you mentioned about the raw material, again, I have to acknowledge the great works of our host organization. Some of the clones or some of the cell lines, okay, or some strains of microbes on a material transfer agreement mode, okay, exclusively and only for the research purposes, not for the commercial purposes, they extend the offers to our startups. So that is very much important, Sunil, that I'd like to highlight here, because incubator can be there, but they may not be able to provide such kind of facilities unless until you don't have such kind of greatest support by the host organization. That's where our director, Dr. Vinay Nandikuri, always says that startups are just like our employees of CCMB. So whatever the resources that we have, whatever the infrastructure that we have, they are like family. We have to extend our best help for them. So just quickly to add this.
So, Lakshmi Garu, coming to you, as a startup, what's your timeline by the time you can have your first product out into the market?
Yeah, so especially in the field of biologics, the timelines are very big, simply because we have talked about this before also, where there are particular regulations where we cannot actually do human testing or clinical trials without passing through animal testing phase, or even a preclinical stage where we show in the laboratory itself that yes, our antibody is working. So for us, for any, not just for a startup, for even an established company in the monoclonal antibody fields, the time it takes for development to the product to going to the market can be as high as 5 to 8 years. So our model of engagement is that we do the initial development, but then we request or we partner with a already established company so that they are much more faster as well as much more knowledgeable about the kind of regulations that are required. So once we develop our product, most of the clinical testing or clinical trials will have to be done with the help of an established company in this particular field. Unfortunately, that is the truth for anything that goes into a human body, let it be a monoclonal antibody or any injectable, any drug that has to be taken. The timelines are quite big, actually. They are quite long.
Ramji garu, this is a very interesting, situation where startups by nature don't have, deep pockets, and also given the fact that anything in biotechnology takes a lot of time. So would it be right, way of approaching where startups bring up the initial, do the initial part, and then collaborate with some big partners, big players, who can then not only help them scale but also the pace?
Yeah, I can actually answer this two ways. One is that the students or faculty or even the startups, if they have ideas, we try to help them validating their ideas, whether there is a feasibility of taking that idea towards market. So in that sense, we help them to pre-incubate with us or engage with our startups as well for about 2 weeks or a month or 2 months. And then they can actually work on that idea to, make it as a small business plan or something like that. And then we guide them for raising grants. So that is one way to support at the initial stages, at the idea level. And then when they come here, or maybe outsiders also, any other freelance startups or any other startups at the TRL3 range, if they come here without grants also, we'll tell them, okay, this is the way to attract grants on your stage of technology or the productization. So this is a big boost for them. So at that, so always the startups need to remember, especially in these kind of deep tech domains, each level or each stage of your startup, you need different level of funding and also mentorships. So your advisors or mentors need to change on different levels. So ideation stage different and lab level, POC level is different. Validation partners to be there, or maybe outsourcing partners or outsourcing advisors or business people. And again, marketing and supply chain in case if you already reached to the pre-commercialization and commercialization stage. So my point here is that understanding or having that consciousness of tapping into those particular funding scenarios is very much important. That's where we actually keep on triggering and try to point these factors to the startups to take it to the next level. Other than the funding, yes, you used a word actually, I liked it. Connecting to the right business players or channel partners. I think everybody may not be commercializing. So this point is very clear. A scientist can understand, or maybe a student can understand, or a startup even can understand. So before setting up a startup, everybody may not be an entrepreneur. They can be working with entrepreneurs and other startups. And every startup may not be doing its commercials. They can actually simply identify the other market players who can actually sell their technologies or transfer their technologies or form the JVs. I think these modalities are to be understood. Then I think, at least we can increase our startup success rate to from the 5% to 7% to even 10%. So that's what the message.
So as MyStartupTV, a media house, we are doing our bit by providing the platform to startups, enablers, where we take your the news from startup community, the startup ecosystem to the world out there. So before I go, Vinita, what do you think, media platform like ours, when we carry the stories, when we carry the news, or create the visibility, how do you see that?
So when we talk about biotech scenario or system, if you Google or find it out in the major news, established companies come about, right? Whenever you talk about biotech companies, there would be 10 top companies list which comes, and then beyond that there is like nothing. I mean, but it's unless being a scientist, unless I came to AICCCMB and we started working with a startup, I didn't have an idea that there are so many startups working with such beautiful ideas. And so that is where I think TV channels, startup TV channels like yours will help, like students need to know what are more, there are more options for them. And the typical traditional pathways like academic or established company industries. But then when they come to us, there's a lot of growth, particularly when people who are working with a startup, there's a lot of growth. They will join and they get to know the ideas fit in a normal big company. Not all people get to know all the ideas. So in that way, you can go, your outreach will kind of, and apart from that, there's also like personally for a company like us, more people need to know that yes, we are developing a product. And so that what it will create is like, if you can spread the word, we will maybe at the end of the day have more consumers who are interested in our products. And particularly in a country like India, where although people have started, there are vegans and all those things, and that is where people will get to know more about our products. First, if
That's
at
the
all, I'm
intent
like,
where
they know that the company is there, and then they can go and search. Yeah, so then they come to know about our products, and that's how it is. So
well, that's the intent. That's the whole vision for and the mission of My Startup TV. Brings stories, showcase startups and incubators and enablers without without categorizing them or putting them to blocks of unicorns and sunicorns. Ramji Garu, we have been interacting on at various levels and for a couple of years now. What do you think about platform like ours that can that's carrying the stories and showcasing the startup ecosystem?
Yeah. See, probably in 19 or I think around pre-pandemic times when I see something like My Startup TV, I was so quite excited. The first global Bio India, right? GBI, yes. GBI started by Dadan, Secretary Swaroop, DBT, then My Startup TV started covering the road shows. Um, you know, it's not like, a typical commercial media that does, identifying who can pay and do cover them only. I think this is the uniqueness that I saw in My Startup TV, despite of having small sustainable or maybe small revenues that you actually look for maintaining or managing your team activities and your media activities. You actually reached out to all the stakeholders of the ecosystem, and that's where we understood this partnership can actually take it to the next level. That's where we engaged you for many of our activities, including the recent demo day, which is an awesome activity. We got a lot of response and many. I get several LinkedIn requests in the past 2 days, considering our social media presence through this coverage by My Startup TV. So it's an amazing journey where we would like to be part of it, Sunil, and we will be doing very different activities for sure. that's where our startups should be getting more mileage than us. So that's what the idea. And thanks for doing great works. Yeah.
Thank you, Ramji Garu. Thank you for your all the support that you've been providing us and the AICC team there. Lakshmi Garu, the final word yours. What are your thoughts?
I can only, encompass whatever Ramji and Dr. Vanita has said. The major problem for a startup is to reach out to people. May I may know whatever is going on in my own field, but the problem is that people do not know us. So we need some kind of a platform where everybody in the world knows that, hey, there is MapGenX who is doing some work in monoclonal antibodies. Do you want to partner with them to maybe get your work done? That kind of exposure is just not possible for a single startup, not just because of the amount of money or the energy that is involved, but also simply because a word of mouth is difficult to reach towards all corners of the world. A platform, something like MyStartupTV, who focuses only on startups to a wider audience around the world, is a very big boon for startups like us. So I thank you for reaching out to us. Thank you.
And thank you, panelists. Thank you for being on our show. You are our first, set of panelists who are coming on our inaugural daily live show. And Dr. Ramji Garu, thank you very much. Dr. Vinita, Lakshmipati Garu, thank you very much for being on our show. And we hope to see you again on our subsequent biotechnology shows. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Thanks to the world that is witnessing the growth and development of the wonderful ecosystem under the umbrella of One Health. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Welcome to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. This is our inaugural daily live show, both for the international and domestic audience in India. We will be broadcasting in 14 Indian languages in our daily live show. We will feature thought leaders, founders, and entrepreneurs. So join us every day from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. India time for live updates on the global startup ecosystem. So today we are starting our inaugural broadcast with a dive into the fascinating world of biotechnology, exploring groundbreaking medical discoveries and sustainable solutions. Let's get started. My today guest is Ramji Palela, the Chief Operation Officer at the Atal Incubation Center, Center for Cellular and Microbiology, also known as AICCMB. Welcome, Ramji Garu. Welcome to our inaugural daily live show on MyStartupTV.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sunil. Very glad to be here.
Ramji, let's start by understanding, what is AICCMB? What's the vision? What's the mission for AICCMB, given that you're in the biotechnology space?
Atal Incubation Center, CCMB. CCMB is our host organization. It is called CSIR, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. So our host organization thought of encouraging and supporting scientists, students, and other startups in the year 2016 to apply for Atal Innovation Mission of Niti Aayog, Government of India, to set up this Section 8 company. So since 2017, Atal Incubation Center CCMB, with the mandate of focusing exclusively in the life sciences and biopharma and healthcare medtech space, they accept applications for incubation in the early stage of startups and the early stage of innovators who can actually engage with the incubation center. So if you can see in the past, 7-8 years, government has come up with a lot of programs. And even way before, Government of India through DST, DBT, if you can see NSTEDB of DST, Department of Biotechnology set up another center called Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council. Similar way, we have mighty startup hub of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So several of such aligned with the Startup India, Invest India mandate of Government of India, where our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi introduced or supported several such schemes to accelerate life science ecosystem or healthcare ecosystem all over the India. And of course, blessings in disguise. The pandemic came, and altogether, the life science startups or biopharma related startups or healthcare startups start budding up, and a lot of startups formed. Today, if you can see, I think over 10,000 healthcare related or core biotech related startups came in. But before to that, it's hardly about 300 or 600 startups by 2019. So AIC CCMB having its wonderful infrastructure, a dust-free and fully functional, all biochemical, genomics, proteomics based, and molecular biology related. So all these kind of equipments that we have, and our host organization also offering such kind of infrastructure and equipment to support till now more than 125 startups. Because AIC CCMB, through its journey since 2017, partnered with so many national programs with government and without government support, and also some of the international programs to engage these innovators, be it in social startups, or be it in ICT interventions in healthcare, or be it in some of the medium scale startups as well, where they can come and use our facility to become successful entrepreneurs. So out of the 125 startups that we have supported till now, at least 15 to 16 startups, they productized their products very well. And some of the technologies are patented. We have our startups patented more than 40 patents in these past 7 years, and some have been transferred to other companies as well. And at least half a dozen to about 8 companies, they're already in the market and they got the market traction. So fundraising is one scenario for these startups, but yes, this is one of the major challenges in biotech sector. And though government is really pushing up, a lot in the past 5 to 6 years to fill this gap of funding, be it starting from 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs to even 1 crore, 2 crores, 3 crores. So I think government is trying its best, but yes, the private funding to the deep science or deep tech startups is a bit very difficult in the healthcare domain. So in that sense, recently, if you can see, we try to actually expose our best curated startups to some of the investors, and a dozen of investing companies. They came and they tried to understand, where are they, and they got excited. At least 3 to 4 startups would be kind of getting engaged with those enablers as well as investors for the next another 2 to 3 months. At least 1 or 2 may be getting investment. So I think the medium we have to create, and the platforms we have to create, but otherwise this is one of the greatest sector. As you're actually bringing this medium to global audience, I can offer one thing. Our startups also can actually engage with the global partners, the way they are actually getting their US FDA and EU regulatory certifications. Some of the EU companies and the US and other countries, startups and innovators also coming and looking at Indian markets to collaborate with our host organization and our incubator and many other institutions as well. So we try to engage in such a way that people can co-develop the technologies, and they can market, they can form other JVs. The foreign company and Indian company can form a JV so that they can actually align their marketing channels through that JV. I think, so a lot of scope that we have. Thanks to our government actually, who opened the gates, opened the doors for all these kind of avenues, where AIC CCMB today, we are trying to accelerate such startups which are really potential to create larger impact. So I welcome all of startups and innovators to look at us. let's join the hands together to create, not only national impact but for global impact.
Very well brought out, Ramji Garu. One of the things, you rightly said, with the support that government is providing through, institutions and the incubators like you, the talent now no more needs to go out looking for, opportunities. They can, with their, like you said, 40 plus patents with 120 startups. Now they can do things here in India, and that also leads to, to the vision of making India the pharmacy of the world.
Absolutely. See that you're absolutely right, because if you want to do a business from deep science or deep technologies, I think know-how, strong know-how and a strong patentability is key. That's what probably you're addressing. Yeah.
Tell me, what support do you provide? Because what we understand from when you talk about biotechnology, the equipment runs into crores of rupees, right? So what if you can just talk about, if you can paint the picture for our viewers as to how does AICCMB look, what do you have there, and the kind of support they get right from being at your incubation center to beyond.
As I mentioned to you, the equipments, yes, of course, different programs. The government is really pumping a lot of money to support such infrastructure. And we are very blessed with our host organization, CCMB. They have a lot of such high-end equipment where that can be extended to startups as well. So they can come and use those host organizations equipment as well at a subsidized rates so that they can actually get the POC done or get the validations done. So that's one thing. And other than this infrastructure and equipments, having equipments is something very important, but, maintaining them, that's where another plus point, as you may be thinking, how AICCMB is very differential, because the technical mentorship by the scientists or the instrumentation staff that can look at these equipments to run them continuously without any trouble or anything that's coming up in between. So this is one of the best advantages that people who are incubated here or who are engaged or associated with the AICCMB. So along with that support, we'll be providing IP connections, intellectual property connections with right agencies, and also regulatory, not only with the CROs or any other regulatory agencies who can help them for regulatory certificate, but also with the government agencies like ICMR and CDSCO, where some of the questions can be addressed, like, MedTech Mitra, that we are trying to actually channelize our partners to ICMR. So this way, we can't provide end-to-end solutions being an incubator, but yes, we would be knowing the ways to fill those gaps and understand those lacunas. So that's the greatest support that we are anticipating to support our startups.
And when it comes to statistics, as AICCMB, in the last 4 or 5 years, what has been key milestones or achievements that as an institution and your startups have achieved in the past few years?
As I mentioned to you, the IP is one critical factor. How many IP filed here, be it patents or trademarks or copyrights. So it's 40 plus, and funds raised, funding is the key. So in the AIC ecosystem, the incubators ecosystem, till now, it's been close to about $25 million. That has been raised here. And also, mostly the startups, out of 125, the percentage of success, if we can see, generally India, we have 3 to 5% in the healthcare sector or core biotech sector. So here it is above that, 7 to 8% or even close to 10% of the success that we have seen here. So manpower creation is one factor that we see. More than 150 plus employees have been generated through these programs in this incubation center. And also, if you can see the revenue that they generated, that's also very much important. And also AICCMB itself invested close to $1 million fund, about 23 companies. And we are thinking probably at least 1 or 2 exits can happen by 2025 or 2026, hopefully. or even if it is not too early, but maybe another 3-4 years, I can say. So statistically, if we can say that the graduates, they actually gone to their bigger facilities. Some have been uh, kind of pausing their activities due to certain constraints. Some dropouts are there. I have to uh, accept that obediently, because this is a typical ecosystem scenario. But I can say one thing really, much exciting way, that when the products now are getting some attraction from the investors perspective as well as marketing perspective, I think global avenues are getting created, and global partnerships also getting created, like recent partnerships with AIC CCM. If you can see, not only local government grants and the private HDFC Parivartan kind of CSR grants, we got 3 CSR funding, and another 2 recently joined us, even blockchain for impact, if we can see here. So all these kind of partnerships really accelerate these startups, at least to do their POCs and large validations or scale up at least by 2x or 3x. So that's what the greatest success that I can anticipate.
That's commendable because biotechnology as a for startups is pretty much new when you see as a sector, right? And within the short period of time, given that you lost 2 years of 2 years of time to corona, but also that was, as you rightly said, that was also a time blessing in disguise for the sector, that the awareness got created among startups, the among people who are working in biotechnology space. But then what you achieved in this last 3-4 years, I think it's commendable given the short period of time you've been in the sector. So how do you what do you there are other incubators also in India who are working in the same space. How is AIC CCMB different, or from the others?
We have hardly life science incubators, if you can say, India, close to about 60, 70, or maybe 100, you can say, core life sciences, I'm telling. It's not about healthcare, or maybe um, health tech and related, but the core life sciences and biotechnology. And out of that, we have best 10 to 15 life science incubators in India. And among that, if you see the biospectrum reports, and in the past 3 to 4 years also, so ASC stand top 5 or top 6 kind of rank incubator. So we can say proudly that top 10 incubators. Beat one reason is that, the approachability and accessibility of the incubation services, and also the economic way of actually utilizing the space as well as infrastructure. And more advantage is that in this particular domain, where life sciences and core biotechnology, getting the mentors from the host organization is very difficult. So AIC CCMB is kind of, creating avenues to collaborate or co-develop such kind of technologies with the host organization's scientific pool. And also, there is a continuous way of actually workflow that can be created uh, with a fully functional infrastructure. So I think these are the 3-4 factors. So I can't say in the real estate mode that AIC CCMB is so cheap, but yes, we are so proud that that these startups can utilize whatever the limited space that we have today. They're using it, and of course, they are raising grants here. So another important thing is that getting grants attracted to these startups that are incubated. So the chances of getting such grants and funding is high. So I think there are several such small factors that can differentiate AICCCMB from other incubators.
And when you talk about biotechnology, life sciences, research, the image or a perception is that boring kind of a thing, right? Which drags on and time consuming. But you guys are doing something. You have made an attempt to break that mold, because we have been at your center and we saw the way the incubate center is built. And to top it up, you also the demo day that you did was completely at a different location, which was like kind of breaking away from the usual. Do you want to talk about the demo day that you did 2 days ago, and what was it about, and why did you choose that particular location?
Yeah, in fact, the major drawback or whatever I can say, the researchers think in their domains and in their boundaries. Myself being a researcher, once upon a time, I can say that we work at the benches. We may not be knowing the outside world sometimes. So I think let's do it outside than the the core areas, premises. In fact,
What better than having a pub, right?
yeah, yeah.
What
So
better
that's
than doing in a pub?
yes, yes, because most of the successful incubators or such kind of accelerators, they have such kind of events outside their core areas or core premises. So I think that gives a lot of exposure to interact and engage and share the information or share the experiences. So the recent one that we kind of did it as a first of its kind of attempt from AICCCMB. We have done several gatherings and networking events and workshops, but this is one of its kind to attract a lot of investors. We reached out to some of the unknown investors as well. We don't even know actually, but they are very much keen to engage with biotech startups. And a dozen of them, kind of attended this event, and they understand what are the positive features of the startups and what are the gaps that they found in the pitching. So they advise, they give the feedback and comments. I think this kind of demo day is a kickstarting way of encouraging such deep tech innovators. And I hope we'll be doing a lot of such events in the near future, maybe quarterly ones or half yearly ones, so that we can at least tell what we do and what our startups can do. And the startup founders not limited to the benches, but also the businesses. So that's what I can say.
That was we were at the event, and definitely the location that you picked was out of the regular. So if you have to look for next coming years, what's the vision? What's the roadmap for AICCCMB? When it comes to biotechnology.
So typically, an incubator starts its life to actually, chalo, let's lease some of the spaces for the startups or innovators, and okay, let's engage them or create a pipeline for startups for not only incubation, for let's welcome them for the services, so that the small revenues can be there to manage the OPEX of the incubation center. So I think in the past 6-7 years, we successfully achieved that, pipeline creation and also having those serious startups with us with a lot of learnings. Year on year, we learned a lot, and we have seen a lot of evolution of our activities as well. So in the coming next 2 to 3 years or 5 years, I think we are looking a bit differently to attract global partnerships. That's one thing. And also, I think being in the city, we could able to get much traction, but again, we have to expand our support systems or services to other cities or other tier 2, tier 3 cities, or within the state or near adjacent states, for example, Andhra Pradesh. So we can expand our services and our collaborations and pipeline in such a manner so that we can show our presence nationally by being set up our small offices or small incubation services in collaboration with the private agencies or government agencies. That's what the plan. And the third point is that we are now kind of planning ourselves to be the serious life science accelerators, because that is where we find a lot of gap, and we try to actually attract some serious partnerships from one or two VC communities where they can be joining and run kind of uh, 6 to 8 weeks acceleration programs, at least half yearly ones. So I think the incubators, unless until they convert to be an accelerator, we can't see great exits and great successes in the life science domain. So I think these three things that we are looking at seriously, and expanding portfolio slightly from the life science and biotech sector to maybe environment and environmental health or maybe wildlife conservation, and all these areas probably would like to look at in the broader picture so that we can contribute to the ecosystem, not only the startup ecosystem, but ecosystem that we have on the earth.
We wish you all the very best, and we rightly said, for the success to or reach your milestone, you have to go, have more partnerships, including private, and taking it to tier 2, tier 3 cities. So
Yes.
thank you very much, and the viewers do stay on. Following this, we go for a short break, and we'll have a panel talk after this.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
नमस्ते और माय स्टार्टअप टीवी में आपका स्वागत है। मैं जयश्री हूं और स्टार्टअप की दुनिया की नई नई खबरें मैं आप तक ला रही हूं। आज हम जानेंगे आज हम आपको ले चल रहे हैं कश्मीर की तरफ। क्या आप जानते हैं कि कश्मीर के युवाओं के कदम अब स्टार्टअप्स और नए कारोबारों की तरफ तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं? इस बारे में हम जानेंगे आज, और हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं हमारे क्षेत्रीय प्रमुख अबीद गोहर। अबीद जी, कैसा है श्रीनगर में मौसम?
थैंक यू, आदाब जयश्री, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। माय स्टार्टअप टीवी में जम्मू कश्मीर और खासकर श्रीनगर कश्मीर से ये दूसरा शो, लास्ट फ्राइडे को हमने पहला शो किया था और आज हम दूसरी बार अपने नाजरीन की खिदमत में हाजिर हैं कश्मीर से। कश्मीर से सबसे पहले मौसम का सूरत हाल ये है कि अभी खुशगवार मौसम है इस टाइम, लेकिन दिन में बारिश हुई, अभी धूप निकली हुई है बाहर। पिछले 2 दिनों से काफी गर्मी पड़ी हुई थी। जो कश्मीर की खूबसूरती है ना, यहाँ का मौसम भी इतना ही खूबसूरत है। 2 दिन 30 डिग्री पारा चला गया, आज 17 डिग्री, दिन में ठंड थी और अभी धूप निकली हुई है और अच्छा खासा खुशगवार मौसम है। जी जयश्री,
क्या बात है, पूरा देश तप रहा है लेकिन कश्मीर का मौसम ही सुनने में ही इतना अच्छा लग रहा है।
यस।
अभी ये नए स्टार्टअप्स के बारे में बात करने से पहले क्या आप हमारे दर्शकों को कश्मीर की कुछ बड़ी खबरों के बारे में बता सकते हैं?
जी जरूर। बड़ी खबरें जो आज की अखबारों की जीनत बनी हुई है, आज की खास सुर्खियां इस तरह रही कि श्रीनगर से हज परवाज़ों का आगाज हो गया, यानी जो हज को लोग जाते हैं वो स्टार्ट हो गया। तो कल यानी 9 मई को 644 जो हुजाज हैं, जो आज़मीन हैं, जो पिलग्रिम्स हैं, उनका पहला काफिला मदीना सऊदी अरब के लिए रवाना हुआ। और एक और खबर हमारे आज के अखबारों में है कि श्रीनगर पार्लिमानी हल्के में 17,50,000 वोटर्स जो 20 उम्मीदवारों की किस्मत का फैसला करेंगे। 18 असेंबली हल्कों में 2135 पोलिंग मराकज कायम, 13 मई को वोट डाले जाएंगे। और तीसरी बड़ी खबर यह कि वादी में दिन और रात के दर्जा हरारत में इजाफा, जैसे मैंने पहले आपको बताया, लेकिन 11 और 12 मई को एक बार फिर बर्फ या बारिश पड़ने का इम्कान है। चौथी बड़ी खबर जो कश्मीर से आज के अखबारों में शाया हुई वो ये कि हुकूमत ने पहली बार खुद रोजगार के लिए नई राहें पैदा की। हिंदुस्तान में करोड़ों स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स हैं जो मुल्क की तरक्की का हिस्सा है। इस बात का ऐलान वजीर दाखिला ने किया है। और एक और खबर के मौसमी गर्मा शुरू होने के साथ ही हजारों चरवाहे वादी के मैदानी इलाकों की तरफ रवा दवा। जैसा कि आप जानते हैं कि जो सरमा के दिन होते हैं, सरमा के महीने होते हैं, उनमें जो चरवाहे भेड़ बकरियां होती हैं वो पहाड़ों पर चली जाती हैं। तो उसमें उनको घास मिलता है, यहाँ घास नहीं मिलता है, अब वो वापस आ रहे हैं। और एक और खबर की बात है कि तूल अर्ज में रोजमर्रा की अशिया की वजह से बीमारियां पैदा होने का खदशा, क्योंकि गर्द गुबार से जो खाने पीने की अशिया होती हैं उनसे काफी फिक्रमंद है लोग। एक और खबर की लिथियम की प्रोसेसिंग के लिए सब्सिडी पर गौर कर रही है हुकूमत, प्राइवेट कंपनियों को रागिब करने के लिए कोशिश। एक और खबर की जम्मू कश्मीर के रोमलू राम को आर्ट के शुरू में पद्मश्री से नवाजा गया, सदर द्रौपदी मुर्मू ने एजाज दिया। एक और खबर के रेड क्रॉस दिन के हवाले से कई मकामात पर तकारीब। और आखिरी खबर जो मैं आपने नाजरीन अपने सामने तक पहुंचाना चाहता हूं वो ये कि अमेरिका और ईरान की सेब ने कश्मीरी सेब इंडस्ट्री को काफी दचका दिया है, काफी नुकसान पहुंचा रहे हैं। कश्मीरी सेब की मांग में कमी आ रही है, जो बाहर के सेब यहाँ आ रहे हैं मुल्क में। तो ये थी अखबारों से कुछ सुर्खियां। और अब जयश्री आप क्या चाहती हैं और हमारे यहाँ से?
धन्यवाद अभित जी। हम अब बात करेंगे नए स्टार्टअप्स और एंटरप्रेन्योर्स की। जैसा कि हमने पहले डिस्कस किया था कि कश्मीर के युवा कारोबार की तरफ तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, और आज शाम भी हम ऐसे ही एक युवा एंटरप्रेन्योर से मिलेंगे। लेकिन उससे पहले दर्शकों और भी ऐसी दिलचस्प स्टार्टअप जगत की कहानियों के लिए हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करना ना भूलें। आप ऐप डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं, हमें पॉडकास्ट पर सुन सकते हैं स्पॉटिफाई और अमेजॉन म्यूजिक पर, और हमें सोशल मीडिया में फॉलो भी कर सकते हैं। हम फेसबुक, इंस्टाग्राम, ट्विटर और लिंक्डइन पर भी हैं। चलिए अभित जी, अब हम अपने मेहमान से मिलने चलते हैं। बताइए हमें आज शाम हमारे मेहमान कौन है?
जी जयश्री, हमारे आज के मेहमान हैं मिस आयमन अली। आयमन अली 28 साल की एक युवा लड़की है, नौजवान लड़की है, जिसकी कहानी बड़ी दिलचस्प है। आयमन ने पढ़ाई की पहले मेडिकल से स्टार्ट किया, उसके बाद उन्होंने बीएससी एग्रीकल्चर किया, उसके बाद उन्होंने एमबीए किया एक डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट में। तो आयमन ने एक राह चुनी एंटरप्रेन्योर बनने की, एक स्टार्टअप को शुरू किया। स्टार्टअप एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहती है एक नौजवान लड़की। हालांकि इसके लिए अपॉर्चुनिटीज बहुत सी हैं, क्योंकि टेक्निकल डिग्री इनके पास है, इन्होंने बहुत सारे सेमिनारों में हिस्सा लिया है, इन्होंने ये कुछ नया सोच रही है, नया करने के लिए ये तगदो कर रही है, आगे बढ़ रही है। आइए मिलते हैं आयमन से। आयमन, अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
वालेकुम सलाम, अस्सलाम वालेकुम, गुड इवनिंग सर, मैम।
वेरी वेरी वेलकम टू माय स्टार्टअप चैनल, वेरी वार्म वेलकम।
थैंक यू सो मच।
कैसे हैं आप?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
कैसे आप?
कैसे हैं?
ठीक। जैसा कि मैं आपका प्रोफाइल देख रहा हूं, आप मेडिकल सब्जेक्ट्स में आपने 12th किया, उसके बाद बीएससी एग्रीकल्चर किया, उसके बाद आपने एमबीए किया, और अभी आप जो बिजनेस कर रहे हैं उस बारे में हमें बताइए कि आप अभी क्या कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो आपका शुरुआती दौर है उस बारे में मैं दोबारा बात करूंगा। लेकिन पहले मैं जानना चाहता हूं अपने नाजरीन के लिए, आपका स्टार्टअप है क्या, आप क्या कर रही है और क्या आपका मुद्दा मकसद है?
सर मेरा जो बिजनेस है उसका नाम है स्किन ब्लिस, और मैं डील करती हूँ, खुद मैन्युफैक्चर करती हूँ हैंडमेड स्किन केयर, लेकिन ऑर्गेनिक, कंप्लीटली केमिकल फ्री, उसमें कोई केमिकल यूज नहीं होता है। हैंडमेड स्किन केयर और हेयर केयर मेरा जो पर्पस है, मेन मोटिव है, ताकि मैं अपने जो कंज्यूमर्स हैं उनको केमिकल फ्री प्रोडक्ट्स प्रोवाइड करूं, जिनमें कोई केमिकल्स ना हो और प्लस उनको कोई नुकसानात ना हो उससे। क्योंकि आजकल मार्केट्स में वेरियस प्रोडक्ट्स आए हैं, मतलब लोगों को अवेयरनेस नहीं है ज्यादा, बट हो रही है अभी अवेयरनेस के जो केमिकल प्रोडक्ट्स है उनकी वजह से बहुत सारे नुकसानात हो रहे हैं लोगों को, प्लस एनवायरनमेंट को भी नुकसान पहुंचता है। फॉर एग्जांपल हमारे पास शैम्पूज वगैरह है, उनमें वो प्लास्टिक की बोतल्स में आता है जो लिक्विड फॉर्म में होता है। लेकिन मैंने एक थोड़ा सा रिसर्च करके खुद फिर थोड़ा सा रिसर्च किया, इनोवेट किया, मैंने शैम्पू के बजाय शैम्पू बार्स ना बनाए, जिनमें कोई प्लास्टिक की बोतल्स वगैरह कुछ नहीं लगती है, जो थोड़ा एनवायरनमेंट को भी बचा सकती है। और इनमें जो पैकेजिंग लगती है वो पूरी बायोडिग्रेडेबल है, मतलब उसको नुकसान नहीं होगा, अगर हम फेंकेंगे भी वो अच्छे से जो जमीन में है वो डिग्रेड हो जाएगा। प्लस जो मेरी सोप्स या मतलब शैम्पू बार्स, इनमें कोई भी केमिकल नहीं। इवन जो बच्चा है 1 ईयर का बच्चा वो यूज कर सकता है ये प्रोडक्ट। तो और बाकी जो मेरे प्रोडक्ट्स, इवन मैं कैंडल्स भी बनाती हूँ। जो कैंडल्स जो मेरे हैं उनमें वो वेजिटेबल बेस्ड होता है, मतलब उनमें टॉक्सिन फ्री होते हैं, 100% टॉक्सिन फ्री होते हैं। एनवायरनमेंट को कोई नुकसान नहीं होता। मेरा मेन पर्पस ये है कि एनवायरनमेंट को कोई नुकसान ना हो। आजकल लोगों की बहुत सारी स्किन कंडीशंस होती है, लाइक वो केमिकल प्रोडक्ट्स यूज नहीं कर पाते हैं, जिनसे अगर वो करेंगे यूज तो उनकी स्किन मोस्टली सेंसिटिव स्किन वाले और जिनको स्किन इश्यूज होते हैं उनको बहुत नुकसान हो सकते हैं। और आगे जाके जो एजिंग होती है बढ़ जाती है, रिंकल्स आ सकते हैं, बाकी नुकसान, स्किन कैंसर हो सकता है। इनसे बचने के लिए मैंने ये मेरा यही पर्पस है कि लोग ज्यादा से ज्यादातर ऑर्गेनिक चीजें यूज करें, उनको अवेयरनेस बढ़ जाए कि ऑर्गेनिक चीजें यूज करने से मतलब फर्दर फ्यूचर में बहुत ज्यादा फायदा मिल सकता है।
आयमन, आप ये प्रोडक्ट्स खुद बना रही हैं, आप मैन्युफैक्चर करती हैं प्रोडक्ट्स को?
जी सर, मैं खुद मैन्युफैक्चर करती हूँ अपने। फिलहाल मेरा स्टार्टअप है तो मैं अपने घर पे ये बनाती हूँ।
अच्छा, तो घर में ऐसी जगह, मवाफिक जगह है, सुटेबल प्लेस है आपके पास जहां आप ये बनाती हैं?
जी सर, मेरा एक अलग रूम है इसके लिए जहाँ पे मैं ये बनाती हूँ ये सारी चीजें।
ओके, तो रॉ मटेरियल कहाँ आप लाती हैं?
सर मेरे यहाँ बड़े बड़े डीलर्स है जो मतलब बहुत ट्रस्टेबल है और मतलब उनकी क्वालिटी, ये क्वालिटी पे डिपेंड होता है। मेरे जो डीलर्स है जहाँ से मैं लाती हूँ वो एश्योरेंस देते हैं कि क्वालिटी उनकी बहुत अच्छी और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रिजल्ट भी अच्छे मिलते हैं। तो मैं डीलर्स होते हैं कॉस्मेटिक डीलर्स, बाहर से मैं लाती हूँ। मोस्टली ये केरला साइड से ये चीजें ज्यादा, वहीं पे हैंडमेड चीजों का ये है, डीलर्स वहीं होते हैं। तो मैं वहीं से केरला साइड से, चेन्नई साइड से लाती हूँ ये चीजें।
और रॉ मटेरियल में क्या कुछ खास चीजें इसमें आप यूज करती हैं? रॉ मटेरियल क्या होता है?
इसमें जो हर किसी में अलग अलग होते हैं यूज। लाइक सोप्स है उनमें होता है ऑयल्स वगैरह यूज होती है, बटर्स होते हैं यूज, और जो नेचुरल क्लेज है, नेचुरल लाइक जो है ना, ये सोप है फॉर एग्जांपल, इसमें जो कलर है ना, ये कलर नहीं है, ये पाउडर है। हम कोई आर्टिफिशियल कलर्स यूज नहीं करते इसमें। जो सारा कुछ है प्लांट बेस्ड है, इसमें प्लांट बेस्ड एक्सट्रैक्ट्स यूज होते हैं। आर्टिफिशियल कलर, कुछ एसेंशियल कलर्स, जो एसेंशियल ऑयल्स यूज होते हैं जो एक्सट्रैक्ट होते हैं प्लांट से, जो एक कंसंट्रेशन होता है, कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड ऑयल होता है, वो हम यूज करते हैं। उसके बहुत सारे बेनिफिट्स होते हैं। लाइक ये शैम्पू बार है, इसमें जो फोम के लिए हम कोकोनट बेस्ड, वो कोकोनट से बनता है वो फोम, वो यूज करते हैं। इसमें मतलब पूरा पैराबिन फ्री है, सल्फेट फ्री है, एनिमल क्रुएल्टी फ्री है। मैं मतलब मेरा ये भी मोटिव था कि एनिमल को कोई नुकसान ना पहुंचे कभी, उस चीज को भी मैंने ध्यान में रखा। तो उसी
तो मार्केट
मकसद से
जब आप
मैंने
बनाती
ये
है तो मार्केट कहाँ है? मार्केट कहाँ है अमन?
जी सर।
आपका मार्केट आपको कहाँ दिखता है? मार्केट आप ऑनलाइन बेचती हैं या मार्केटिंग नहीं है उसके लिए?
सर मेरी जो स्ट्रैटेजी है मार्केटिंग की, पहले मैंने इंस्टाग्राम से स्टार्ट किया। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैंने पेज बनाया इंस्टाग्राम पे, तो मैंने स्टार्ट उसी से किया। फिर उसके बाद मैं एग्जीबिशंस पे गई ताकि लोगों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा पता चले मेरे बिजनेस के बारे में। और थर्ड चीज, मैं जो डिपार्टमेंटल स्टोर्स होते हैं, मैंने कुछ कैटलॉग्स बनाए। मैं जाती हूँ अभी भी इवन जाती हूँ डिपार्टमेंटल स्टोर्स के, हर डिपार्टमेंटल स्टोर के पास, छोटा हो बड़ा, जैसे यहाँ पे फेमस है कुछ लाइक पिक एंड चूज है, अर्बन बास्केट है, उनके पास मैं जाती हूँ। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह मेरा वहां पे भी अच्छा खासा चलता है, मतलब अभी स्टार्टिंग में, बट लोगों को पसंद आ रही मेरी चीजें सारी।
अच्छा, ये जो आप
अच्छे मिल
बिजनेस कर
रहे
रहे हैं आयमन, ये जो आप बिजनेस कर रहे हैं, इसकी तरफ आपका माइंड कब गया? कब आपने सोचा कि मैं ऐसा करूंगी?
सर एक्चुअली
जी आयमन, यस
जी सर, सॉरी सर। एक्चुअली जब मेरी डिग्री कंप्लीट हो गई तो उसके बाद कोविड आ गया।
जी।
कोविड आ उसके बाद तो उन दिनों मैं थोड़ा हो गई थी, क्या बोलते हैं, इंसान घर पे बंद हो जाता है, बट मैंने उन दिनों ही थोड़ा अचानक से मैं स्क्रॉल कर रही थी यूट्यूब, तो मैंने एक वीडियो
अच्छा,
देखा सोप
2020 की
मेकिंग
बात है
का।
ना? ये 2020 की बात है।
जी जी
ओके
सर, लेकिन मैंने उसके बाद ये स्टार्ट किया, 22 में स्टार्ट
ओके।
किया। उसके बाद
हम्म।
मैंने ऐसे स्क्रॉल किया तो मैं देख रही थी, मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा, लेकिन उसके बाद क्या हुआ, मैंने ज्यादा ध्यान नहीं दिया। फिर मैंने कुछ टाइम मैं एज अ टीचर मैं गई थी जीपीएस, तो मैंने वहां जॉब किया, बट मैं आई फील कि मैं वहां कुछ एग्जॉस्ट हो गई, मुझे लगा जैसे मेरे लिए नहीं है जॉब। इवन मैंने गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स के लिए अप्लाई किया, आपको पता है यहाँ पे कितना इशू है जॉब्स का, हार्डली मिलती है जॉब्स, गवर्नमेंट जॉब तो अभी
सही है,
बहुत मुश्किल है। तो मैंने अप्लाई
बहुत
मैं कर
मुश्किल है।
दी थी, लेकिन उसके बाद क्या हुआ, मैंने जॉब की वहाँ डीपीएस में कुछ टाइम के लिए, उसके बाद मैं वहाँ एग्जॉस्ट हो गई। मुझे 9 to 5 जॉब मुझे लगा कि मेरे लिए नहीं बनी है, मैंने जॉब छोड़ दी। कुछ 7-8 मंथ मैंने जॉब की, मैंने जॉब छोड़ दी। उसके बाद फिर से मुझे अचानक से माइंड में स्टक हो गया कि मैं वो लास्ट टाइम वो वीडियो मैंने वो डाउनलोड किया था, मैंने वो देख लिया, मेरा ना जैसे वो, मैं फिर और वीडियोस देखती गई, फिर मेरा इंटरेस्ट बढ़ गया। फिर मैंने सोचा क्यों ना मैं अपना कुछ स्टार्ट करूं, ताकि मैं
बहुत
फ्यूचर
अच्छा।
में बाकियों की भी हेल्प करूं, बाकियों को भी जॉब प्रोवाइड कर पाऊं, बाकी लड़कियों को, क्योंकि आजकल बहुत सारी लड़कियां, मतलब हर कोई इंडिपेंडेंट रहना चाहता है, इवन लड़कियां, कोई
सही,
अपने पैरों पे हर कोई खड़ा रहना चाहता है। तो
बिल्कुल सही।
उसी चीज ने मुझे स्टक किया मेरे दिमाग को। देन आई स्टार्टेड दिस बिजनेस। ऑलमोस्ट मुझे 1 साल से ज्यादा हो गया इस बिजनेस को। अब मैंने ये बिजनेस
तो अभी
स्टार्ट किया,
आपको
उसके
लगता है कि
बाद
ये जो बिजनेस
धीरे धीरे पहले मैंने
आयमन
सोप्स।
आयमन,
जी जी सर।
आपको लगता है कि ये जो बिजनेस आप कर रही हैं, इससे आपको अच्छा खासा रेवेन्यू जनरेट होता है,
जी
या आप अच्छा खासा
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। अभी
कमाते
तो
हैं?
सर ये असल में बिजनेस में क्या होता है ना, स्टार्टिंग में थोड़ा करना पड़ता है, मेहनत एफर्ट्स लगाने पड़ते हैं, मार्केटिंग पे काम वो ये,
हाँ,
बट अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह इसमें रेवेन्यू भी अच्छा है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
ओके।
क्योंकि
अब
एक चीज है,
एक और
मेहनत भी काफी है, ये तो जरूरी एफर्ट्स, लेकिन एक बार
बहुत जरूरी
मार्केट
है,
बन जाए,
बहुत जरूरी है।
मार्केट बन जाए
और
फिर
ये जो आप इनोवेटिव,
मार्केट।
सही आयरन,
जी सर।
अपनी क्रिएटिविटी की वजह से आपने ये सफर शुरू किया, ये बिजनेस का सफर आपने शुरू किया। अभी लगता है कि उतनी ज्यादा कमाई शायद नहीं हो रही है आपको, तो लेकिन लगता है कि इसका फ्यूचर बहुत ब्राइट है। आपका
सर
इनोवेटिव जो नया
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह
ख्याल है आपका, वो बहुत शानदार है, बहुत शानदार है। अब मैं आता
थैंक यू
हूँ
सर।
एक और चीज की तरफ। अयमन, आप एक लड़की हो और भी कश्मीर में रहती हैं, यहाँ समाजी कुछ बंदिशें भी हैं, हर जगह हैं, कश्मीर में ज्यादा ही। तो
जी सर।
पहले मुझे बताइए, आप कितने भाई बहन हैं घर में?
सर मेरे 2 भाई है और मैं बड़ी सबसे, मेरे छोटे भाई।
वो आपके छोटे हैं?
जी सर।
जी। अच्छा, वालिद अपने फादर ने आपको कोई इसे एनकरेज किया, या कुछ आपको लगा नेगेटिव अप्रोच है उसका?
नहीं सर, उनका पहले से ही था, वो उन्होंने मुझे कभी किसी चीज के लिए नहीं रोका लाइफ में। जो मैं करना
ओके।
चाहती थी उन्होंने मुझे करने दिया, तो उन्होंने मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट किया। इवन राइट नाउ ही सपोर्ट्स मी अ लॉट अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। आई थिंक आई हैव गॉट अ बेस्ट फादर इन दिस वर्ल्ड। वो बहुत सपोर्टिव है, इवन माय ब्रदर्स, माय मदर, इवन मेरे सारी फैमिली, पूरे
ओके।
रिलेटिव्स, किसी ने कुछ नहीं बोला। इवन वो बहुत ज्यादा खुश है मेरी, वो मतलब क्योंकि मैं पहली लड़की हूँ फैमिली में जिसने ऐसा स्टेप लिया। बाकी तो सब मतलब करते थे जॉब, लेकिन वो 9 to 5 टीचिंग वगैरह, मैंने ये स्टेप लिया। वो इस चीज को के लिए मुझे बहुत ज्यादा शाबाशी देते हैं कि तुमने हिम्मत की, तुम निकली, तुमने खुद को मतलब एक डिफरेंट फील्ड चुना, तो इसके लिए अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आई एम वेरी ग्रेटफुल।
Okay, Ayman, one thing comes into my mind that you have done graduation in agriculture sciences, okay? और उसके बाद आप आपने ये किया तो एग्रीकल्चर जो आपकी पढ़ाई है वो क्या अभी यूज हो रही है आपके प्रेजेंट जो पैशन में प्रेजेंट आपकी बिजनेस है उसमें?
सर क्योंकि ये ऑर्गेनिक है ना, ऑर्गेनिक चीजें मतलब इसमें जो भी चीजें यूज होती है उसका कहीं ना कहीं लिंक है एग्रीकल्चर के साथ, क्योंकि प्लांट
ओके गुड।
इसमें फ्रूट्स यूज होते हैं, हम फ्रूट्स यूज करते हैं। मुझे
यस
इसमें जो क्योंकि ये सारे एग्रीकल्चर बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जो हम यूज करते हैं इन ऑर्गेनिक स्किन केयर, तो है इसमें काफी लिंक। और
अच्छा
मुझे
उसके बाद आप
थोड़ा फिर जी जी जी
ओके ओके गॉट इट। उसके बाद आपने एमबीए किया, एमबीए किया आपने हॉर्टिकल्चर बिजनेस में। ओके
हॉर्टिकल्चर बिजनेस।
ओके हॉर्टिकल्चर। ओ तो वो जो एमबीए जो उसने आपको फायदा दिया या फायदा दे रहा है कुछ वो?
लेकिन एक सर एक चीज आपको बताना चाहूंगी, जो हम प्रैक्टिकली पढ़ते हैं ना, प्रैक्टिकली थ्योरेटिकल नॉलेज जो होती है वो काफी डिफरेंट होती है प्रैक्टिकल से। जब हम प्रैक्टिकली तब तो मुझे ज्यादा नहीं था ये सब, क्योंकि बुक पे पढ़ते थे वो ज्यादा समझ नहीं आता था। अब मैं लेकिन फील्ड में निकली, मैंने देखा मार्केटिंग कैसे क्या होता है, स्ट्रैटेजीज सीखी। मैंने बुक पे पढ़ा था लेकिन वो तब इंसान को याद नहीं रहता है, बट जब हम
राइट
प्रैक्टिकली अप्लाई करते हैं उन चीजों को, हाँ काम तो आई काफी चीजें, बट
राइट
मुझे लगता है तब मैंने ज्यादा कुछ नहीं सीखा। जब मैंने बिजनेस अपना स्टार्ट किया मुझे ज्यादा उन चीजों ने नॉलेज दी, बेनिफिट दिया, वो चीजें मुझे बहुत इस्तेमाल में आई फिर,
आयमन आयमन
जो मैंने अब खुद सीखा है। जी सर।
बहुत अच्छा। आयमन आपने अपने बिजनेस का नाम, अपने स्टार्टअप का नाम रखा है स्किन ब्लिस। ये आपने क्या सोच के रखा है, इसके पीछे क्या राज है?
सर राज कुछ नहीं है, जस्ट जनरली मैंने स्किन, ये तो स्किन केयर का ही बिजनेस है तो मैंने उसी रिलेटेड किया, मैंने जनरल नाम लिखा, इसके पीछे कुछ राज नहीं है, बस रख दिया
अच्छा
ऐसे मैंने।
लेकिन जो आपके प्रोडक्ट्स हैं ना, जैसे मैं देख रहा हूँ सोशल मीडिया पे या इंस्टाग्राम पे या फेसबुक पे जो आप डाल रहे हैं, उसमें कॉफी सोप आप बना रहे हैं, कुछ कैंडल्स बना रहे हैं, तो उसको तो स्किन के साथ ताल्लुक नहीं है ना?
नो सर, स्किन
आप
के लिए कॉफी
क्या
बहुत ज्यादा
बना रहे
अच्छी,
ओके
वेरी बेनिफिशियल फॉर स्किन।
आप बना रही हैं
स्किन की
कैंडल्स,
टैनिंग।
सेंटेड कैंडल्स, वो कैंडल्स
सर
किसमें
हाँ
होती है और
एक्चुअली मेरा फिर वो पैशन, मैंने स्किन का भी स्टार्ट किया था ना पहले, फिर मैंने सोचा मैं कैंडल्स भी ऐड करूं इसमें, ये मेरा ना अब बन गया था वो शौक जैसा। तो फिर मैंने सोचा, मैंने ट्राई के लिए कैंडल स्टार्ट किए थे, बट मुझे रिस्पॉन्स अच्छा, बहुत अच्छा मिला, तो फिर मैंने सोचा क्यों ना ऐड करूं मैं डिफरेंट कैंडल्स भी साथ में, स्किन केयर भी, तो फिर इसीलिए मैंने कैंडल्स का भी रखा। इवन कस्टमर्स को बहुत पसंद आए मेरे कैंडल्स वगैरह भी, तो इसलिए
वन
मैंने साथ
इम्पोर्टेंट
में वो भी रखा।
वन इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग, क्या ये आपका स्किन ब्लिस है ना, क्या ये रजिस्टर्ड है, आपने रजिस्ट्रेशन की कराई है किसी गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट में?
सर अभी प्रोसेस में है वो रजिस्ट्रेशन।
ओके तो कभी बैंक के पास आप गई फाइनेंस के लिए कि नहीं, आपको जरूरत नहीं पड़ी?
नहीं सर,
अभी जरूरत नहीं पड़ी।
मैंने सर ये बिजनेस 2000 रुपयों से स्टार्ट किया है,
ओके
जस्ट
ओके
रुपीज।
अभी आपको लगता है कि 2000 रुपए कितने पहुंच गए हैं, कितने लाख पहुंच गए हैं?
सर लाख तो नहीं बोल सकते, थाउजेंड में अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, मतलब 3, मतलब काफी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आगे बढ़ चुकी हूँ। 40 कभी कभी मेरा, मैं आपको बताती हूँ रेवेन्यू पर मंथ ही बताती हूँ, मतलब अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह 40,000 में हो जाता है कभी कभी, ऐसे मेरी अभी सेल होती है मंथली, बिकॉज ये
और कौन जुड़ा
ऑनलाइन
है
की
आपकी
वजह
बिजनेस?
नहीं, क्योंकि मैं डिपार्टमेंटल स्टोर्स में जाती हूँ।
जाती हूँ। अच्छा और कौन जुड़ा है आपके साथ?
जी सर।
और कौन जुड़ा है आपकी इस
सर नहीं,
कोशिश के साथ, इस बिजनेस के?
सर मैं अकेली संभालती हूँ सब कुछ।
ओके तो अभी इरादा है आपको, जब आप बढ़ाएंगे तो किसी और को साथ रखेंगे?
सर ये मेरा, मैंने आपको अभी बोला कि मैं चाहती हूँ कि मैं बाकियों को भी थोड़ा, मैं चाहती हूँ कि मैं जॉब प्रोवाइड करूँ बाकियों को भी, ये बाकी जो लड़कियां हैं जिनके पास जॉब्स नहीं है, मैं उनको रोजगार प्रोवाइड सकूं, मेरा ये गोल है। इंशाल्लाह मैं जल्दी ये पूरा करूंगी।
अच्छा, मुझे लगता
मेरा
है
एक
अब मुझे
गोल है
दो
कि
तीन,
मेरा एक स्टोर हो। जी सर।
यस, आई मीन मुझे लगता है कि दो तीन चीजें जो आपने समाई है इसमें, एक तो आप बनाती हैं डेकोरेटेड पीसेस, सम यूनिक पीसेस,
जी सर।
दूसरा होगा आपका स्किन केयर, ठीक है।
जी सर।
तो तीसरा आप वो कुछ ऐसा बना रही है कि जो शादियों में काम आता है, जो चीजें समथिंग यूनिक दिलचस्प हैं, जो यंगर जनरेशन ज्यादा यूज कर रही है आजकल। इज इट
जी
सो?
सर।
अच्छा, मुझे एक बात बताइए, आपकी हॉबी क्या है? ये तो हो गया आपका काम, आपका पेशा।
मेरी हॉबी है, एक तो मुझे कुकिंग बहुत पसंद है।
ओके।
कुकिंग मैं करती हूँ, और थोड़ा सा ट्रैवल करना मुझे पसंद है।
अच्छा, और
और
मैंने पढ़ा आपके इसमें स्पोर्ट्स और एडवेंचर भी है आपकी हॉबी में।
हाँ, स्पोर्ट्स तो मैं खेलती थी बचपन में, बट ज्यादा नहीं। अभी तो मैं, जब से मैंने यूनिवर्सिटी छोड़ दी तब से ये सारा हो गया ना, भूल ही गई अब स्पोर्ट्स वगैरह।
क्योंकि एडवेंचर आपका पसंद, आपकी हॉबी है, स्पोर्ट्स आपकी हॉबी, आप अपनी स्टेट JNK से बाहर गई है कभी?
जी सर।
कहाँ गई है जिसने आपको
एक्चुअली सर,
मोटिवेट किया
सर
जी,
आवाज नहीं आ रही है अच्छे से।
आप कभी बाहर गई हैं इस वास्ते कि मैं कुछ सीखूं, या किसी ऐसे स्टार्टअप से मिलूं, ऐसे बिजनेस एंटरप्रेन्योर से मिलूं ताकि वहां से एक्सपीरियंस हासिल हो सके, ऐसा ऐसी कोशिश आपने की?
नो सर, फिलहाल तो
हम्म,
नहीं गई मैं। बस मैं जब
हम्म।
पढ़ाई करती थी तभी गई हूँ। उसके बाद मैं, हाँ, गई हूँ ऐसे घूमने वगैरह के लिए, बट ऐसा कुछ अभी मैंने नहीं सोचा।
अच्छा,
होपफुली
अभी
फ्यूचर।
आपका गोल क्या है? आप नौकरी के लिए जाएंगे किसी, या इसी पेशे को आप आगे बढ़ाएंगे?
नहीं सर, इसी
अगर
बिजनेस
आपको
को
कहा
आगे
जाए कि आप, ओके, सो यू विल नॉट प्रेफर गवर्नमेंट जॉब नाउ,
नो सर।
इज इट सो? इज इट
यस
सो
सर।
यू विल नॉट प्रेफर गवर्नमेंट जॉब?
नो
अच्छा,
सर,
नौजवान
आई एम
लड़कियां,
नॉट प्रेफर।
ओके, गुड। जो नई नस्ल है हमारी, पढ़ी लिखी लड़कियां हैं या पढ़ी लिखी यूथ्स हैं, जो नौकरियां तलाश करती हैं ग्रेजुएशन के बाद ही, हालांकि आपने मास्टर्स भी किया है बिजनेस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में, उनका, उनके लिए आपका पैगाम क्या होगा? अब वो वेट कर रहे हैं, इस वेट के बजाय अगर हम किसी बिजनेस एंटरप्राइज में लग जाएं, किसी स्टार्टअप पर लग जाए, आपकी तरह किसी इनोवेटिव चीज में लग जाए, तो आपका पैगाम क्या होगा उनके लिए?
सर मेरा यही पैगाम है कि मतलब मैं चाहती हूँ कि जैसे मैं हूँ, मैंने भी गलती की, वेट किया पहले जॉब के लिए, बट आई डोंट थिंक यहाँ पे ज्यादा अपॉर्चुनिटी है जॉब्स की। बट आई थिंक बिजनेस इज द बेस्ट आइडिया फॉर एवरी, इवन लड़कों के लिए भी, लड़कियों के लिए भी। क्योंकि इससे मतलब हमारी कंट्री की बहुत डेवलपमेंट, इवन अपनी स्टेट की बहुत डेवलपमेंट हो सकती है। और एक चीज मैं बोलना चाहूंगी कि हमारे जो लोकल लोग हैं उनको बहुत सपोर्ट करना चाहिए, यहाँ के जो लोकल बिजनेस ओनर्स हैं। ये चीज मैंने देखी है, ये करते बहुत कम लोकल्स को सपोर्ट। मैं चाहती हूँ कि लोग बिजनेस करें, लड़कियां अपने पैरों पे खड़े खड़े हो जाए। और साथ में लोगों को ये भी बोलना चाहती हूँ, प्लीज एंड प्लीज सपोर्ट योर ओन पीपल। क्योंकि जब आप उनको सपोर्ट नहीं दोगे, वो मोटिवेट नहीं हो जाएंगे ऐसे, वो काफी उनको डिमोटिवेशन हो जाता है। क्योंकि मैंने खुद ये फेस किया, लोग मुझे बोलते थे पता नहीं क्या बेचती होगी, ये इतनी महंगी चीजें बेचती हो। इनको एक तो डिफरेंस नहीं पता है कि इंसान अपने हाथों से चीजें बनाता है फिर बेचता है, इनकी पैकेजिंग, और प्लस ये ऑर्गेनिक होती है, हैंडमेड चीजें हैं, तो इनमें थोड़ा एफर्ट्स लगते हैं, खर्चा लगता है। बट नहीं, ये बोलता है कि चलो सस्ता है, कहीं पे भी ये क्वालिटी। कुछ लोग हैं जो क्वालिटी को ये प्रेफरेंस देते हैं, कुछ लोग होते हैं जो प्राइस को देते हैं। मैं लेकिन यहाँ के लोगों को अपील करना चाहती हूँ कि प्लीज अपने जो लोकल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है उनको सपोर्ट करें, उनको इस चीज से बहुत वो लिफ्ट अप हो जाएंगे, ताकि वो ताकि हमारी जो अपना J&K है वह काफी डेवलपमेंट आ सके, हमें फिर कहीं से लाने की जरूरत नहीं है। अगर हमारा अपना ही जो स्टेट है, ये वहाँ के लोग बेचना स्टार्ट करेंगे, स्किन केयर है, बाकी चीजें है, जैसे फूड है, फूड में भी काफी चीजें, अचार लोग बेचते हैं, उनको सपोर्ट करें, जो क्लोथिंग है उनको सपोर्ट, हमें बाहर की ब्रांड्स की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी। बस यही मैं बोलना चाहती हूँ लोगों को, प्लीज अपने आप को, इनको लोगों को सपोर्ट करें और अपना कुछ स्टार्ट करें, ताकि आप दूसरे लोगों को भी ये जॉब प्रोवाइड कर सके, ताकि यहाँ पे कुछ जो लोग बेचारे सफर करते हैं, फिर इसकी वजह से जॉब ना होने की वजह से लोग बहुत सफर कर रहे हैं, डिप्रेशन की प्रॉब्लम होती है, एंजाइटी की प्रॉब्लम होती है, सुसाइड, बहुत ज्यादा सुसाइडल रेट्स भी बढ़ती है, किस वजह से? अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट की वजह से। तो मैं चाहती हूँ लोग अगर पहले ही दिमाग में रखे कि हाँ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप बहुत अच्छी चीज है, बट अब हमें थोड़ा एफर्ट्स लगाने हैं इसमें, बाकी कुछ नहीं है। और हाँ, बाकियों को भी हमें सपोर्ट करने की बहुत जरूरत है, हमारे अपने लोकल्स।
आनंद, एक और सवाल मुझे ज़हन में आता है, वो ये कि अपने सोशल मीडिया को आप कितना इस्तेमाल करते हैं अपने इस बिजनेस के लिए?
सर मैं सोशल मीडिया ही यूज करती हूँ, ये मुझे ऑर्डर्स वहीं से आते हैं, मोस्टली इंस्टाग्राम या
सोशल मीडिया
फेसबुक।
से क्या आपने सोशल मीडिया मार्केटिंग पे कोई कोर्स किया हुआ है कि नहीं, ऐसी आपको?
नो सर, नो सर, मैंने
Okay.
नहीं किया।
अच्छा, you are doing,
सर लेकिन मैं
okay.
चाहती हूँ कि मैं डिजिटल मार्केटिंग पे कोर्स करूँ, क्योंकि वो बहुत ज्यादा बेनिफिट देगा आगे।
मार्केटिंग बहुत जरूरी है, और आपके लिए बहुत जरूरी है। ऑनलाइन अगर आप अपनी चीजें रखेंगे, बेचेंगे, तो उससे भी इंटरनेशनल मार्केट आपको बन जाएगा।
जी सर।
अच्छा, एक और चीज, आपने लेवेंडर, हाँ, आपने वैल्यू चेन ऑफ लेवेंडर पे कुछ काम किया है, कुछ सेमिनार आपने किया है?
जी जी।
इज इट ट्रू?
यस सर,
ये
मेरा
कब की बात है?
प्रोजेक्ट था मास्टर सर, 2020 में मैंने किया, 19
अच्छा,
से 20 तक।
तो उसका वो सेमिनार क्या था? आप क्या करना चाहती हो थी उसमें? कुछ दूसरा बिजनेस आइडिया था आपका?
सर मुझे असल में मार्केटिंग देखनी थी उसमें, मतलब मार्केटिंग यहाँ पे कैसे होता है, और मतलब वो सारा कॉस्ट कितना लगता है उनको। मैं इनके पास गई थी, जो फार्मर्स यहाँ के हैं, जो ग्रो करते हैं, उनके पास गई मैंने क्वेश्चनियर बना के उनको दिया था, लाइक आप कितने में बेचते हो ये सारी चीजें, खरीदते हो, आई मीन जो लेवेंडर के प्लांट्स है। सर यहाँ पे काफी स्कोप है, जो एसेंशियल ऑयल्स का बिजनेस है उसका भी काफी स्कोप है, क्योंकि उसमें खर्चा है थोड़ा बहुत, बिकॉज हमें क्या करना होता है, हम एक बार वो ग्रो करते हैं, फिर वो बहुत सालों तक हमें ग्रो नहीं करना पड़ता है, ये प्लांट वो 6-7 साल रह जाता है ऐसे, मतलब हर साल वो हमें प्लांटिंग देता है, ऐसे होता है उसमें। प्लस हम उसमें वैल्यू एडिशन कर सकते हैं, ऑयल्स एक्सट्रैक्ट कर सकते हैं, जो ऑयल काफी महंगा आता है, एसेंशियल ऑयल उसका रेट होता है पर केजी 10 to 15,000 रेट में मिलता है वो। तो यहाँ पे बहुत सारे फार्मर्स है जो इस चीज में बहुत आगे बढ़ चुके हैं, इवन फीमेल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है, लाइक रेहाना तबस्सुम, वो एक काफी वेरी फेमस ये है फार्मर, मतलब एंटरप्रेन्योर है, जो बेचती है, खुद बनाती है, खुद ग्रो करती है काफी सारे एसेंशियल ऑयल्स, फिर एक्सट्रैक्ट मशीन है उसके पास, वो खुद एक्सट्रैक्ट करके बेचती है। तो इसमें भी काफी अच्छा
एक
स्कोप है
दिलचस्प
यहाँ।
बात, our good wishes are with you with the second bliss and Ayman Ali. लेकिन अपने नाज़रीन को मैं ये बताऊं कि आयमन ने मेडिकल सब्जेक्ट्स में 12th पास किया है 74% मार्क्स के साथ। शुक्र है बीइंग गॉन टू मेडिकल डॉक्टरी, BBS or something outside of this. Ayman has thought something different. Ayman took some initiative, something differently.
I was not interested. I was not interested in MBBS and all.
Okay. ओके, तो एमबीबीएस में आपको दिलचस्पी नहीं थी, बिजनेस में आपको दिलचस्पी थी। हमारी गुड विश आपके साथ है आयमन।
सर
लेकिन एक और सवाल,
वो अचानक से आ गई। जी सर।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल आपको ये होगा कि अभी आयमन अली अपने माँ बाप के पास है, आयमन आपकी एज 28 साल है, जब आपकी शादी हो जाएगी उसके बाद आपका बिजनेस कैरियर ऑन हो जाएगा, और इट
जी
डिपेंड्स।
सर, यस सर, मेरा ये मकसद है कि मेरा बिजनेस आगे बढ़ना चाहिए और इसके लिए मैं
आयमन अली वो कल मिसेज आयमन अली होगी, तो कल का क्या आप सोच रहे हैं? शादी के बाद बिजनेस जारी रहेगी?
जी सर।
Okay. Anything else you want to convey to our viewers? Anything else out of your heart?
सर बस यही कि हमारे जो स्मॉल बिजनेस ओनर्स है, मेरी तरह यहाँ पे काफी ज्यादा ओनर्स है, बस आप सपोर्ट करते रहे और हम पे ट्रस्ट करें। हम लोगों को है ये इशू कि शायद हम क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट नहीं बेचते, बट मुझे लगता है कि स्मॉल बिजनेस ओनर्स जो है वो बेस्ट क्वालिटी प्रोवाइड करते हैं, क्योंकि वो अपना खून पसीना एक करके बेचते हैं प्रोडक्ट्स, मेहनत करके बेस्ट क्वालिटी। आप एक बार हम पे भरोसा करें और हमें सपोर्ट करें। दैट्स इट। थैंक यू सो मच।
जरूर, we will trust you and we request all the people, all our customers to trust Ayman Ali, proprietor, Sikkim Police. Ayman, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे जुड़ने के लिए।
थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच। आपने मुझे इनवाइट किया, मुझे थोड़ा मौका दिया बोलने का।
मोस्ट वेलकम, यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम। जयश्री, जयश्री आप हैं वहां? जयश्री, हाँ जयश्री, ये थी आयमन अली हमारे साथ, सिक्किम पुलिस की प्रोपराइटर। अभी घर में ही, घर से स्टार्ट ही कर रही है, घर से इन्होंने ये किया। इनका घर जो है ना वो शालीमार के पास है। शालीमार बहुत मशहूर गार्डन है, और शालीमार गार्डन जो है ना वो एक लेक है, उसके किनारे पे वाक़ा है, उसको कहते हैं डल झील।